Hello, happy Friday, everybody. I hope you guys are having a great Friday so far. We have a little bit of this, a little bit of that to talk about. We're going to kind of carry on from what we were talking about last night. We'll talk about some of what we talked about last night because I was so frantic at the end of that one. I privated that one, but we'll kind of recap some of what we were talking about last night. And then we've got some misinformation to correct. We've got a new Seth News interview, which not shocking to go over. And we're just going to go through it. So I hope you guys are all having a wonderful Friday evening. Let's get going. Well, hello, everybody. How are you guys? I've got 1,000,001 things pulled up, so let me clear my I've got so many things pulled up. Oh, hold on. Somebody asked me to share this again. Okay, I'll share this in a second. People looked for what I shared about Betty yesterday, and people couldn't find it, so I'll share it again. Hey, Pika. Hey, S. Francisco. I can't talk. Hey, Anna. We never like you, Betty. Vibrator. Hello. Biobo. Crafty Girl, the real one. Captain Ganja. You're avoiding any streams of Coburger because you just get mad. I have not. I can't. That's a case I said from the very beginning I could not follow, and I followed it privately, but I cannot handle the coverage on it. It's another one. Hank. Hold on, you guys, just a second. Hank's telling everybody he's here. Sorry, it's too hot for him out here, and he wants to bug the cats. He's chasing the cat right now. So Hank's doing fine. So for anybody that doesn't know, thank you guys for all the kind words and stuff. People were reaching out right away and like asking, is there anything we can do to help? Hank got stung. I was actually live last night and I looked over and he got stung. Like I watched him get stung by some little wasp or bee, but after he got stung, he swallowed it. So I couldn't even tell, like, identify what exactly it was, but he didn't start reacting outwardly right away. It took a little while. In fact, people in here were, encouraging me to give him Benadryl, which I did. I gave him 25 milligrams of Benadryl just to be preventative because he didn't have any swelling or anything. But they were like, yeah, just to be on the safe side. Within moments, it seemed like so fast, of him getting the Benadryl, his face started just to blow up, like swell massively. I was stunned. So I frantically ended my live. I was so in shock, though. I was like, oh my fucking God. Like, what in the hell? And I just rushed him to the emergency vet, which was a good thing I did because he had anaphylactic issues. He was puking, he had a fever, and he is extremely allergic to whatever he got a hold of. So we spent a few hours at the emergency vet. He's doing good now, though. They, of course, gave him injectable medication to get everything back to where it should be. And then he has to be on meds for a few days after. The vet was amazing with him, per usual. That's the vet that have dealt with all of my emergencies. They're the ones that helped me with Dexter and Chloe both. They're really incredible. So he went in and he was being his typical big baby self, pushing back, not wanting to go in the back room or anything. He was not having it. But within like 5 minutes, he was crying in their laps. The vet told me, she was like, we were looking for reasons that we have to keep him because we all love him. They do not know exactly what breed he is. Stop. Leave Eclipse alone. No, she don't want to play with you right now, you big bully. The vet's assumption right now is pit, boxer, mastiff, something, but she does think that he will be easily 90 to 100 pounds. She's like, he is the biggest baby ever. And I was like, yeah, you're telling me. So everything's good though here. He's doing good. He has to have his meds again in about an hour and a half. So he'll be nighty night. But he's doing good. Last time Kyle left, Kenzie got stung by a scorpion. Thankfully, she didn't have a reaction, really. I mean, she was in pain for a couple days. But this time, Hank decided to show us all that he's allergic to bees or wasps or whatever. So I told Kyle, no more. Miss Britt, Captain Ganja, Proud Mimi, Passion for Victims, Candace, Note to Self, Rubber Ramada, Dazed and Amazed, Love Louie, Penguin Mama, Liberty Farmer, Kitty Coo, Auntie M, Revival of Vamos. It's good to see you all. Hey, Amy. Hey, Janice in Accounting. Thank you for the delivery. Janice in Accounting, thank you so much. That just got here. Janice in Accounting sent wasp traps, like, to my house. So between now and when Kyle gets home, we have wasp traps. So, but the one caveat is I can't, once they're filled up, I can't just leave them hanging like decorations. So I will take them down once they're filled. I won't leave them for house decorations. Hey, Ohana, Casual Art. Let's see, Snark Attack, Duchess. Oh, thank you, Duchess. I heard my phone just beeping. Yeah, he's okay now, but it was wild. Yeah, it got Rubber Ramada out of nowhere too. At first he was good, and then his face blew up. Like, I turned my camera on and showed people. I was like, because there was nothing. He had no swelling, no nothing, and then out of nowhere, it just happened. Nope, it was a bee or a wasp. We have these little, I don't know if you guys remember, but last year, Kyle and I were on live, and I got stung by the exact same type of wasp or whatever it is that we have over here. And I ended up getting cellulitis because of that sting. But the stinger, like the head of the wasp, was stuck in my arm. If you guys remember that, that was horrific. So I'm pretty sure it's the same. We have this bush that we actually are going to take out. That's got these little orange flowers, and that's where they're attracted to. And we spray, we spray monthly for pests, but they are something else. So I think it's the same bug that got me, and whatever that is, like, I had a nasty reaction to it. Sorry, throwing stuff away. Hey, CK. Hey, Crinky. CJK. Yes, he's a rescue, Love Louie. He'll be 5 months old on the 28th. He's 45 pounds. Hey, Alyssa. Hey, Sheila. Yes, you guys all got me through last night too. It didn't show any outwardly signs at first, and then bam. But she said that when they're allergic like that, usually the swelling is like the end of kind of like there's already stuff going on inside. Like, he was already starting to have some issues. So the swelling kind of comes out to present like, hey, there's a problem here internally. Hey to Jennifer, Amy. Just crazy. Hey, well, there's that. Yeah, valley fever is actually very prevalent here in Arizona. I think Arizona has the top cases of valley fever in the country. But the specialty vet I go to, or the emergency vet I end up taking them to, they have a specialist in valley fever. They have one vet that is specially trained, or his specialty is valley fever because of how much we see here. But so far, knock on wood, I don't even want to talk about it because it's the last thing I need. Oh, that's hard. Casual art. Your fur babies are all rescues. Yes, we got him from the Arizona Animal Rescue. I can tell you the exact name. Hold on, give me a second. I gotta look it up. Come on. Get back in your seat. I'll tell you where I got him. Hold on. I got all of his papers right here. He is from the Arizona Animal Welfare League. That's where we rescued him from. So, but he's in good shape. I mean, she checked him out. They just fell in love with him, though. They were. Oh, Revival, I said that. Yeah, he'll easily be 90 to 100 pounds. That's what the vet assumes. She was like, he's going to easily be 90 to 100 pounds. Yeah, he's already 45. And he broke my car, and first, no humans messed up my car, but poor Hank did. Broke my car, and that's all good, though. I got it cleaned up. Yeah, he's going to be a big boy. Big old baby, though. Okay, so let's get going. Let's hop into this. So I think what we're going to start with tonight, we can go multiple different directions. We got a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and that kind of all wraps together in one. So let's start with sus. Oh, no, let me show you this first. This is what somebody was like, can you show this again? They didn't believe me, or they must not have seen it. So I caught this on Betty's live stream. So if you look at the transcript, you're going to have to, I'll put it full screen. But look at the transcript right there. Look what the transcript did to Betty. I find it hysterical, actually. Hank and Kiki are just not having. Kiki has had it with him. Lay down, buddy. Lay down. Do you see what it says? Do you see what it says? Can you read it? pornbetty@gmail.com. The transcript got her. So she actually says her name is Bullhorn Betty. If you have any information, reach out to me at Bullhorn Betty. But the transcript put it as pornbetty@gmail.com. Yeah, if you scroll in, the transcript got her. I was like, what the hell? Yep, that's what it says. At the 39:50, is it 58? Hold on. Sorry. Hank, you can't have my hand. Buddy. 39:58 minute mark. I'll let you listen to what she actually says. Hey, buddy, quit.
Grandmother did speak, break her silence. If anybody has that interview, please send it to bullhornbetty@gmail.com.
It's instead of picking up Bullhorn Betty, it picked up pornbetty@gmail.com. I was dying. And then the other one says bullhornbuddy@gmail.com. I'm like, the transcript freaking hates her. Okay, you can have one of these. Go behave. Go have that and behave yourself for a little while. Or do you want one of these instead? Hold on, we got to give Hank something to chew on. Give me a second. I fed him before I came live, but he's decided that he needs something else to chew on, and if he can't have mom's hand, then he needs a chew toy, so, or a little chew. So, okay, he's good now. He's got his chew. He put it in the cat bed. Goodness gracious, this dog. This dog is going to be the death of me. All right. There's the Betty thing. So let's go to, we got a bunch of crap to correct. Just so much crap going on these days. It feels like it's never ending. Okay, so this was just today. We've been questioning what's been going on. Well,
days since it has been 453 days since now 16-year-old Sebastian Rogers vanished from his home in Hendersonville. His disappearance sparked national headlines, but now his father says the case is losing momentum. With National Missing Children's Day coming up on Sunday, he is raising
the case is losing momentum. What?
His voice and demanding urgency. News 2's Caitlin Quisenberry is outside the Sumner County.
There's that word again that we've been hearing all the team members state recently. There's no urgency from law enforcement. Law enforcement isn't doing what they should. There's no urgency. Bullhorn Betty came out and admitted that law enforcement isn't talking to Seth, but that kind of throws Tony and Seth's whole narrative that they were pushing right out the window.
County Sheriff's Office, where Sebastian's father made an emotional plea today. Caitlin.
Sebastian's biological father, Seth Rogers, was deeply frustrated when he spoke with me. He fears the case is going cold.
My son's been missing for 15 months, and they don't care.
Sebastian disappeared in February last year.
So now it's law enforcement doesn't care. I find it really interesting, too, the relationship that Caitlin Quisenberry has developed with Seth and Tony. It seems like when they need a narrative pushed, she is willing to do so. News Channel 2 in Nashville, that's what it is. But I find it really intriguing that they are so willing to jump when it's demanded from them. I got some questions on the association with little Miss Caitlin Quisenberry.
Year. He was just 15 years old. Initial search efforts involved local police, the TBI, and the FBI, but those physical searches have since shifted to focus on the investigative side. The last press conference on the case was more than a year ago.
I would love to see them actually conducting more searches. I'd like to have some communication on the tips that have come in just with me.
Oh, that's right, because we also know as of last week, we heard that Crime Time Buzz admitted that tips that are going into Seth's PI and or Dog the Bounty Hunter are then funneled through Seth Rogers. And then if deemed credible or whatever they decide, then Seth Rogers assists and sometimes is even on the phone when these tips are called in to law enforcement.
So that I know that when a tip comes in, I'm not following up on what job they're supposed to do.
Well, you have a PI that you said was doing all of this and dogging at night. So why are you doing that anyways? And sir, why aren't you conducting any searches? You raised all those funds. What? People were saying that they were for searches. Why haven't you conducted any searches or asked or funded EquiSearch to come back in or...
That says only one detective is actively assigned to the case and that he is often left to chase down the same leads, also sent to law enforcement.
We need more than just one set of eyes on this case, but the
FBI is also assisting Sumner County, and so is the TBI. So how is that only one set of eyes? It's the FBI that offered up to a $50,000 reward.
Falls on my shoulders to ask people to help find my son. My son means something to me. These people should be doing their job.
Sounds to me like they have been doing their job. Unfortunately, it just hasn't brought Sebastian home. And again, I'm sure there is a lot of frustration on Seth's behalf because of Sebastian still being missing, but he's not the only one that feels that frustration. I'm sure Katie and Chris have the same frustration. But again, if law enforcement is doing everything they can, and it sounds like they have been, what are they supposed to do? They can't magically kick up false leads like other people.
Push for progress. Seth says he's reached out to lawmakers and is even drafting federal legislation aimed at reforming how child protection agencies and the Amber Alert.
Oh, really? Really?
To lawmakers and is even drafting federal legislation aimed at reforming how child protection agencies and the Amber Alert system handle missing children's cases.
What? What, sir? No, you're the co-plaintiff alongside 9 other plaintiffs trying to take 2 single mothers to court. Where's this? You've been reaching out to lawmakers. Let me guess. Somebody associated with At Night, once again, that claims that they have contact to lawmakers, because their contact to lawmakers usually means somebody that's been accused of sexual assault allegations that they've been brought in to switch the public optics of, those type of lawmakers.
Federal oversight law on places like CPS, DCS, the Amber Alert, getting it redone. And
What happened with the Amber Alert? The Amber Alert went out. It was upgraded from an endangered child alert to an Amber Alert within a day. So what exactly didn't work with the Amber Alert? And I'm going to push back here and say that the CPS situation is all for public optics, because I guarantee that Mr. Rogers was involved and notified of any and all things going on with CPS.
taking it out of people's hands that don't care about the children.
According to the FBI,
Taking it out. So he's saying that Sumner County doesn't care about the children. Interesting.
an estimated 460,000 children are reported missing in the U.S. every year.
Yeah.
Seth says every one of those cases deserves attention, including Sebastian's.
A parent demands answers. We demand answers because our heart is missing. He is my world.
And if they don't have answers to give you, or if you don't like the answers that they've given you, you come out and switch the storyline as is.
I need him. I need him back with me.
We reached out to the Sumner County Sheriff's Office for a statement. They assured us this case remains a top priority and said in part, please know that behind the scenes, a tremendous amount of work has been done and will continue. Some aspects of the investigation are not visible to the public due to the sensitive nature of the case. Sebastian's family continues to ask for the community's help. If you know anything about Sebastian's whereabouts, you're asked to call the Sumner County Sheriff's Office or the TBI. Those numbers can be found on our website at WKRN.com. Live in Gallatin, Caitlin Quisenberry, News 2.
I'm sorry, but this was a whole attempt at smearing law enforcement once again. I'm sorry. And I do think that there's some things that need to be changed with the CPS system and with Amber Alerts. I think regional Amber Alerts are a good thing. In fact, there's a petition for standardized Amber Alerts in my description of this video, and Duchess is posting it in the chat too. That is headed by Arctic Fox. So if you have any questions, please feel free to ask Arctic. He is amazing, and he has been attempting to bring light to this for quite some time, but I disagree with Seth here. Again, we've been watching the public optics switch. Once again, they've been pushing on things. They claimed in December, around December, that there was going to be arrest made soon, that they were talking to law enforcement almost daily. So what happened? Either that was a lie and that they weren't speaking to law enforcement, or it's a lie that law enforcement isn't giving them information now. Which is it? And why? Why is this big push again? I don't understand. He's surrounded himself with people that have intentionally taken the focus off of Sebastian, such as Tony Mathis at night. Yeah, that's exactly right, Duchess. What Seth is doing is not reform for the good of all missing kids. There was another child that just went missing out of Sumner County, and he was found. Sumner County, they continue to push this narrative that Sumner County doesn't care about the kids. Sebastian is one of many missing children, one of many. But every time, and I hate to say this because, again, I can't imagine the frustration he feels. So I have empathy for the fact that he's the father of a missing child. But the games that this man has actively been a part of playing, continues to play, his spokesperson sent a C&D out. In fact, let's go through that again, because I took that live stream down from last night. Let's go through the C&D that Tony Mathis sent Granny the same day that they appealed the anti-slap ruling. Yep, he was found yesterday. Yep. Okay, let me go here. Give me 1 second to grab it. Oh, we might have to go in again. The wind picks up every time. So instead of giving a shit about what's going on, it seems that they're doing a whole lot of other crap. Okay, so here is, just so you guys are kind of up to date, in the Court of Common Pleas of Delaware County, this is from the judge. She is basically, what this says in layman's terms is that right now, because of at night and plaintiffs filing for an appeal on the, which is premature, she is holding her decision on punitive damages until the appeal process goes through. So it sounds like she's pretty confident that once this gets back to her, it will not be, overturned. It will likely, their appeal, in my opinion, will be dismissed. But she will make her decision for punitive damages after. But you notice here, plaintiffs filed on May 13th, 2025. Well, not only on May 13th, 2025 did the plaintiffs file for an appeal, but Tony Mathis sent a C&D, the first C&D that has ever been sent to Granny's Watching. In fact, we have another part that we're going to lead into after this about plaintiffs rewriting history. So let's read parts of this. So this C&D was sent to Granny. It's dated May 13th, 2025. This is from Tony Mathis and his wife. So it says, "Dear Granny," of course, "my firm represents Tony and his wife." I'm going to ad-lib some of this, so this isn't going to be exact, but you're going to get the gist of what it is. "This letter serves as a formal demand to immediately cease and desist from making false and defamatory statements about my clients, to remove all such content from your YouTube channel and other social media accounts, and to publicly retract your defamatory statements as set forth below." So then they mention a video on my channel from March 27th, 2025. They say, "On or about March 27th, 2025, you participated in a discussion broadcast on the Nonsense YouTube channel with panelists, Anonsense," that's me, "Chico and Chico. That video was titled 'Legal Filings and Optics Discussion Involving the Plaintiffs and Friends,' and contained the hashtags Profit Off Payne and Tony Mathis." Yep, sure did. At the 3-hour, 22-minute, 25-second mark, you asked, "Have any of you ever robbed a church?" Well, Mr. Tony Mathis has. You continued defaming my clients when you said Tony was sued by a church for a large sum of money. And Tony Mathis and his wife certainly have been sued by a church. You then accused my client of hiring a bunch of TikTokers to dox personalities reporting on these matters. They were false and defamatory statements as explained below. Well, first and foremost, if she had the belief that those were true and accurate statements, whether it's a church or another building of sorts or anything of that nature, that's here nor there. She had the belief that what she was stating was true because of other things being reported. So again, I find this really interesting, though, because of the date of the C&D is the exact date that they filed for an appeal. This man is already in litigation, and the anti-SLAPP was granted, and it said dismissed with prejudice. So Mr. Mathis has already made accusations against Granny. And according to the judge, they can't refile on those same claims. So here comes new ones. And this is the first C&D that she received. So let's go on to page 2. Give me a second. Let's look at this. So then page 2 goes on to state, this is my favorite part, "Mr. Mathis is not avoiding creditors. He never hired TikTok accounts for any purpose. Sir, you absolutely engage with TikTokers, and you had your Facebook group chats leaked where you were attempting to take down creators that were going against what you and your client, Seth Rogers, wanted out there. Hiring somebody or paying them a sum of money is up in the air for interpretation. But you absolutely did engage yourself with a group of people from TikTok to dox people such as Savage, Queen Bee, JLR, and others. And that has been seen, and you have admitted to being involved with those people on BJ's panel in August. Do you forget that? Okay, anyways, carrying on. It says, it goes on to state that he is a successful salesperson for blank. At least he was before you destroyed his character. Again, going back to May 5th, 2024, when Tony was sitting next to Justin on his live stream, Justin on TikTok, he stated that he was America's most hated man. So there's that. So I think his character was destroyed previous to March 27th when Granny made that statement. Then it talks about his wife's parents and their situation with the home, goes into that. And it says in here flat out, it says, that is none of your business. But my clients are now forced to reveal their private information to protect their reputations from your recklessness. Fraudulent conveyances do not involve an actual exchange of value. Then it goes on to carry some more information about the deed to their house or whatever that happened. Your wildly viewed statements about my clients are false, misleading, and damaging to my clients' reputations, both personally and professionally. These statements have been made with reckless disregard for their truthfulness and have exposed my clients to public hatred, contempt, and ridicule. Your recklessness has inspired other online personalities to repeat and publish lies about my clients. Tony, your behavior inspired me to do a segment on you. Your actions continue to cause significant harm, including doxing, severe emotional distress, loss of business opportunities, reputational damage, physical illness, and threats of physical harm. Again, the date of this was May 13th, after they lost the anti-SLAPP, and the same day that the plaintiffs appealed the anti-SLAPP ruling. So, and this is an attorney that helped him draw this up out of Oklahoma to Granny. You are now aware of the truth. Thus, you have actual knowledge that your statements on March 27th, 2025, April 23rd, 2025, and April 30th, 2025 are false and defamatory. Unless you retract your statements and apologize, your actual knowledge of the truth will serve as a clear and convincing proof that your conduct was willful, reckless, malicious, and intentional. As further proof of your willfulness, recklessness, maliciousness, and intent, you are receiving hashtag profit off pain, which is my hashtag, when you cause my clients misery by publishing slanderous and defamatory statements about them to direct traffic to your Venmo account, Granny Watching, and PayPal account, and to earn YouTube subscription fees and ad revenue. By virtue of the foregoing, your actions constitute actionable defamation per se and slander per se under Oklahoma law, as they falsely impute criminal conduct to my client. Furthermore, your conduct is also subject to criminal liability. Sir, does your attorney know that you already have a case going that you lost in Pennsylvania and it was dismissed with prejudice? I'm going to ask that again for me. You must immediately, this is their demands, cease publishing any further false or defamatory statements about my clients, and remove the defamatory videos, and any related content from your YouTube channel and other platforms under your control, including but not limited to TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, Discord, Pinterest, and Telegram. Additionally, within 3 days from the receipt of this letter, you are hereby demanded to publish a video on your YouTube channel retracting the statements above, educating your viewers about the truth revealed to you in this letter, apologizing to my clients, and directing your viewers and other content makers to cease publishing defamatory statements about my clients. Provide written confirmation to this office within 7 days that you have complied with these demands. Failure to comply will leave my client no choice but to pursue all available legal remedies, including but not limited to seeking monetary damages, injunctive relief, and attorney's fees. We also reserve the right to report this matter to YouTube for violation of the community guidelines and terms of service. This letter is not an exhaustive statement of my client's legal position, and all rights are expressly reserved. I urge you to consult with legal counsel to avoid further liability. Please direct all communications regarding this matter to my office at the address above. Signed, some name for the firm. Sir, I haven't published any defamatory or slanderous statements against you. I use your own words, just like I'm going to go back to doing today. But I find it really interesting that a C&D was sent to her the same date that you filed for an appeal on a court hearing you lost in Pennsylvania. I also find it really interesting that your client went to the news today to claim that law enforcement isn't doing enough when you yourself were out here for months on end claiming that you were talking to law enforcement on the daily. So you're concerned about people lying and misrepresenting the truth. What are you doing? Because you've done that numerous times over and over again, and we can show your words stating that repeatedly. You brought your own business and were forced to. You had BJ fire up a live stream after Julie was bringing stuff out on you in a Ponzi scheme that you had gotten yourself involved in. You brought that out. Nobody forced you to. And again, I go back to very easily pulling this right here. Just a reminder of how you introduced yourself to the public, Mr. Mathis.
And I figured we could just take an opportunity to give some updates on both of those cases and go through some of these questions or comments that they have.
I'm now the most hated man in America somehow.
Yeah, I know. I know.
This was May 5th, 2024.
Yeah. But here you are. I have you. So
I'll replay the Seth interview on the news again in a little bit.
Okay. Okay. You can be safe, sort of safe space. Just don't look at the comments. I don't know. Actually, the comments could be nice. I don't know.
Yeah.
But with that being said, before we get into the questions, I haven't done a Caleb update in a while. Is there anything new to report with that?
No, not really. I mean,
so they give a Caleb update.
Go grab off of the Find Caleb Harris Facebook, Rogers.
Let's go into
Carolina.
We're gonna
thing.
We're gonna watch a little bit of this further because Tony Mathis's own words are important.
Video earlier about it, and for people who don't know what he's talking about, you probably do, but just in case, there's a photo that's been floating around for about a week now, right? And it first came out that, hey, this looks like Sebastian Rogers. And then it was like, is it AI? Is it Sebastian Rogers? Well, apparently where law enforcement stands is they do not believe that it's AI. They don't necessarily believe it's Sebastian Rogers, but they believe that it is a real photo. It is something that they are investigating. They've talked to the woman that took the picture, correct? If I understand.
Correct. One of the two guys has talked to her.
Okay, so they've talked to them, but they're still investigating. Nothing's been confirmed or denied yet. So right now it's a viable lead.
Correct. It's part of the investigation for sure.
Is there anything else about North Carolina that you can speak to?
I think just, everybody knows Seth went out there and they wouldn't let him see the footage. Law enforcement had told them not to let anybody see the footage. So, in the world that we live in, that's all great stuff, because if there's nothing to see here, then why are you protecting the footage? So, everything like that leads them to believe that they've got some real footage, proof of life, so to speak. I mean, that's fantastic.
And that footage came from the visitor center, I'm assuming, surveillance from there?
Correct. Yeah.
There's a lot of rumors regarding that photo, that the woman in there is somehow related to Sebastian or related to Chris or Katie or Seth. I mean, I've heard all different versions of it. Is there any truth to that rumor that you were able to speak to?
Not to my knowledge. That person in there is a lady with a blonde hair and a bun, and I think there are people that speculating there might be some similarities, but I don't think there's really anything to that. I think it's just that she may not even be related to the kid in the picture. It could just be an angle, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I just wanted to make sure we address that coming from your mouth,
Sure.
to kind of stop that on the internet.
Yeah.
Is there anything else that's new regarding Sebastian's case that people should be aware of?
Not at this time.
All right. Well, let's get into you then. So
Wonderful.
wonderful. I know you're very excited. I have a list of questions because I asked my followers, hey, what do you want to know? And then I asked some of my own too. I guess let's start with Caleb because that's what kind of brought you into this world. Well, actually, let's actually go back before that. Tell us, whatever you're to the degree that you're comfortable sharing. What's your background as far as like what you do? What you want people to know about you.
So let's just have a conversation, right?
Yeah, have a conversation.
So, I have no spokesperson background. I did not wake up 2 months ago and decide that I wanted to be somebody's spokesperson. I'm not one of these people that wants to put myself in somebody's bad situation. I'm a normal guy. I've got a normal family. I've got a great family. I've been blessed in life. And I happen to be really good friends with Randy Harris. I work with him. He likes me. He trusts me, and the feeling's mutual. And when I started out with Caleb's case, it was kind of like this deal with Seth. I mean, I just started out giving him advice from the background. I helped him kind of gain control of a Facebook page to where we could kind of control the message and use it to, create some volunteers and whatnot. And, he got about a week and a half to 2 weeks into that. And it became, when we would talk, it was more, man, I could really use you here. I could really use somebody handling these interviews and whatnot. And I just told him, I said, brother, all you got to do is tell me what your needs are. And, I'm there for you. So if you need me to help you with interviews, if you need me to set up interviews, if you need me to do interviews, if you need me to be on interviews with you, I'll do anything you need me to help you do. And that's kind of how it all got started.
So basically and you worked with Randy, correct?
Yeah, we worked together for coming up on 3 years.
So Randy.
I just want to remind Tony or everybody what Tony claims of himself. We won't watch all of this. Sorry, Hank and Kiki are arguing. Stop, you two. But I want to remind people of what Tony introduced himself as, and then we're going to roll into some of the other things that were said recently or not so recently compared to what Seth said on the news today.
Randy Harris and work together, and you sell cranes for a living, correct? That's
correct.
Yeah,
I cover. I live in Oklahoma, but I cover like the northern part of the country, North and South Dakota. I'm in a hotel room in North Dakota right now.
So the next thing I want to say, and I already know the answer to this question, and I'm going to ask it anyways, even though it seems like a dumb question. But I know how the internet works. Do what?
Probably is.
Yeah. Chris Proudfoot works with cranes as an operator, and you sell them. Is there any connection there?
No, sir. I didn't know. The first conversation I had with Chris and Katie when I was talking to them about being a spokesperson for all 3 members of the family, that's when I found out that he operated a crane. So the crane world is big but small. So we know some of the same companies that we've worked together with, but he operates a crane in the southeast part of the country, and I sell cranes up in the northern part of the country. So not only would I not know him, but we wouldn't even cross paths like ever. So it's just a coincidence. That's all.
So as far as Randy's case goes, Caleb's case goes, let's go into that one first, because that when we get into the Sebastian Rogers case is very, very convoluted with a lot of layers. Caleb's right now is still fairly straightforward. I mean, there are layers to it, but it's easier. Is there anything how do I want to ask this? I'll just ask it this way. Is there any financial gain for you for working?
So there is not only zero financial gain. I've not taken $1 from Randy. Randy can verify that. People can reach out to Randy to verify that. My wife and I have spent money out of our pockets for me to be able to be with him in Corpus Christi. I'm not, I'll let you ask the next question, but I'll just answer it for you. I'm not taking any money from Seth. Seth has nobody on his team right now that's getting paid anything. I'm strictly a volunteer. I've been blessed in life. I'm in a good situation financially. And even if they offered me money, which I don't have the skill set to back that up, I wouldn't take any money from one of these families going through this. And if I couldn't spend my own dime to help and to be there for them, then I wouldn't do it.
And that's the same with, I'm guessing the same with Caleb's case as well. Because there's rumors out there, and again, I've spoken to you a lot, so I feel that I know the answer to this question, but I'll ask you anyways. There's rumors that people are floating out there that you were being compensated out of the GoFundMe that they were putting together for Caleb, and I'll just let you address it. I believe I know the answer. In fact, I do know the answer, but I'm going to let you answer it.
So I started the GoFundMe account with some other coworkers, and I put the first $500 into that account for the family. I never actually had access to the account because it was.
Every time it's about money, 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 him saying, nope, I didn't do anything. No, mama, no money. Nope, no, mama. I was reading Mama J. It's Friday. Can you tell? It's been a long fucking week. This is the best chat on YouTube. Thank you all for helping this little girl. Mama J, thank you for being in here. Thank you for the support. And I have to say, you guys are pretty incredible too, because the people here are very interested in what's going on in the timeline of things. They can walk it. I love this chat too. You guys come up with some great theories and ideas. So thank you, Mama J. I appreciate you being a part of this. I've got some things though. We're not going to listen to much more of this, but I thought this was interesting just to kind of review.
It was the first GoFundMe account I'd ever created. But when you create a GoFundMe account, the money is basically in a cloud until you direct the account or the platform to dump into somebody's bank account. So all the way until a month or so ago, that money was in a cloud. I had no access to it. And at the point in time that Randy was ready to have that dumped into his account, he gave me that information. We had to go back and forth through some verification,
And just to forewarn everybody, so you can get mad now, I am going to be debunking some of BJ's bullshit from last night. So we're going to go from Tony, Seth, into some debunking of BJ with receipts, not just words.
emails, and then the money.
So I'm glad that you answered that. Thank you, because I know there's been something that's been floating out there, and wanted to make sure that people knew that you're doing this as a volunteer, because you are, your own time, your money, you're taking, so here's what I can tell you about Tony, because obviously y'all know that we've spoken multiple times. You've seen me with him, here on TikTok a few times. Tony also has a family, and I'm not gonna get into the details of his family, but he's working, he travels, he's taking time away from his hobbies, his family to do this. And I guess that leads me to the next question. Why? I know why you took Randy's, but why Seth? What has drawn you to this case?
This is an interesting answer. What has drawn you to this case, Tony?
Quite honestly, I didn't want to be involved in this case because
he didn't want to be involved in this case.
it was so muddy. But we had some common acquaintances, Seth and I did, and without getting into a lot of that,
Again, this is something he always does. He tries to make it seem like they've got people in common, that he's familiar, that he wasn't just a random stranger cold calling or intervening for his own benefit with families of missing children or families of tragedies. He's trying to set the stage that he isn't just this stranger seeking out people in Facebook groups to latch onto and make a name for himself, which is bullshit.
some of the acquaintances that connected me.
They didn't know that they had anybody in common from what they claim until after they started talking in April. Hank wants you guys to know he's good. Can we just give Hank a moment of attention, please? Because Hank is really trying to make sure that you all know he's okay. Hank, can you show your buddies you're fine? Can you show them your squeaker? Sir. You can see all the toys all over the floor. Ken's, my camera's on and it's faced that way, so be careful if you're walking this way. Hank, look this way. Show your friends you're fine. Show your friends. He's fine. See? All right. Yeah, you're good. He's over here just causing a ruckus, per usual. I guess it's better to hear him squeaking his toys than people snoring, huh? CK, the vet assumes he's going to be 90 to 100 pounds. He's getting big. He's going to be 5 months old on the 28th.
Me with Seth and told me that he needed some guidance, some direction. Started about 3 weeks ago. About 3 weeks ago, he was concerned about search and rescue. So I was trying to get him set up with some search and rescue people. And then as we got to talking each and every day, it became more obvious that he wanted somebody doing his interviews. He wanted somebody helping him with interviews. He wanted somebody handling all the media, and he just didn't want to do it. So what happened was I told him that if I was going to do it, I said, I need to talk to my wife. I need to talk to the Harris family. If I'm going to do it to help you, I'd really like to represent all three of you, because back then it was, Team Seth, Team Sebastian. I just didn't think it would be productive to represent.
I am so sorry. Kylie, I am so sorry about the loss of your animal. I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry. Sending you a huge hug. That's how Hank came to be, was losing Dexter, and there's nothing that can make that hurt go away. I'm really sorry. Sending you a huge hug.
Represent, one side, so to speak. So, we spent the next couple of weeks, trying to get Chris and Katie on board. And, to this day, I don't know that won't ultimately happen. But, right now, Friday, I agreed, Seth.
Whoever said that Hank should have his own channel, let me show you guys this right quick. Sorry, you can tell I'm sick of hearing Tony already, but we could just set it up like this, because You see that? It's a motion activated 360 with two radios. So I could just plug you guys into, that's what it's for, is the dogs. You guys could just sit there and watch all the animals all day long. Might be a little voyeuristic content, but there you go.
Finally just laid it out there, and he said, look, are you going to do this for me or not? And I said, yeah, brother, I'll do it for you. But he, even now, I'm still doing what I can do to protect Chris and Katie. I'm still trying to keep people from bringing them up or saying anything malicious towards them. And of course, Seth, we did an interview the other night, and I felt like it was really clean. There was no drama, which, is there's a lot to be said for an interview in this case with no drama. And the offer still stands with Chris and Katie. And quite frankly, if we could get this family all working together, not just superficially, but deeply, I could keep everybody from out in front of a camera, and we could go back to focusing on Sebastian. And, I don't really care. I don't really care what anybody thinks about me.
So he was trying to keep everybody from out. He didn't want them behind the cameras. And here Seth is today. Hank, sir, can you stop being in front of the camera?
I'm just a normal guy. I don't claim to be an expert in this. I didn't ask to do this. But, I've got half the world out there throwing darts at me.
Oh my God.
I'm a big boy with broad shoulders and thick skin. And if I've got people throwing arrows at me and literally creating YouTube, lives to talk about me when they've never met me, that's fine. I'm okay with it. Because if they're doing that to me, they're not doing it to the family. And
okay, so Tony right here. This is an important thing. Sorry why are you throwing foam bricks? I mean, at least it's foam. I don't really know in the Pines. There is, so they, in the C&D, let me read you what it states. Hank, sir, it says, oh my gosh, I'm going to have to go back outside. Hold on. Hold on. Yeah, he said he was okay with it. He said he was okay with people focusing on him. He said that this was all okay. So why he's complaining now, beyond me. No clue. But in this, it says, okay, so in the C&D, it states that Mr. Mathis is not avoiding creditors. He never hired TikTok accounts for any purpose. He is a successful sales rep for blank. Will you grab some water in that thing and dump it in there for me, please? Really quick. Thank you.
There's water in here.
Okay, just dump it in there. Yeah, go ahead. Just spray it. Thank you, sis. At least he was before you destroyed his character. Well, as you guys can hear, this was a year ago, a year and a week before the C&D was drawn up, and he's claiming that he was the most hated man in America, so whatever, and he was okay with it. But it goes on to state that his wife, Miss Mathis' parents have been building a home on a lot where Mr. Mathis' shop and office is located. So my client sold half of that lot to Tony's wife's parents for $30,000. A copy of the check is attached as Exhibit B. That is none of your business, but my clients are now forced to reveal their private information to protect their reputations from your recklessness. Fraudulent conveyances do not involve an actual exchange of value. Oklahoma deeds do not recite the actual purchase price. Rather, they state nominal consideration of $1 or $10 as a legal formality. This was an arm's length family transaction for fair market value. That's what's stated. I don't know what to believe. But whatever happened here, what they sent her was dated from 2022. So how does that make sense? As is. Does that make sense to you guys? And why would there have been something filed just now if that was from 2022? I don't know. I have no idea in the Pines other than that's what he's claiming. I have no idea. But why would there be updates to this record now in 2025? Right. That's what I'm saying. Why would there be a deed recorded on 4/8/2025 and then they send her something from 2022 to prove his information? That makes no sense. I have no idea. So I don't believe it either until but I have no idea what's going on. The courts will find that out. I'm assuming they will figure it out. Oh, there goes Kiki and Hank.
Let's face it, those types of people, they don't care anything about Sebastian. They're never going to care anything about Sebastian. They're never going to get on the ground and help. They're never going to put any positive vibes out there for the kid. So they're going to throw arrows at somebody. It just as well be me. And if they're throwing them at me, they're not throwing them at the family. And Justin, you've dealt with it.
So he was fine with the arrows being thrown at him. What happened now? This was, again, May 5th, 2024.
Enough spokespeople to know that, part of the job is taking arrows, and, it's just part of the deal. And I'm okay with it. I mean, I would suggest that.
So here he is once again saying that he was okay with arrows being thrown at him. It's just part of the job. Kiki is smacking the shit out of Hank. He's like, Mom, give him his Benadryl yet?
If somebody want to know me and not what they've heard or what they've researched or whatever, I'm an open book. I talked to a lady today on Facebook that kind of sent me kind of an edgy message. And I just picked up the phone and called her on Facebook. We had a 30-minute conversation. Never met her before in my life. She was a great lady. And by the time we got off the phone, she said, you're not what I thought you were. And I said, well, how would you know what I was if you never talked to me? And she said, well, that's on me, but I greatly appreciate your time in the call. And boy, I had you wrong. Well, I just like a chance, but if you're not willing to give me a chance, then hey, keep doing what you're doing. I'll keep doing what I'm doing.
So a second ago, I know that you've been talking to Chris and Kate. Are they on board with you at this point, helping them as well? Or are you still working to get them to come around?
I'm still working to get them to come around.
Okay. So with you coming in, so somebody said something in the comments, and so I'm going to work it into the question. A lot of people like Seth Rogers' authenticity is, I think, the word that they use, but you know how he is. He's off the cuff. He's just Seth Rogers. He is who he is. And a lot of people are drawn to that kind of, I don't call him a loose cannon because he's not, but he's been known to, say some things kind of that you didn't expect him to. With that being said, what do you say to people who are worried about taking away that authenticity, but then also going hand in hand with that? What are you doing to help Seth and Sebastian in this case?
Excuse me, I got a cough. Seth does not enjoy being on camera, and that came out of his mouth, not mine. I'm not trying to keep the world from Seth, but the Seth that was getting emotional and saying things that he regretted later, admittingly, he was not helping his own cause. And so my goal is to mitigate some of that. If we think it's good for him to be on camera, he can be on camera. I'm not telling him what to say and what not to say. I did tell him to try to keep it clean. If he got frustrated, to be frustrated. If he broke down, it's okay. If you feel broken, then show him that you're broke down. I mean, it's okay. I just think Seth feels comfortable, a lot like Randy Harris does. He feels comfortable having somebody there that if a question's asked that he doesn't feel comfortable answering, instead of going ahead and answering that, he's got somebody there to say, you know what, we're not going to talk about that right now. And and I'm not a control guy at all, but I have no problem controlling a situation if I think
I'm not a control guy at all. Oh, I'm going to show examples of how much you control, in my opinion.
it's going to help Seth and or Katie or Chris and or more importantly, help find Sebastian. So
I love how Sebastian was the last thought in that whole entire thing. Again, this is the spokesperson for Seth Rogers, not for Sebastian Rogers.
I'm just kind of being a mediary, and I'm not trying to get in the limelight. I mean, I'm not trying to be a YouTube guy or TikTok guy. I mean, I'm trying to help two dads that desperately want their kids back find their kids, and it's not anything other than that. I don't make money. I lose a lot of time with my family. There is nothing in it for me. I've never been attacked in my entire life like I have the past 48 hours, and I still don't know.
So he says that he was being attacked in the past 48 hours. So he came out as the public-facing spokesperson on Pascal's on May 3rd, 2024. So 24 hours between May 3rd and then him on this show. He says that he'd never been attacked like that, but he's saying it's all fine. Everything's fine. But now in a C&D that was sent to Granny on the 13th of May, 2025, after they lost, he is a co-plaintiff alongside 9 others, lost a lawsuit in Pennsylvania against Granny. This motherfucker comes out and sends Granny a C&D and blames her for reputational damage and also illnesses. Did you catch that they are blaming Granny for medical illnesses? For fucking illnesses. Male pattern baldness. Let me guess, Lesniak's going to say that Granny's at fault for his toupee slipping. And like Revival said, you're going to be at fault, or Granny's going to be at fault for your going bald? The fuck? Not even joking. That's what it says. I read that C&D and I'm not even fucking joking. They blame Granny for illnesses. Let me read you the statement. It says, your actions continue to cause significant harm, including doxing, severe emotional distress, loss of business opportunities, reputational damage, physical illnesses, and threats of physical harm. Crafty girl. I knew somebody was going to say it. That was May 13th, 2025 that was wrote. And to Granny, the C&D, first C&D that she's ever gotten, which we're going to get into that too.
What your perception of somebody has to do with somebody that's willing to volunteer their time to help a family in need. I mean, I'm just lost. I don't get how people could be angry with that, but trust me, there's plenty of them.
No, you're not wrong there. I think that, there's been a lot of creators, a lot of people who have, everybody basically connected with this case. And I'll just go ahead and say this. I've covered a lot of true crime, starting with Gabby Petito on social media, and I have never, ever seen anything like this case. The way that it's being, I mean, the case is weird. It's obviously bizarre. We know that there are things that just don't quite add up. But the way that people are really choosing teams and really going to bat and getting angry.
That was intentional, Justin, on TikTok. And I think you realized that and backed away from it on your own, because you were in deep and local covering this, and you completely quit covering this too.
About it, where, as even I had to kind of take a step back with this and say, hey, look, you can't be teams.
And a lot of those shifts didn't even start happening. I mean, there was certain shifts that were already taking place with Seth and how he was using creators to re-victimize Katie, in my opinion, and lie about things. But when Tony came in, there was a big shift. And that was, you don't have to take my words for it. You can go watch his actions.
Seth, you can't be team Chris and Katie. Why can't we just all come together, have the common goal of finding Sebastian? That is the only team that we should have here at this point. And so from that perspective, I made the decision to stop, step back, not talk about Seth, not talk about Chris and Katie, and just really focus on Sebastian. But you're right, walking into this, especially now 2.5 months in, is where we're at. It's brutal out there if you're a face associated with this particular case.
You want to see what's brutal? Let's go back here for a minute to this segment. You want to see what's brutal? So you heard Tony state what he didn't want to happen, right? So this was October. This was from Vinnie Paulitan, October 11th, 2024. Let's go here.
Tonight, Sebastian Rogers' father, Seth Rogers, is with us, and the Rogers family spokesperson, Tony Mathis, as well. Thank you both for coming here. What's your reaction, Seth and Tony, to what happened today or yesterday in court with Bullhorn Betty? And what are your thoughts about Bullhorn Betty and what she's been doing?
Well, Vinny, first off, thank you for having us tonight. Let me be crystal clear about something. That entire family lied under oath to get those protective orders. This family has spent more time trying to silence people than they've spent looking for Sebastian.
So would these be lies, Tony? Would these be lies? Provable lies? Because they have ROs on one single person. Unlike your client and yourself, who have sent numerous C&Ds and took up litigation in Pennsylvania against 2 women. And Seth admitted in those court filings that he has searched for Sebastian 4 times.
We know for a fact that there's no proof that Sebastian walked out of that home, and it makes you wonder.
And again, people continue to state this as a fact that law enforcement has stated that there's no proof of him leaving the home. No, it was Tony and Seth that started that rumor, that claim that law enforcement said that. There is no information anywhere that law enforcement ever stated, not an interview, not an article, nothing, that law enforcement stated that there's no proof that he ever walked out of that home. This is something that Tony and Seth have stated and has been repeated as fact, which it's not.
Wonder what else they're lying about, Vinny. It also makes you wonder what would happen if Sebastian would have been able to file a protective order against his stepfather.
Seth, your reaction to what happened and what is happening in all of this?
My professional opinion, I would say something along the lines of Chris and Katie did something to my son. They're using Sumner County to cover it up and to hide themselves from the actual law.
And let me ask you, Seth, and we have We have no independent information. We know that police are saying there's no suspect. No one's been named as a suspect in any of this. But this seems to be, at least from my perspective, Seth, is it a change in the way you are seeing what has transpired through all this? Are you seeing things differently than you did before?
It's the evidence. I still believe my son is alive. I still believe he's somewhere. But the fact is that he was at their house last. There is no evidence that he ever left the house. And they, as Tony has stated, they have spent more money and time trying to get people to not speak about Sebastian than speaking about Sebastian. Sumner County hasn't come out since April with anything. And Katie won't come out and speak, won't ask for help to find Sebastian. I really have to say that she never loved her son. And on top of that, I have the DCS reports that I've written, that I have literally.
I thought your job was to keep things from happening like this, Tony, according to what you just said. I thought your job was to keep Seth from saying things such as this, like Katie didn't love her son. I thought your job was to keep him from saying egregious things that aren't true, such as law enforcement stated. Again, that was never stated. It seems to me that, well, you don't have any credentials or any, resume or work history as being a spokesperson for anything. So I couldn't say you failed at your job because it wasn't a job. You were a spiritual advisor to begin with, weren't you? And then somehow your title has kept changing. So now you are the national spokesperson. Huh.
Took me an attorney to get them. Sebastian deserves.
It took you an attorney to get copies of the records, not attorneys to find out about the reports, because I believe with everything in me that you knew exactly what was going on because you were at school meetings. You yourself stated that you were giving Sebastian another year to get his behavior together. So if you didn't know that he was having behaviors and or things going on with CPS, why did you make that statement and give him another year? If you didn't know he was having behaviors and or CPS was involved, why were you in communication with emails and asking for a liaison to help you find facilities that might take him? Again, Seth Rogers, I'm going to call your bluff on this. I think you're fucking lying. I think you have lied over and over again that you didn't know about these CPS records. I genuinely 100% believe with everything in me that you knew exactly what was going on with CPS and you were kept well in the loop.
Deserves a restraining order from those two psychopaths.
Tony, now you've accused them of lying, the Proudfoots, right? So what were they lying? What were they lying about from your perspective? And again, we have no independent information or confirmation that they said anything that was.
And I want to give Pika said this earlier in the comment section, and I want to give it credit because she texted me and said, I think you missed it. But I believe she's correct. I believe we will see Seth Rogers segment on his channel in the next coming days, because I don't think he's done a live stream yet this month to keep his monetization and, his memberships rolling in and all of that stuff going. I'm sorry. They got his channel monetized, and once a month he pops on there and makes some wild comments and then goes dormant again. I think the coffin offer situation leading up to Seth going on the news today, all of that, attention seeking again. I hate to say it. And at the expense of completely, once again, not bringing awareness to Sebastian, but to Seth.
Was untrue or verification that what they said was true, like either way. But what were they lying about from your perspective, and what's the evidence from your perspective that they are not telling the truth?
Well, they actually were lying, and it was proven in court that they were lying about what they stated in the protective orders, which was that she had physical contact with them, that she was following, stalking, and harassing.
If it was proven in court that they were lying, then why were the ROs granted, Tony Mathis? I think instead of sending C&Ds to Granny, who you already lost a court case against, you should probably focus on you not lying, because these are going to be your legacy. And we're going to make sure that everybody knows exactly how comfortable you are lying on national media.
Harassing them. And even on the stand, Mr. Proudfoot admitted that he had never met her in person. So in my opinion, it's a little difficult to be stalking somebody that you've never met in person. And it goes to the many inconsistencies that have been told by Mr. Proudfoot since the very first interview. Not one of his interviews have matched up, Vinnie.
And when you say the interviews haven't matched up, you're not talking about, so I just want to make this clear to everyone watching. You're talking about the disappearance of Sebastian, not about
100%.
Bullhorn Betty in this case.
Yeah, the Bullhorn Betty lies were just another long string in the lies that they've told since the beginning.
We'll go back to that news too with Caitlin Quisenberry interview in a moment, but I want to play through some of these because you just heard Tony say that he, his intent was XYZ, and here you are seeing him in October, how he's behaving and the things that they're saying.
Beginning. If you go back and break the interviews down from the very first interview they did all the way from Nancy Grace and beyond before they quit coming out in public, you can see one inconsistency after the next. And the great thing about telling the truth, Vinnie, is when you're doing that, it's always the same. It doesn't change.
So what's the most material inconsistency that you believe has been stated from Chris and or Katie?
Regarding Sebastian?
Absolutely. That's what I care about at the end of the day.
Absolutely. Many inconsistencies told about the phone calls, the time of the phone calls, the bed times, what happened after he went to bed. Just, that entire 10 to 12 hour period, many inconsistencies. Also, not rock solid alibis and a lot of time that's unaccounted for. They were also, probably the biggest thing, Vinnie, is that they told Nancy Grace that they were told by TBI not to take a polygraph, and we found out later from TBI that is 1,000% not accurate.
That's a big one. Okay, Tony Mathis, Seth Rogers is going to stay with us. We've got more to talk about. We're going to take you inside the courtroom so you can hear some of the testimony from today, and you'll see Chris Proudfoot on the witness stand. Just want to make it clear, the First Amendment versus prior restraint of speech is serious business. And the judge made a decision today keeping her away from them. But how far did it go towards what she can say about this case? We'll be back.
Have other people contacted you based off of Ms. Griffin's conduct on her social media accounts?
Hundreds.
Okay. How often does that happen?
Daily.
Is it possible for you to avoid the media circus that surrounds Ms. Griffin's conduct?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Have people gotten your personal phone number that way?
Yes, sir.
Have they gotten your email?
Yes, sir.
They message you on Facebook?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that's Chris Proudfoot. Bullhorn Betty goes online, provides information, and apparently her viewers or followers are sending messages and attempting to contact Chris Proudfoot. So the judge's decision has prevented Bullhorn Betty from contacting the Proudfoots. But what I heard in the decision was, it sounds like she can still talk about them. She just cannot contact them through social media, cannot contact them through text or email or any other way. He's got to stay away from them. I understand that decision. Whether you agree or disagree, it's up for debate, but that's the judge's decision. But it seems that she can still talk about them. Now, Chris Proudfoot was asked another important question when it comes to a restraining order, right? To prevent someone from going somewhere or contacting someone, there's got to be a reason. He's asked, why are you afraid of Bullhorn Betty? Take a listen.
What are you afraid of from Andrew Griffin?
What am I directly afraid of, sir? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Well, when you make a video threatening that you want to bring a gun from another state to this state, directly in videos related to me, my wife, my family, that's a threat, plain and simple.
Okay.
She also said she was going to bring a machete for the record.
Okay, let's bring back in Seth Rogers, Sebastian's dad, and Tony Mathis. Just a quick clarification. Everyone's watching.
I'm watching your guys' comments on this, and I know it's frustrating. We've watched this quite a few times recently, but this interview here is quite telling of the two of them's behavior and their narrative. Again, this is when they were claiming that law enforcement said a bunch of things and told them a bunch of things, which we know is not factual. And then they've carried on with that same rhetoric. But I've got some more things that this will probably be a long one, as long as nobody gets stung by anything and has an allergic reaction, or everybody stays where they're supposed to be tonight. This will probably be a longer one because we've got a lot of shit to get through.
That
I understand the frustration because blatant lies. That's what it's been since Tony came in. If you go back to this segment that we've been doing between At Night and Tony Mathis, it is super frustrating to see how they changed the optics of things. And what's the intent? Why are they doing that? And you know what? His interview today, what it did, it got all the team. Spanky's talking about it. I'm sure BJ will talk about it. Smiley, Lolly, all of them. Once again, they have a news article to go with.
Was she threatening to bring a machete to go after the Proudfoots?
Well, Vinny, you being one of the better investigative reporters in this case, you know that if you take a 4 or 5 second clip out of an hour-long video, you can twist that and turn that into anything you want it to be. When she was talking about the things that she was going to need to be walking through these heavily wooded areas, one of the things that she mentioned she would probably need is a machete. But you don't get to see all that because that doesn't fit the narrative. Does that make sense?
On top of that, if she had stated that she was going to bring a machete, don't you think the felon that made the video for the Proudfoots would have actually clipped that in there? And it wasn't clipped in there. And if you notice, the attorney, that shyster that was sitting there representing the Proudfoots and the Bowersox, when they asked Chris the question, have you been contacted? They never asked who contacted them, because nobody that is on Betty's team or my team is actually reaching out to speak to these pathetic excuses for parents.
And Vinny, if you actually listen to what was said there in court, the attorney asked the question, have you been contacted by people regarding things that Betty has been saying?
Right.
The people that are contacting Chris are his people. They're not Betty's people. They're contacting Chris saying, this is what Betty said today. This is what she said yesterday. Well, all you've got to do is tell those people, if you don't want to hear it, to quit contacting you. That shouldn't make you afraid of a 5-foot female as a man that has a strong history of being able to deal with females.
So let's refocus now and get back to what this is really about, which is finding your son, Seth. So Sebastian, I'm sorry. Yeah, to find Sebastian. Your relationship with Sebastian's mom seems at this point is completely non-existent. I know early on there was talk about trying to work together, and it seemed like you were trying to come together to do something, but that just doesn't exist. Right. So what is the status of the search for Sebastian as you sit here tonight?
This is an important thing. Again, the date of this is October 11th, 2024. We'll rewatch the one from tonight again shortly.
What is going on? Who is doing what, whether it's law enforcement?
Shaggy, yes. In that same exact video is after she jumps out of the car in traffic after Terry Bowersox, she speaks of getting a GoFundMe and potentially getting a pew pew. Yep.
Any private organizations, members of the public, whoever, what is the status of all of that?
We have we have over 50 people that are working on this case.
So if they have over 50 people working on this case, then how do we end up right. Let's see. Where is it? What did I do with that one? How did we end up here tonight? I'll probably play this multiple times. Actually, let him finish here. And then I'll roll into that one.
Just in investigators, FBI. I mean, been working with the FBI. It's how we got a reward out there. Sumner County.
So on October 11th, he says, we've got the FBI. We've got over 50 people working on this. And then tonight he says that there's one person.
The people that are in charge of Sumner County refuse to connect the dots. So we have to go beyond Sumner County. My son is somewhere.
Yes, Shaggy. He sent her a Venmo, and the memo of the Venmo says for Hank and his toy, beating up the B Sox.
And me personally, I believe Katie knows.
Vinnie, you can tell that we're a little bit more uptight tonight than we usually are. But we've watched the antics. We've watched Chris smile and laugh and joke in court when we've got a broken father and Seth that's missing his son. You guys sent a very, very professional, independent camera and photographer to cover this court case, a girl by the name of Athena. We found out after the court case was over.
By the way, this upcoming statement from Tony Mathis, once again, has never been proven to be factual whatsoever. But I found it really interesting that they tried this.
Over that Chris looked at her and winked at her in the middle of the trial.
It was flirting.
We've got a real problem with that when there's a missing child.
He's supposed to be married.
Yeah.
I was not.
You got a problem with Chris allegedly winking at someone, but Seth Rogers was leaking CPS reports to somebody he was sleeping with in the beginning of this case. Make that make sense. And he himself has made jokes about keeping her underwear. So it was okay for Seth to have inappropriate behavior, some might say, in the beginning of this. But if Chris winked at somebody, which again, there's been zero proof of.
Not mean anything anymore.
So let's talk about this now. There's going to be a lot of people watching right now and say, listen, I want to do something. I want to help. What can they do?
A lot of things, Vinnie. They can pray. They can continue to spread awareness. They can put flyers up. They can talk about him in a positive way, regardless of which side of the family they support. Because remember, this is about Sebastian. It's not about Seth. It's not about Tony. It's not about Chris and Katie or any of the crazy grandparents. It's not about any of that. This is about Sebastian. And if you are here for Sebastian, your focus should be Sebastian Wayne Drake
Sebastian.
Rogers. That's it. Nothing else.
Absolutely.
He's the one missing. Unfortunately, the judge wanted to sit there and offer his condolences for our loss. My son is missing. I understand that judge's child passed away, and that made him emotional in this case. Judgment from the judge should have been blind to begin with. He was emotional, and I'm pretty sure my son is lost. He is alive. He is missing. All right, that judge buried their child.
Seth Rogers.
Sebastian is alive.
We're out of time for tonight, but I appreciate it, and we'll stay in contact. Seth Rogers, Tony Mathis.
All right, so we heard him state that there was 50 people. Well, then tonight he states this. This is from a couple hours ago from News Channel 2, Caitlin Quisenberry, who is a part of the team.
It has been 453 days since now 16-year-old Sebastian Rogers vanished from his home in Hendersonville. His disappearance sparked national headlines, but now his father says the case is losing momentum. With National Missing Children's Day coming up on Sunday, he is raising his voice and demanding urgency. News 2's Caitlin Quisenberry is outside the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, where Sebastian's father made an emotional plea today. Caitlin.
Sebastian's biological father, Seth Rogers, was deeply frustrated when he spoke with me. He fears the case is going cold.
My son's been missing for 15 months, and they don't care.
Sebastian disappeared in February last year. He was just 15 years old. Initial search efforts involved local police, the TBI, and the FBI, but those physical searches have since shifted to focus on the investigative side. The last press conference on the case was more than a year ago.
I would love to see them actually conducting more searches. I'd like to have some communication on the tips that have come in just with me, so that I know that when a tip comes in, I'm not following up on what job they're supposed to do.
Seth says only one detective is actively assigned to the case and that he is often left to chase down the same leads, also sent to law enforcement.
We need more than just one set of eyes on this case, but it all falls on my shoulders.
But according to you, on the 11th of October, you had over 50 eyes, including FBI. So what is it?
Ask people to help find my son. My son.
And why isn't this segment about bringing focus back to Sebastian? Why is it about you? Showing Sebastian's face, amazing. But these are pictures from when he was really little. Why isn't it a focus of sharing his Amber Alert and more recent photos? Why isn't that the focus of this segment with the news? Seems to me that every time they get news attention, it's all to do with Seth and Seth's emotional state, not bringing awareness to and keeping people looking for Sebastian.
Something to me. These people should be doing their job.
In his push for progress, Seth says he's reached out to lawmakers and is even drafting federal legislation aimed at reforming how child protection agencies and the Amber Alert system handle missing children's cases.
It's a federal oversight law on places like CPS, DCS, the Amber Alert, getting it redone and taking it out of people's hands.
These are federal situations. Yes, agree that both systems need overhauling, but this is not what he doesn't want reform in the way that it needs to be done, in my opinion.
Don't care about the children.
According to the FBI, an estimated 460,000 children are reported missing in the U.S. every year. Seth says every one of those cases deserves attention, including Sebastian's.
A parent demands answers. We demand answers because our heart is missing. He is my world. I need him. I need him back with me.
We reached out to the Sumner County Sheriff's Office for a statement. They assured us this case remains a top priority and said in part, please know that behind the scenes, a tremendous amount of work has been done and will continue. Some aspects of the investigation are not visible to the public due to the sensitive nature of the case. Sebastian's family continues to ask for the community's help. If you know anything about Sebastian's whereabouts, you're asked to call the Sumner County Sheriff's Office or the TBI. Those numbers can be found on our website at WKRN.com. Live in Gallatin, Caitlin Quisenberry, News 2.
I find this to be incredibly interesting. Teresa, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to the Cabana. I am now going to go on to a few other segments that I just want to mention because they brought At Night in for a reason. Remember when At Night came in, they came in with a large team. They were supposedly going to help. So let's go here. This is from November 22nd, 2024.
Well, I wouldn't answer that either. At which point in time, I did respond to them and told them they could contact me by phone. I'll always pick up and I will always have a conversation with them.
So when we got the call from Nick and his team, we had conversation with our inner circle as to whether or not that we felt like it would be a good idea for me to reach out to them, find out what they were about, and we were kind of split on that, right?
We didn't know if it was a hoax or not.
Right. And you were, one of us was I'm not in favor. One of us I was certainly in favor. You were somewhere in the middle, as if they can help find my son, I'm open to listening kind of thing, right?
Correct. I mean, I have always accepted help in finding my son because that's my only goal, is to find my son. And that has gotten me in trouble.
So
on this route. And
well, look, this is the way that I look at it. It's your job and it's your duty the rest of your life to look for your son. And I know that you know that. And I think that that's how 99% of parents feel. The job's not over, you know.
If you're found and brought home.
Yes, correct.
So
that is your that's your responsibility. I mean, it just is. He's your responsibility. You know that. I'm not scolding you. I'm not telling you anything that you don't already know. And I believe that you are looking for your son. And like you said, it's not over until he's home, until he's found.
So Josh, you may not even know this. And I know a lot of the folks in the audience, and again, we can't tell you how much we appreciate you guys' support. There's a lot of people in here tonight.
Yeah.
So I told Seth, I said, you trust me, right? And he said, yes, I do. And I said, just, let me call this Nick character and find out what he's about. And, okay. So,
I question if this isn't why law enforcement hasn't really had much to do with them. But before we get into that, let me remind you of what was said on February 17th, 2025 on the Lore Lodge about their association with law enforcement.
I think we covered a lot of important information tonight. I think there were a lot of things that I think were cleared up, which I think are important for helping everybody refocus their attention to where it should be. I don't know if you have any final thoughts, but I know, after your piece, I think the best thing in my mind would be.
Yes, please. Thank you, Beth, for mentioning that. If you wouldn't mind, will you hit me that thumbs up so we can get this in the algorithm? Because people need to know what is actually truly going on with the optics and the team over here. And I think we're laying it out pretty well.
Any closing thoughts from y'all about, what you want people to take away from this and what you hope to see moving forward?
I'd like people to
Teresa, thank you so much for renewing. I hope you guys are doing okay. I know you're going through a lot. Thank you for renewing.
remember that there is a missing child.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing else really matters to me. Nothing matters except for Sebastian. See something, say something. If you see somebody that looks like Sebastian, you think it might be Sebastian, please call 911.
Mm-hmm.
You're sitting there talking to somebody, show them a picture and be like, hey, if you see this child.
Big bad truth. If you're talking about, I say y'all all the time. So my Midwestern ass says y'all. So it's probably going to hurt your Southern ears a lot. Be prepared.
Call 911. Word of mouth still spreads faster than people realize.
Mm-hmm.
There's going to be, I don't like to address it, but the hate channels are going to be there no matter what. I feel sorry for them. I pray that.
Big bad truth, though. I say it all the time, and it does hurt my Southerners' ears when I say it. They're like, Becky, stop saying I can't.
I pray that the karma that they're infusing doesn't come back to bite them.
Mm-hmm.
But my son is missing. Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers is out there. And if you see this
Cuddly cactus, I will look. I self-admittedly, every time I go to check them, something else comes up. So I will check them. I apologize. I will do that this weekend. I promise you.
son, please call 911. Tell them who you are and tell them where you're at. Please.
No, you're good.
If you guys could share the flyer.
No, big bad truth. I was laughing because I do it too. I say it all the time. I just was tattling on myself before you have to hear me say it a bunch because I butcher it too. So I was just preemptively telling you that you're gonna cringe because I say it a lot too.
With his name on there, his picture on there, I'd appreciate it.
Is it correct that the Amber Alert date has been changed to February 25th?
The FBI has changed it. I don't know if TBI has, but just get his picture out there for me.
Mm-hmm. I always had a feeling.
All right. What you're about to hear is kind of shocking in comparison to what we're hearing now again, but I've got a shit ton of clips pulled up just to kind of walk us down this road. And Pika is not lying. I suck. And I have always said that is my biggest downfall is emails will always be the last thing. People give up emailing me because I just don't. And it's the last thing I ever check. So I apologize once again. I'm terrible at it. It's not a you guys thing. It's a me thing.
Feeling that was a mistake on their part.
I would like to ask for some prayers for Detective Brandon Carter and Sheriff Craddock. Those guys are working hard. You know, the people that love to say that they just don't have any evidence. I can tell you that couldn't be further from the truth. These guys are working relentlessly.
Oh, wait. Let's hear that again. Let's slow this down and hear it again. Let's hear. Hey, Lady K. Big Bad Truth. You're gonna cringe because I say that too. And I also say oofta all the time. Yeah, I barely speak proper English at this point. Okay, I mean, we're just dealing with what we're dealing with at this point. Hey, Amber, it's good to see you. Happy Friday, you guys.
Sheriff Craddock. Those guys are working hard. You know, the people that love to say that they just don't have any evidence.
February 17th, 2025 is the date on this. So from February 17th, 2025 to today's date, my, have things changed once again.
I can tell you that couldn't be further from the truth. These guys are working relentlessly to bring answers to Seth, to the community, to the family. And they are going to get to the bottom of this. And quite frankly, I believe it's going to be sooner than later.
I sure hope so.
Me too.
I think we all do.
I mean, we're in routine communication with them. I mean, we just spoke with him yesterday, wasn't it?
Oh, shit. Wait. I guess this kind of blows a big hole in their May 15th, or not May 15th, what the hell? May 23rd news segment that they just did.
Yesterday we talked to him, Tony.
Yeah, almost daily.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Which is good to know.
Speaking to law enforcement almost daily. So what happened between February 17th and May? Which was the lie? Because now Seth is out front of Sumner County saying that they're not doing enough. There's only one person working on this case. But we just heard him also say that there was over 50 people working on this case. You see why people get confused and don't know what to believe?
Do you have any idea what the situation with Chris and Katie is? Are they talking to law enforcement? Do you know?
We do know, but we can't say.
Okay.
We do know that SF isn't.
Well, SF.
You do know, but you can't say? Wasn't your team saying that Katie pled the fifth to somebody, to some random situation? She pled the fifth? Oh, huh.
Told us that himself.
Yeah. He cleared that up nice and well.
What?
I wonder if law enforcement stopped working with you because, again, I'm going to go back to this one. Because you associated yourself with a group of people like Tony Mathis and At Night Media. Let's take a reminder and a look back at when At Night Media first got involved, what their conversation was with Tony Mathis, because Seth was hesitant on this group. But Tony Mathis said, you know, you trust me, right? You trust me, right? So let's see where we head with this. Just a quick reminder before we get into more deeper shit. Tony Mathis, again, nobody is encouraging me or inciting me to review your guys' own words and statements more than you are. You are encouraging me to remind people publicly, repeatedly, of what you have said and created and concocted as the spokesperson for the father of a missing child. Not the missing child, the father of a missing child. Your games, the control, the public optics that you've been attempting to do, the misinformation, it's all right here. Your words, nobody else's.
Audience, and again, we can't tell you how much we appreciate you guys' support. There's a lot of people in here tonight. Yeah. So I told Seth, I said, you know, you trust me, right? He said, yes, I do. And I said, just, you know, let me call this Nick character and find out what he's about. And, okay. So Josh, I call Nick, left him a message.
Oh, you called Nick and left him a message because your buddy Jen Coffendorfer connected the two of you, asking for me. Lady K, thank you for renewing.
Then I get a call back, and of course, what we know now. I know I got a call back because I was being recorded, right? Which I've never had a problem with. I've never recorded a call, but I've been recorded. And so I call, I answer the phone. I get on the phone with those guys. And first thing that happens is Dog jumps in. He's on the phone. And he jumps in and he takes over the conversation. And he basically tells me that the word on the street is that my guy is potentially the lead suspect, and that that I could be considered an accomplice, and that am I willing to go to prison for my guy? And I said, absolutely. If you can prove that my guy's that, and you think I'm an accomplice because I'm a volunteer spokesperson, then.
Angel, you didn't miss a whole lot. I mean, we have been reviewing from some interesting things, so it might be worth a rewind later on if you have time or want to. But thanks for stopping by.
I'm not really sure how that would work, but sure, I'll play along with your silly game. And so he went as far as to read me my Miranda rights.
Who was that? Who did this?
Dog.
Okay.
Yeah, right. So now I've got a guy that I grew up watching, right, and he's reading me my rights. Like I'm getting ready to go to jail for harboring a fugitive, right?
Yeah.
And, so again, I played along, and then he goes into talking to me about the famous the truth serum, the hypnosis, all these things, and would I talk to my guy and find out if my guy would be willing to do this or that or whatever. And I didn't realize, but that was all just a game to find out, are we hiding anything?
Doesn't it feel like you get whiplash listening to these guys? The back and forth, the stories that the team tells you, the narratives that we're supposed to believe.
How convicted are we? How much do we know for sure that Seth is innocent? And what are we willing to do to help us find Sebastian? And I told Dog, I said, Dog, Seth Rogers would cut his arms off to find his son. I said, if you think that putting truth serum is going to scare him away, if you think that hypnosis is going to scare him away, I said, as long as I was there while it was going on, he'll do anything in the world to find his son. Well, an hour and a half later, as we got into the real facts of the case, it became obvious that, that they knew that Seth was not involved. But I think they needed to know wholeheartedly that we were committed to doing whatever it took to support them. And fast forward now, we've had a lot of conversations, you and I, Josh, have had about the good they've brought. And I don't know if you saw, but that reward has been bumped up to 200,000 as of today.
I heard something about that. Yeah.
Yeah. And which I think is fantastic, but it kind of begs the question, we went from 50 to 100,000 and 125 and 150, 175, 200. It's like we're at a reward auction.
True You News. I've been very hesitant to say much about that because I ultimately would never want to think that he doesn't want his son found, but I'll give you my personal take really quick, which is a hot take. So take it for what it is. This is my opinion. But my opinion is that law enforcement likely did have a conversation with all three of the parents, especially Chris and Katie, and told them that, Hank, it is a potential scenario that Sebastian is no longer alive, and tried to prepare the parents for all the potential outcomes of this. I believe that Seth knows that if that is true, that Sebastian is no longer with us, that he loses all connection to Katie and being able to re-victimize her and have any control over Katie whatsoever. Because if Sebastian is no longer with us, he loses all access to Katie. That is my personal belief on why we see some of the behavior that we do. I think it's likely that, hey, quit. It's not that he doesn't want his son found. It's that he doesn't want to lose access to controlling Katie. That is my opinion. Take it for what it is.
Does it not feel like that if there's anybody out there that wasn't on the inside, that something would be happening?
I mean, that's kind of the, that's the problem with rewards.
Right.
Typically when you have the information to hand over, you got your foot in the pile of crap.
Right.
At least partially. Unless, I mean, if you read the FBI poster, it says, for the, I believe it's the location and the return and prosecution of the parties, which are three enormous steps. And you'd have to be relatively close to somebody to know that kind of information. It rarely happens. It rarely happens.
Right. So Seth, we were talking about how Dog got involved in that initial phone conversation I had with him, where they told me they were going to arrest me and drag me away for being your friend. So fast forward to now, we had a big day today. Reward goes up to $200,000. What has it been like in your mind working with Dog and Nick and their team, as far as how aggressive do you feel like they?
Amy, you could be correct. You could be correct right here. And this this upcoming statement I find interesting too, because he talks about, Dog and his team being aggressive, but then he goes on the news media and says there's one person working the case. Everything falls on his shoulders. Well, you had a team that was working on your behalf, right? That brought all this stuff into play, or were they LARPing? And you knew that all along.
They pursue leads as they come in because we're getting a lot of them, right?
A lot of leads. They pursue them. I mean, his name is Dog for a reason. I have communication with him. Nick is always calling me to let me know what's going on. I just wish Sumner County would have been communicating with me like Nick and Dog's team does.
And do you feel like that? I mean, the professional on our team is RPI, correct?
Correct.
And RPI always had a strong desire to work in conjunction with Sumner County, right?
They still do.
And it's never really happened, correct?
It hasn't.
But our RPI, in your mind, has got a very solid working relationship with Nick and Dog and their team and all the resources, correct?
They do.
So you got to see the horsepower behind them.
But again, I'm going to remind you quickly of dates. So this was November of 2024. Then we go over here to, what is it? February of 2025. And they are almost talking to them daily. Well, let's see. Let's go back and look. Here. What did he say here?
I don't know if TBI has, but just get his picture out there for me.
Mm-hmm. I always had a feeling that was a mistake on their part.
I would like to ask for some prayers for Detective Brandon Carter and Sheriff Craddock. Those guys are working hard. The people that love to say that they just don't have any evidence. I can tell you that couldn't be further from the truth. These guys are working relentlessly to bring answers to Seth, to the community, to the family. And they are going to get to the bottom of this. And quite frankly, I believe it's going to be sooner than later.
I sure hope so.
Me too.
I think we all do.
I mean, we're in routine communication with them. I mean, we just spoke with him yesterday. Wasn't it yesterday we talked to him, Tony?
Yeah, almost daily.
Mm-hmm. Which is good to know. Do you have any idea what the situation with Chris and Katie is? Are they talking to law enforcement? Do you know?
We do know, but we can't say.
Okay.
We do know that SF isn't.
But wait again. I got one more thing to throw in here really quick. Let's go to March 28th, 2025. I think this was when the team was really amplified. Again, a team member of theirs, to make the public believe that Tony and Seth were working hand in hand with law enforcement. And I think Betty's going to explain exactly what they were trying to make the public believe was happening.
But that's really, I'm sure that the arrests coming, people, even like me, we're so hopeful that law enforcement, the DAs, and the courts see what we see. But seeing what we see and proving that beyond a reasonable doubt is a lot different. We believe, I think that
a throwback to Dog the Bounty Hunter getting on media and saying that they were creating probable cause.
Tennessee underestimates the common sense of their people. I think that's why there's not more circumstantial cases going forward. One thing I can say, and here's something that's being pushed in the Tennessee Congress right now. There is I don't remember his name. What was the name of the law?
I truly believe that that's why they were trying to make it seem publicly that they were working with law enforcement and this renewed faith in law enforcement, because they were pushing law enforcement to build a no body case, a circumstantial case. I believe that that's why Nick and Dog were brought in to create probable cause, to find evidence. That is my belief based on what they said and the way that they've maneuvered. Now, again, we're going to go back to when Tony talks about his first interaction with Nick and Dog. I find it hysterical, though, that he didn't hang up the phone. Seth trusts this man But this man allowed Dog the Bounty Hunter, who has no authority to read anybody their Miranda rights, to read their Miranda rights and then encourage him to get into a contract with this agency and a Z-list celebrity. Definitely Tony's looking out for Seth's best benefit, right? I mean, that's what spokespeople do. That's sarcastic if you don't know.
Machine, I guess Dog's machine, if you want to call it that, what that looked like working in conjunction with RPI this last week. And without getting, I mean, I know it's out there, but how did you feel about seeing all that real time, being on the phone while it was going on and watching it? Did it give you some hope?
Yes. I mean, I always have hope that my son is out there. He's lost. He's going to be found. But again, it just bolsters the hope that there's other people with the means to do it that are willing to do it. They're not willing just to say it. They put their money where their mouth is, you know.
And you've got an open line of communication to Dog, correct?
Yes, I do.
So
he called me during the last vigil. Asked how I was doing.
Tell us about that phone conversation.
He just wanted to make sure I was doing okay. He wanted to know if I needed anything. He wanted to let me know where he was at, what he was doing.
Kind of a father to father talk, right?
Yes, sir.
Dog lost a child. You're missing your child. That kind of thing.
Yes.
Every time I hear Dog, I hear him saying "Baby Lisa."
Yeah.
From watching his show, I used to watch his show all the time.
Yeah. Yeah.
That was rough stuff.
And I mean, you know, we all know that the 71-year-old Dog is got to flex his muscles a different way, right? I mean, he's not running out there necessarily kicking doors in anymore. But you know, I mean, Dog is still Dog. To your point, huh, Josh?
Yeah, I mean, he's you know, I don't know. I'm sure that he still does but when I used to watch his show, I mean, they were very, very aggressive bounty hunters. And
Big Bad Truth, I think there's many options on the table. I think connecting with somebody else, being lured out, walking out on his own, self-harm, walking out on his own, thinking he was going to make it back, falling prey to something in the woods as far as like a hole, a sink, you know, something like that. It's a potential. I think other children. I think there's so many possibilities outside of any of the family members out there. That is my personal belief on what could have happened. I do think he could have made up his mind, met somebody, and walked away willingly too. There's a lot of possibilities outside of the family for me. Too many to narrow down to one specific theory, but many.
A lot of that, I mean, most of their bounties were off camera. You know, I mean, they had just so many.
Yeah, so many. Supposedly 10,000 captures, right?
And it sounds like they were the same exact way off camera, but they very, very aggressive in their approach. And
yeah, because we saw them on TV. These people,
you know, they were very good at tracking down their.
They were on an island where they were paying people for leads and tips to turn in their own family members.
Yeah.
So,
Seth, we're getting close to a couple hours. Josh, do you have some questions that we can answer before we call it a night?
One thing real quick before you continue.
Okay, so there's his association with them. We've got more down that road I want to do eventually. But I want to take us really quick to this. So I want to go to the E's because I've been showing you clips of what the team was saying. Now, this is February 23rd, 2025, 2 days before the 1-year anniversary of Sebastian being missing. Some of you will remember this one. Did you guys lose audio? Hold on. Let me go back again. It said you lost audio. Let's try it again. Let me know if you guys have audio still, please. It says mine's okay. It just said it lost audio to the share.
Into it. This is our theory. This is our speculation, our opinion.
I have a banner.
Based on
we've been formulating it for what, a year?
Yeah.
So this is their theory. Now I want you to pay close attention to how they have gathered this theory.
And some of it hasn't changed since, well, you can talk about that later, but we started formulating part of it at the
some of this may prove to be wrong in the long run. I think we're in the ballpark. I think we're pretty close. just based on
Why
everything.
are we blue?
There's
It's
some
supposed to be
things
yellow.
we were talking it through, and we could kind of go either way on a few of these, but we're going with what we think is basically our leading theory about what happened. So I'm first tonight, and then who are we going with? The how is going to be Mrs. E, and then the why is going to be Auntie. We'll all kind of discuss the why now, kind of toward the end. So I got the who question, and actually I think I got the easiest question. I think if I ask any of you right now, who's the party responsible for Sebastian's disappearance?
And if you hear that, that's Biggie,
Biggie.
running up and down. He does this little thing where he runs from bedroom to bedroom before bed.
He's got this new routine. He 3 bedrooms to go to bed. I don't quite know what he's doing, but he'll chill in each one until he's ready. But anyway, so this is, I think, the easiest question to answer. Does anyone at this point really still wonder who the parties are that are responsible for the disappearance of Sebastian? And I haven't really had any questions about this for a while. Exactly who did what is the tougher part of the question, but the who's responsible, the who has the guilty knowledge, at least the core people, is to me pretty easy to answer. And it's not even really, in a way, this isn't even our opinion. We are locals. We've been here a long time. We even before we were living here, we had tons of connections here. We've had people in law enforcement in various parts of government here locally that we know, even before we were doing our podcast, for the last year, have been telling us all consistently the same thing. And we've heard it from day one.
Doesn't this really, when you lay it out like this, really show what their optics game has been? Tell me if you're seeing it. If you're not, let me know and I'll throw in some more stuff to make sure you guys see it. But tell me that you're not seeing. Some of you have all along with me, but some people are like, holy shit, I didn't realize how all of this is. I've got more to throw in here, but can you see how they've been swaying public perception of this case through media and the team members?
Up to present, it's never changed. And that's that Sumner County knows exactly who's responsible for Sebastian's disappearance. They're just trying to prove it. And that message has never changed. These are good sources. So it's not my opinion telling you that it's inside the home, that's the Proudfoot family, that's the leading suspects here.
In your opinion?
Not my opinion. This is what I'm told.
Right.
It's not an opinion. That's a fact. I've been told this. So multiple times through multiple sources, and good sources that have been accurate on other things we've been told.
Right.
And so
listen to them about their sources. Their sources, their accurate sources. They're close with Tony Mathis and Nick the Hat.
I'm just reporting at this point. I'm just telling you that's what everything has been told to us from very good sources. And some of them are law enforcement sources. So in a way, I agree with the opinion that, you don't have to believe me, but I'm confident in that part of it. But
is that Big Bad Truth? Are you Kyle? Are you Kyle? I'm coughing already. Yes, we're friendly.
If that's not good enough for you, somebody said,
so you have no receipts.
So you have no receipts.
No, this is why
we're doing this. So
yeah.
I'm actually just kind of getting started. So anyway, there's our sourcing. So you could look at us, and if you've been judging us for the last 9 months or so that we've been doing this, what's our track record? Have I ever come out and lied to my audience? My guesses might be wrong, my theories might be wrong, but I've never deceived our
Well, Big Bad Truth, you are welcome to make all the stoner jokes you want.
Audience at all. And if you've been with us, you know that. If anything, we're overly cautious about putting anything out there. We don't run on we don't factor in the rumor from sources that I can't vet. Would never do that. That's kind of been our thing, our bar. And I don't put myself out there to get embarrassed later either, because I
oh really?
I believe your reputation is everything when you're doing something like this.
Oh, his reputation, huh? Hey, Kathy. Hey, Aries.
But let's go back to that interview. That's actually a great example. You don't have to have the lead detective come out and tell you that the Proudfoots are the lead suspects or people of interest or anything at all.
Hey, Blondie.
Give me a reason why Katie and Chris were at WSMV doing their interview with their lawyer present on the 1-year anniversary of their missing son. What's the reason if they're not the target of an investigation? What other, this is.
Okay, first and foremost, it wasn't the 1-year anniversary because this was February 23rd, 2025. So they did that interview. They recorded that interview previous to the 1-year anniversary. But that makes sense because why wouldn't they use the 1-year anniversary to bring awareness to their missing childs? You can't. You can't.
As a crane operator and a security lady, you know, if they were like moguls or something, maybe you have your lawyers following you around everywhere you go. If you're a billionaire playboy or something like that, maybe that's a situation. But
because why not have an attorney present with them in case there's questions asked that they don't know if they should answer or not, to keep the integrity of the investigation intact? That seems realistic to me.
just normal people don't have lawyers.
And when you have an entire group of people, including locals like yourself, that are attempting to sway the public perception that they did something to harm their son, and you're inciting vigilante justice to be taken and lies repeatedly, I think their lawyer being present is very reasonable.
Lawyers go with them to go advocate for their son on the news unless there's a problem. So what that signals to me is they know that they are the target of a criminal investigation. One or both of them are. What other possible explanation is there?
I don't know.
Anybody? I mean, I don't have one.
I don't have one either to this. I do.
They don't have any explanations for an attorney being present alongside the parents of a missing child who the public has gone after for over a year. Are you fucking joking? Who Dog the Bounty Hunter got on news media and said you can just kick the door in and do a citizen's arrest. Who have incited harm, who have their team members of the biological father still out there in their neighborhood, keeping them under surveillance as of last fucking weekend, recording them, filming them, and then posting it on social media, Silver's on the scene. And you question why they would have an attorney present? Are you that dumb? Don't answer that. You're already displaying
I
it.
want to acknowledge you can't see me super chat. Hope the feet and socks have their affairs in order. Thank you for putting up your super chat, and we appreciate you. Sorry.
I mean, I'm just looking to see if anybody's got any other options. I don't know what other possible reason you have a lawyer there if you don't believe you're the target of an investigation. So I believe that's the case. Everything's indicated it. The history of this was early on, law enforcement was saying,
This just makes me so fucking angry listening to this shit again.
the Proudfoot, their family, they're cooperative, they're working with police, they're nobody's been, they wouldn't rule anybody out, but they also wouldn't name a suspect or whatever. Everything was fine. Sometime around April or May, they froze Seth out, right? Wouldn't talk to Seth, but they were still kind of talking to the Proudfoot family. Then sometime around October or so, something happened. We don't know what happened, but something happened, I think, to tip off Katie and Chris that they were actually the targets and that maybe they got harsh in an interrogation. Maybe they accused them. Who knows? Whatever happened, maybe a warrant or whatever. I don't know. But something happened where it tipped them off, and that's when these rumors about the lawyer came about, which we now know is around, at least at the for the news events, right?
And truth for us is they feel targeted. That's why they brought the attorney along with them.
And this is also around the time they decided they need to bring in a disinformation agent to come and start doing some cleanup, some narrative shifting to muddy the waters. And it was fairly effective for a little while. I don't think anybody buys it anymore. Even people on that team are starting to question it because it's so over the top and ridiculous, right? So they started doing all of that. Chris comes out and does an appearance, all upset when it was being revealed that he was behind the scenes dropping narratives to certain creators to put all these rumors about Seth out there. That was back in December. And now we're at the 1-year anniversary, and it will have been 280 days since Katie had been out in public in any form or fashion advocating for her son to come home.
These people are just cringe as fuck. This is from February 23rd, 2025. This was a great display, in my opinion, of what the team was trying to push.
Right. And it's with this, and it was, they tried to time it with this little creative narrative thing with the video. They got busted up by WSMV. So they actually did us a favor by releasing that early, because now it's not going to work. They're going to have to regroup and come up with something else.
So many people have asked that, Big Bad Truth.
Yeah. So Sharon Marlowe, thank you for that. Video has them freaked out. It was their last hoax.
I think you're right.
I think they're absolutely desperate. And if you look at them,
thank you, Sharon.
You look at them. Look, I don't know what'll happen. I don't know if they'll be found guilty. I don't know if they'll win a trial. I don't know.
Look at that. Look at that comment from Seth. They brought a fixer. So what do we call Tony and At Night, Seth? What do we call them? They brought an attorney. You hired a person that's got no credentials in being a spokesperson, and intelligence agency that lacks any intelligence. Who brought the fixer? And you want to talk about intentional misinformation and pushing of narratives. That's all the team has done all along. I guess that would be considered, where's that button? Right here, one of these.
Oopsie, made a oopsie.
Huh.
No, but I absolutely believe they are the target. One or both of them are the targets of the investigation. I think they know it. I think everybody knows it. Everybody keeps telling us this, has told us this for a year. What else are we supposed to believe? And if you look at them, they look like they look terrible. They look like they've aged a decade, even since the summer. And when we saw them in the summer,
We saw
we
them
were
in
like, man, they look
August, right?
terrible. They look like they'd aged 5 years then. They look like they've aged another 5 years from this point. So they're worried. They know it's bad. And so the writing on that is on the wall. In a way, it doesn't even matter what my opinion is. It doesn't matter what I think. Ultimately, what will matter is what Sumner County thinks. And it's obvious, I think, to all of us that Sumner County thinks that the Proud Feet, one or both of them, have a hand in Sebastian's disappearance. And that's where they're building their case. They talk with Seth reportedly nearly every day.
Oh, law enforcement is building a case against Chris and Katie, and they talk to Seth almost daily. But Seth came out tonight in front of Sumner County and said they're not doing shit, basically.
They have an open, and Seth is thrilled with them. He's
Seth is thrilled with law enforcement.
said it multiple times since Sebastian's birthday that they're doing great. I believe in them. I think even Hong came out and said something like that the other day on Twitter.
I think it was yesterday or
yesterday.
Yeah, he said something like they're going to bring this baby home or something. And I don't know why that he said that. Does he know something? Has he heard something? We've got Nick Barris acting like there's news coming. It feels like momentum.
It does.
All feels like it's heading toward the Proud Feet.
Oh, really?
Now, some people will be like, you don't know. I need receipts. I know. Some people need authority figures to tell them what to think.
Yeah, no, we don't need authority figures to tell us what to think, but we don't go off of twisted bullshit that you guys have to constantly walk back and forth because there's no proof behind anything that you're saying. Once again, thank you guys for all hanging out with me. I know you could be anywhere on a Friday night, and you're here with me, stuck in the bullshit with me. Thank you.
We haven't had to do that here. We are a critical thing.
I could have gone full Spanky right there. You could have been anywhere on the internet, and you chose to spend time with me. Blech.
Thinking group.
You chose to spend time weeding through the fuckery once again with me and Hank. It's truly Hank.
Just like before we had somebody officially tell us this was a criminal investigation, we told you it was a criminal investigation. It was obviously a criminal investigation. Just like we told you that Seth didn't get a 3-hour break at the jail to go abduct Sebastian in the middle of the night.
But did he get a 2-hour break? Asking for me. I haven't seen proof of it, but I'm interested because I've heard people confidently say that over and over again, and I would love to know, did he have a 2-hour break? Hey, Stitching, it's good to see you.
Night. And some people didn't believe it until they had the firm evidence. They couldn't think critically for themselves to realize that's absurd, right? So we're just telling you that this is where it's heading. You can choose to believe it or not.
Everybody's kind of agreeing with you here.
It's obvious. The writing's on the wall. I'm going to go through a little more though, because I did my work on it. So I may as well read it, right?
You can't see me. Says no shoes equals feet and socks.
Let me get to the. So that's where we think this is all going.
And I wanted to just.
So that's where they thought this was all going. So again, just because I can, and it's only 2 minutes long, I'm going to throw it back to this before we go into the next part.
Been 453 days since now 16-year-old Sebastian Rogers vanished from his home in Hendersonville.
And this was tonight that this was done. Now, remember, we've heard how many clips of them saying that Seth was talking to law enforcement daily, almost daily. For a couple months, they were saying that publicly.
His disappearance sparked national headlines, but now his father says the case is losing momentum. With National Missing Children's Day coming up on Sunday, he is raising his voice and demanding urgency. News 2's Caitlin Quisenberry is outside the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, where Sebastian's father made an emotional plea today. Caitlin.
Sebastian's biological father, Seth Rogers, was deeply frustrated when he spoke with me. He fears the case is going cold.
My son's been missing for 15 months, and they don't care.
Sebastian disappeared in February last year. He was just 15 years old. Initial search efforts involved local
Revival, I believe he had a hand in it. Absolutely. 100%. Yep. Absolutely. Because they need to switch the optics again. Amber, I agree with you fully. That's why a lot of people can only, like, a lot of people get tunnel visioned, and I will admit I can do it myself too. And there are certain things that I want to correct from BJ from last night and BHB from today. But when you put it in capacity, people like the E's, in my opinion, are way just as dangerous. And I say that just alongside you with, they pretend that they are honest, wholesome, well respected in their community, upstanding, and the harm that they spew out of their mouths. Yeah, I believe that they are. I'd rather deal with people like Smiley, who shows she's unhinged and untrustworthy, or BHB and BJ. These other people are way more slick, and I think just as dangerous, if not more.
Police, the TBI, and the FBI. But those physical searches have since shifted to focus on the investigative side. The last press conference on the case was more than a year ago.
I would love to see them actually conducting more searches. I'd like to have some communication on the tips that have come in just with me.
So what happened between March, April, May? You were talking to them daily. So what happened here, Seth?
So that I know that when a tip comes in, I'm not following up on what job they're supposed to do.
Let me guess, they're not going to send resources to Ford's Pond and Oregon because that's bullshit. You know, they're not going to buy that the outline of Ford's Pond matches Katie's tattoo and run with that shit.
Seth says only one detective is actively assigned to the case and that he is often left to chase down the same leads, also sent to law enforcement.
But we just heard them praise them. We heard Tony on the Lower Lodge praising all of their hard work. We heard the E's say that that's what law enforcement was doing, was building a case. How did we get here, Seth?
Need more than just one set of eyes on this case.
And by the way, if any creators want to use this layout or clips of this, please feel free. The more people that see this, the better. This is truly concerning that we are doing this once again, and the team is restarting. Betty's already done her live. Spanky's got one coming up if he's not live already. The team is all reconvening and regurgitating the same old bullshit with new pushes now against Sumner County.
But it all falls on my shoulders to ask people to help find my son. My son means something to me. These people should be doing their job.
In his push for progress.
Thank you all for sharing this out. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you, Crispy.
Seth says he's reached out to lawmakers and is even drafting federal legislation aimed at reforming how child protection agencies and the Amber Alert system handle missing children's cases.
It's a federal oversight law on places like CPS, DCS, the Amber Alert, getting it redone and taking it out of people's hands that don't care about the children.
According to the FBI, an estimated 460,000 children are reported missing in the U.S. every year. Seth says every one of those cases deserves attention, including Sebastian's.
A parent demands answers. We demand answers because our heart is missing. He is my world. I need him. I need him back with me.
We reached out to the Sumner County Sheriff's Office for a statement. They assured us this case remains a top priority and said in part, please know that behind the scenes, a tremendous amount of work has been done and will continue. Some aspects of the investigation are not visible to the public due to the sensitive nature of the case. Sebastian's family continues to ask for the community's help. If you know anything about Sebastian's whereabouts, you're asked to call the Sumner County Sheriff's Office or the TBI. Those numbers can be found on our website at WKRN.com. Live in Gallatin, Caitlin Quisenberry, News 2.
I find it really interesting that right after the Jen Coffendorfer situation, believing law enforcement, that interview comes out with Caitlin Quisenberry. But I want to throw it back right here once again, just to remind everybody of what he said on February 17th about, or Tony said, his spokesperson.
I don't know if TBI has, but just get his picture out there for me.
I always had a feeling that was a mistake on their part.
I would like to ask for some prayers for Detective Brandon Carter and Sheriff Craddock. Those guys are working hard. You know, the people that love to say that they just don't have any evidence. I can tell you that couldn't be further from the truth. These guys are working relentlessly to bring answers to Seth, to the community, to the family. And they are going to get to the bottom of this. And quite frankly, I believe it's going to be sooner than later.
I sure hope so.
Me too.
I think we all do.
I mean, we're in routine and communication with them. I mean, we just spoke with them yesterday. Wasn't it yesterday we talked to them, Toby?
Yeah, almost daily.
Which is good to know. Do you have any idea what the
Talking to law enforcement almost daily. Let's throw it back even further. Let's go to December 7th, 2024 from Clutch Those Pearls. Let's go back here really quick. Let's see here. He was reviewing this article, this segment that Seth did.
Someone recording it. This was, so there you go. Make sure you hit the thumbs up button.
We're going to have to speed him up.
Can you hear it?
No, we cannot hear it.
You can't hear it, can you?
No. Unfortunately, we can.
Let me try it like this.
I'm
Hold on.
shocked he does, but he's got stuff on Seth. He can't get rid of him. Seth is in a tricky spot with Tony. Yep.
Hold on.
Hold on. Spanky's got to figure it out. Here he goes. He's going to play the audio.
Seth, it's really low. So you got to listen closely. Remember, he's not mic'd up, the person who did this.
So what is already updated in the case about you? What is your
There are no updates that I can share. I do have open communication.
Spanky's having a hard time getting the audio to work. We're paying more attention to what he says after.
They are doing with faith that they will have,
He had complete faith in law enforcement at this time.
or that they do have the ability to bring himself.
Okay, Seth said that he is now working with law enforcement again, that he does have faith that they do and will bring Sebastian home.
So this is
December 7th, 2024.
Stop.
So this is kind of a change, but last time we spoke with you, haven't talked to them since April, and now you have spoken. Is there anything that you can share with us
Today, they have renewed my faith that they are
I think what they're doing, Kim, is I think that they are trying to once again sway the public to believe that Sumner County is corrupt and that they're not doing enough to find Sebastian, to push for another agency to potentially get involved, which we all know the FBI and everybody's been involved. But I believe that they're going to try to sway the public perception that Sumner County is corrupt, and that's why they won't bring charges to Chris and Katie. But Chris and Katie did something, once again, inciting vigilante type justice to be brought, because I believe that they know that there is likely to be charges for potentially Betty if she loses this appeal, and others for interfering in an active investigation. I believe that Sumner County might, and I hope so, charge some of these people with interfering in an active investigation. So I believe that they're trying hard to sway the public perception once again that Sumner County is corrupt and law enforcement isn't doing enough for those reasons. That's my take, though.
So what they did, they had a meeting today, and they have renewed Seth's faith in bringing his son home. Read between the motherfucking lines.
What lines? What lines? He had renewed faith. So he had all this faith from December, January, February, March. What happened in May that he doesn't have faith in law enforcement anymore?
Oh, hold on. What did he say there? And he is confident that they are working on the right leads. Oh my God, my heart's pounding. My heart's pounding.
Could be Frenchie.
FBI, open up! Mother chicken.
You would think.
My son always looks this way.
Amber, it is so hard to, I'm with you because I have empathy for him. I can understand some of his frustration. You know, his son's not home, but then I look at who he's allowed right beside him, what he's been a part of. And I have the hardest time, but I still have empathy for the man that he has a missing child and is surrounded by opportunists. Absolutely wishful thinking. Please do. Thank you.
How about that?
It's so hard
How about that?
To feel both ways.
All right, let's see if we can get live. Oh my God, that's amazing.
No way, Kim.
Freaking
Hell
shaking.
no.
Isn't that great? I'll give you Baba in a second.
So I expect all the team members to come out and tell us exactly what happened from them all having this renewed faith in law enforcement and how they were doing such a great job and charges were going to be brought to now. What changed? Because nothing has changed. There's been no new facts of the case. Nothing has changed publicly from law enforcement. So what has actually changed? I'll be expecting responses and answers to those questions from the team.
Let's see. Whew. I need to thank you, Veronica. That is so generous. Thank you, my dear. Really do appreciate you.
I agree,
love
Kelly.
You are so good
I
to me.
agree with that too.
Truly, thank you. Thank you so much, my love.
I agree with all of you guys. My empathy is very little, and it's not overshadowed with the actual reality of what he's doing either. But I still don't wish anybody to have a missing child. But then again, he's controlled and conducted a lot of this himself.
Opal, thank you so much for 1 month. Really do appreciate you. Tinks, happy 16th birthday, Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. And thank you, Justin, for all you do. Best channel. That's amazing.
So on his birthday, he came out and publicly stated that he had renewed faith. Okay. But then I find this to be very concerning to me. Let me go here. Let me go to this one. I find it really interesting because February, Spanky starts publicly shaming Chris and Katie, asking when was the last time they spoke to law enforcement. So I think it's fair that we ask, when's the last time that Seth spoke to law enforcement? And why did it change from talking to them daily and having complete faith in them to now?
Like, there's no video out there that got released to anybody that me and Katie and Seth haven't already seen.
Oh, I believe you've seen it. I believe you've seen it. Hey, Edgar, when's the last time you've actually, I know you haven't done any interviews at all, other than, defending yourself.
Oh, Kimberly, that's great news. I'm really glad he didn't have to have surgery. And if he does, everything will be okay. But I'm glad to hear things are going well. I'm sure he is frustrated not being able to do 13-year-old boy stuff. Chances are, just so you know, there's ways to get the cast off too if they take the inside lining out. So just keep an eye, because I had a young daughter that took the inside of her cast off so she could slide it on and off. So just keep an eye on things. I will continue to keep you guys in my thoughts, though. Hopefully it'll heal up fast and no surgery is needed, and he'll enjoy his summer.
But I'm talking about, you did the one the other couple weeks ago when you were triggered.
They are.
But when's the last time you spoke to law enforcement?
Yes, they call Chris Edgar from Men in Black, and they call Katie KK. It's disgusting.
When's that last time you spoke to law enforcement?
Blank screen, go away.
When's the last time?
I'm trying to give it's Spanky, the melatonin of YouTube, but I'm trying to keep them interested.
KK spoke to
We're not BJ over here.
law enforcement. If
Yeah.
I don't hear the rose.
Or I'm assuming you're going to be asking the same questions of Seth, right? Since you were asking this of Chris and Katie and trying to demean them when you were trying to paint to the public that Seth was working hand in hand with law enforcement. So I'm assuming you're going to be asking Seth and Tony the exact same questions. When's the last time they spoke to law enforcement and what happened? Because they had renewed faith in law enforcement. They pushed that for quite some time. And then now all of a sudden they're out front of Sumner County talking shit. Yes, it is. Yep. I think he was selling his Tesla. I don't know. He did have a Tesla. He was outside Quentin Simon's house.
Rosy words anymore. Kathy, if there's someone trolling or something, they'll get rid of them. Mods will get rid of them. No worries, any. They'll see it.
Oh, Hope. Hope, if you have a way of contacting me, will you contact me? I want to share with you something that's going on from a previous situation that you know a lot about. I'm not hiding anything from anybody, but Hope knows stuff from other communities. So
why are you not speaking to law enforcement? The last time you spoke about law enforcement, you wanted to say some of us have a good relationship and some of us have not so good of relationship. You didn't want to say,
thank you, Pickle.
We're not talking to law enforcement anymore.
I'll try to throw something together for like a pre-recorded video of bringing attention to some Amber Alerts or some missing flyers. Maybe I'll just go steal a bunch from Duchess and just make a video. Thank you for the reminder.
Huh.
Yep.
Wonder why. Wonder why.
So like I said, I'm assuming you're going to be asking the same questions, right? I'm assuming so. But I think they're also doing some damage control, because if you remember the other day, we looked at this video and I pointed it out when we were doing the timeline of how the team has all been maneuvering around and things that they've been saying and the repetitive nature of them all using there's no urgency, and then hearing that used again today. We've been watching this build up, but I'm going to throw you back to May 14th on Bullhorn Betty's.
And the only reason it'll become a cold case is if the sheriff's department doesn't drop their ego and ask for a new set of eyes.
Nikki McGee, News 2.
Ego seems to be
Hope, thank you. I'll remember to get back to you. I want to share with you something going on.
a major problem when it comes to Sumner County. Ego and arrogance, they get into their own way. It just, in my opinion, just from my experience of dealing with law enforcement agencies across the country. And that's all there is to it, you know? And I see this, it's heartbreaking, it's frustrating, but what do? You know, I never thought a law enforcement body would arrest me for my speech before. That was stupid. But what's more problematic is they're not making headway, and they're still not coming to the public to ask for help or even give them an update on the case. That is poor leadership. No matter how you look at this entire case, when it comes down to this case and the behavior of the people in charge of this case, you can clearly see it's poor leadership.
Did you hear what she just said? So Betty actually said this publicly the other day, and I was curious how that was going to go, if they were going to try to get her back in line from saying, like, hey, we're not talking to law enforcement.
From my experience.
Blank screen. Are you still in here? You'll enjoy this one. Did I take it down already? Hold on. Sorry, I didn't mean to yell, but I just remembered blank screen and the Betty transcript. Hold on, I did. I took it down, but let me grab it. If you're still in here, I got to show you this.
Experience of dealing with law enforcement.
I backed it up.
Law enforcement agencies across the country. And
sorry, guys.
That's all there is to it, you know? And I see this, it's heartbreaking, it's frustrating, but what do? You know? I never thought a law enforcement body would arrest me for my speech before. That was stupid. But what's more problematic is they're not making headway, and they're still not coming to the public to ask for help or even give them an update on the case. That is poor leadership. No matter how you look at this entire case, when it comes down to this case and the behavior of the people in charge of this case, you can clearly see it's poor leadership. There's no doubt in my mind why we are still sitting here this many months later with no direction. So from Odd Murders and Mysteries, there was a post that says Sebastian Wainwright Rogers went missing on February 25th, 2024 from Hendersonville, Tennessee. Sebastian has not been seen since. Sebastian, 15, disappeared from his home.
Speeding her up. But I wonder if this has all kind of been intentional of them doing these things.
In Hendersonville, Tennessee, his disappearance was followed by a multi-agency search of the immediate and surrounding areas, but there was no evidence uncovered. Sebastian's parents are worried about his well-being and states he has been diagnosed with autism and could need medical attention. Police state they have not found any evidence that would lead them to believe he was a victim of foul play, but they don't know what they don't know. According to the FBI, Sebastian is described as 5'5", 120 pounds, which was later changed to be between 110 to 150 pounds, but he has probably changed considerably over the last year. When he disappeared, he had dark blonde hair, brown/hazel eyes, and was last seen wearing a black sweatshirt and black sweatpants and his black framed glasses. Anyone with information about Sebastian Rogers' whereabouts is asked to call Sumner County Sheriff's Office at 615-451-3838 or the Tennessee Bureau of Investigations.
This is when the team was all scrambling to make sure that they knew that they were all going to still cover this case. They were all like vowing, we're not going anywhere. It was really weird.
At 1-800-TBI-FIND, 1-800-TBI-FIND. And lastly, Crime Girl Alley has a post here that kind of describes the timeline, at least for everybody to have a good understanding and why I selected this. And then after this post, we'll move over to Lily and Jack's story. Missing child alert, Sebastian Wayne Rogers.
They were all like making sure it was known that they weren't going anywhere. It was really odd. We've watched this before if you want to go see it.
Incorrect with everything that we've heard, is would be more in line around 7, and went to bed at 9. On February 26, 2024 at 6 a.m., Katie discovered no evidence was found. On February,
It's a lot of BS that she throws in here with this.
word from the FBI.
If you want the actual facts of the case, you go to the TBI website. That's where the facts of the case are solely there with an accurate timeline of what law enforcement knows.
My office is $50,000 leading to the location of Sebastian. And there's also another $500,000 reward being offered by At Night Intelligence Agency with some strings attached. Contact information, if you have any information about Sebastian's whereabouts, Sumner County's phone number 615-451-3838, Tennessee Bureau of Investigations, 800 TBI find, or you can.
I do too, Kim. What for though? What are your guys', anybody have any ideas of what that would be for?
Submit something by email to tips@tbi.net.tn.gov. Sebastian is a bright, kind-hearted teen who loves animals, video games, books, and swimming. He is deeply missed by his family and community.
It's really sad. Honestly, I was thinking about that the other day, Big Bad Truth. Even though I cover all sorts of different creators, they're still covering this story. So I cover Sebastian's case by proxy through them a lot. And it really bothers me because sometimes it feels like even pushing back on these guys does no good. It really gets frustrating at times because you're like, there's nothing we can do to stop what's happening to these missing children besides talk about it publicly and say, no, this isn't fair. But it's every day for 15 months. These guys have been doing this every day. One or another or multiple all day long. There are so many that we can't even cover. There's so many people that cover this. It's wild. We're so behind always.
And request that anybody share this post. To share this post. Okay, guys. So there's our avocation for Sebastian Wayne Rogers this morning. I don't want to get too far away from him. There is no new information that we can provide you. There is a couple sightings we've heard about just recently related to Sebastian Rogers, one being as far away as Alaska. And this is important because we know 2 people shortly after.
This was just the 14th of May, you guys.
Sebastian's disappearance took off.
Alaska came about after the Ford's Pond bullshit got regurgitated once again by Crime Time Buzz.
Off to Alaska. So that's about as much information.
They have fed off one thing of misinformation, rumors, into another over the last 2 weeks. They have rehashed and brought up things like Ford's Pond, the lights video. Like there's just been one thing after another that's had this trickle effect for the last 2 weeks between all of them. They're all adding in bits and pieces of bigger misinformation. And it's just been so frustrating to watch.
Or new information that we have. The search has still been the same. The goal is still the same. Find Sebastian, bring him home. But again, we have no cooperation from law enforcement, no public relations with law enforcement.
NorCal, I think for some, it's the first time people are willing to like speak about this and push back. Like I think more people are now seeing different sides, different angles of all the different harmful things that happen within and attached to these cases. So maybe it's because people are being honest about it and like, this is ridiculous. This is crazy. I don't know. I don't know what's changed in this one because it's happened in so many cases. It seems like you guys tell me about cases that they've been doing this to for years. So I don't know. Like, what is different about this one? Good question.
But law enforcement really doesn't care about the world. He doesn't even, I mean, this is
I know for me, like I was very tunnel visioned in my first case. So spreading out and seeing how many creators cover this has been extremely daunting and eye-opening and concerning because there's no way I could cover all the people covering it or do enough justice to like push back on all of this misinformation. It's impossible. So you pick who you can watch and you go with it and you miss so fucking much of what others are doing. There's people on Twitter all day, every day, posting shit about this.
A calling card.
I mean, random shit. Rumors that have never been sourced or proof attached to nothing.
For his next campaign, right? He doesn't talk to his community. He doesn't lower the worries of his community, and he fails to give any update on the largest story in his community's history. That is a total failure and a lack of leadership from the Sumner County Sheriff's Department. Now, it's a little
Kim, that hit me the other day. I was sitting there thinking about that, and I know a lot of you guys followed that case in depthly. It is still happening 3 years, almost 4 years, correct? It'll be almost 4 years that Summer's been missing. Some are still going back and forth because of that case, a missing child's case. It's wild. And then, yeah,
bit of a different scenario when you go all the way over to Nova Scotia, Canada, where the Canadian police, the Canadian Mounted Police, have been very communicative with the community at large, as well as mainstream media and social media on exactly what they think has happened in this case. They let us know that they do believe both of these children are no longer with us. And that was the reason why they chose to scale back their search efforts. There's no urgency to find them alive because they're
notice the use of the word urgency.
Obviously some type of indication that leads that
Blank screen, if you're still in here, I didn't forget I found that clip to show you.
These children are deceased.
You'll get a kick out of it.
So first of all, I want to thank Clutch Them Pearls as well as Splendor for getting dispatch calls out to the world. Clutch Them Pearls.
The main head team members have started to move on. It makes me wonder. Again, that was May 14th. Okay, I'm going to go full screen for a minute. I didn't get Betty. Betty got herself here. The RC. See, I haven't covered this case in depthly. It's so hard to keep up with one, let alone another one, and break it all back. That's the other part, is I wish there was other people that could, I mean, every one of these cases, they jump on and do so much. It's impossible to keep up with what these people do in these cases and the misinformation or all of the details and the facts. Oh my God. These people have been insane. Okay. I'm going to take you full screen for a minute and show you the transcript. Blank screen, if you're in here, this is for you. So her transcript earlier today, or earlier, got her on the yesterday? Yeah, yesterday, the 22nd. If you read here, it says dispatch is, but the time zone could be a factor in being close. She goes on to say, if anybody has that interview, please send it to Bullhorn Betty, is what she says. But the transcript picked up hornbetty@gmail.com. Her transcript fucked her up. Poor Betty. Poor Betty. The transcript is trolling her. Let's watch what she said tonight. I'm curious to see what she said tonight.
And it does that to me. I don't know why. I don't know why it does that, but it does. Hey guys, it's nice to see you. I'm trying to find a background. I was hoping to have some time to look for all this stuff before we started, but
I fucking love when the transcript or their own shit starts trolling them. Fuck her.
apparently I forgot to hit something.
She's
and it started my life ASAP.
a jackass.
Anyways, let me find the background. I know that one here would be appropriate.
If they go back to like find her email, that's what they're going to email.
Hello, my beautifuls. Hello. Hello, the real me too. Gypsy Girl, Amy, Cindy, Eeyore, Blue, Kathleen, Cinderella, T Toxa, Teresa. Hold on, which reminds me. Yeah, something to do. Who else do we have? Everything's kind of going up on me. Amy M, Twitch, Jack, hello, Melanie. Oh, Merle's mom. Well, hello there, my love. How are you doing? I hope you are doing well. The real me too, Lakeith, SPED teacher. It's nice to see you. Peggy, football mom.
She got a blowout.
Every time I talk about big butts.
Her hair looks good. Clean, I should say.
Which it has a habit of doing every now and again. I don't understand why. It just does. If you guys haven't been signed up
He's freshly showered.
for a day or longer, you're about to lose access to see you, Izzy Girl.
She had to switch to get trolls
West
out.
Virginia Holler Girl. Who? This has known about it for a while. He's
Okay. We are going to see what she had to say. This is from tonight.
pushing for change. He is, yes. And I've known about it. I think everybody that's been close to this has known about it for a while. Shirley H, Soldier Girl, it's nice to see. Oh, hindsight. It's nice to see you, love bud. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing well. Beth, it's nice to see you. So I figured we'd go over this because many of you guys know we're part of Sebastian's army. We're going to always be part of Sebastian's army. Sebastian's story will forever be with me. Aw, thank you, Vicky. God bless you. She says I stand behind you. Aw, thank you. Big, big hearts and hugs and love and kisses. And it's been a little, it's been hard for people in the true crime community. I really, I think, because in my personal opinion, we are all here rooting for Seth and rooting for Sebastian and rooting that something, miraculous happens.
Oh, this is weird.
But when we
I can already feel this is going to get weird. Why are they pulling away?
compare this case to other cases, we know a huge difference. And one of those huge differences
Is Betty getting scared and pulling away?
lack of any noticeable searches. I mean, if a state is a no crime state, which again, I know people are going to say, oh, it's not. Well, look at their history. Yes, it is. They don't really take circumstantial cases to trial, not like this. So if you look at the history of Tennessee, the whole entire state, yeah, you might have an outlier, one or two in the history of the state, but you don't really.
NorCal, were your ears ringing last night? We were talking about you.
So, and
when the vet told me that Hank's going to easily be 90 pounds, me and Kyle were talking about, yeah, we might need a trainer.
That's the point I'm trying to make. So if he's missing, you got to be looking for him or his remains. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You're either looking for him or looking for his remains or both, right? Because maybe you just, maybe in the cops or the law enforcement's mind, they don't know what happened. I have to find that hard to believe at this juncture in the case. But hey, you know what? Maybe they don't know what happened, so it could be either or. At the
Wait, I thought they were building a case.
end of the day, the lack of searches is the one thing that is so problematic for me, is the lack of searches. Beauty and Brains, I'm so glad Seth spoke out. He did exactly what needs to be done. And I love the location. It was right in front of Sumner County Sheriff's Office. And the last time we tried to do an event out there, it was sabotaged by Sumner County Sheriff's Office in conjunction and in concert with the Proud Feet and Bower Sox. So I'm thinking.
So they think the Bower Sox and the Proud Feet worked hand in hand with Sumner County to sabotage their last event. Meanwhile, that's when the FBI offered $50,000. She had gotten out of jail. Okay.
That at some time
They sat out there and had a prayer circle.
in the near future, I think we need to have a real go at it. Because, at the end of the day, what upset me is that people were there to show up for the gathering of voices. And because of everything that happened.
Oh, are they going to push for in-person protesting now? Is that what we're doing?
Happened to me, they didn't know whether it was going on, whether it wasn't going on. They just assumed it would not be going on because of the situation at hand. I don't think they realized how pissed off that made me, and nothing was going to stop me from being
Up to the $50,000 by the FBI, yes. On the 6-month anniversary in August. That's when that happened. But they were able to have their little prayer circle.
there, because I thought the entire ploy was to prevent that from even going forward, and I was not going to let any of those assholes have that.
And they also got media attention off of it too. So what did Sumner County exactly do?
When I was going to show up, whether they liked it or not, whether I liked it or not. Trust me, I was exhausted. I had better things to do, but not, that was the job. And we did the job. We completed the task at hand, despite what happened. Nobody can ever say that I don't complete the goal.
These people, all of these people just lost a massive lawsuit in Pennsylvania. Massive. The first anti-SLAPP lawsuit in Pennsylvania, making history. And this is what they come out and choose to do after losing a lawsuit. It seems like her not getting indicted by the grand jury has emboldened them, but also pissed them off. It's weird.
At hand, because we did. And damn, what a bumpy ride to get there. But I still think he deserves a real gathering of voices where our voices are raised and people take it seriously. Where is the community, the neighborhood? Lovely people, I guess, but cowardly behavior. Well, show poodle, think about it. No matter how you feel about Miss Bobby, she basically said it in a nutshell. We just want this to go away. We don't want it to interfere with our life. People have gotten so consumed in their own lives that even when a child is missing from literally their road, they don't think their life should be disrupted. I'm not making this stuff up. This is truly how people think. I don't know where the community is. We do have people in the community. I want to be very, very clear on that are helping behind the scenes. A great.
Wait a second. Is she pissed off at Bobby? I got to rewind that. Hold on. Sorry.
Even when a child is missing from literally their road, they don't think their life should be disrupted. I'm not making this stuff up. This is truly how people think. I don't know where the community is. We do have people in the community. I want to be very, very clear on that are helping behind the scenes a great deal. These are the neighbors. These are the people that are talking. These are the Miss Bobbies of the world. So, you know, in the same vein, I don't want to knock it because they're the ones that have been able to provide us the most information and most details about this case that we did not know. I mean, think about it. If it wasn't for Miss Bobby, we really wouldn't know nothing about those lights. I mean, we would have seen those lights from Nick Barris, but we wouldn't have anything else to corroborate anything, you know? But I agree, cowardly behavior nonetheless. Hey, Rita, it's nice to see you. Betty, I have been...
Oh, shit. They just tossed Bobby under the bus. They just tossed Bobby under the bus, like figuratively and literally and all the things. They just came out and said they wouldn't know half the shit, these rumors, without her. They're trying to say that she's been the one behind most of these rumors that they've been running with and calling her a coward at the same time. They're pissed off at her. So here she goes. She gets to be the one that has been the source of their misinformation.
Watching you, Sis Gabby. Oh, yeah, I recognize you.
Everyone, they have built in people that they turn and go on every time.
I recognize your name. I don't go in many chats. I just listen. Well, thank you for being here. Big hugs and
Hey,
kisses.
Bobby.
Big hugs and kisses. I pray that Sebastian is found.
It wasn't you this time, Bobby. The other Bobby.
But you know what? It's hard. It's hard for this boy. This is the reason why it pisses me off, honestly. Because Sebastian, on one hand, he hasn't been found. One way or another, you know, despite condition, he hasn't been found. So law enforcement hasn't done the job to bring him home, won't allow anybody to come in to help them, won't allow the public without intimidating the shit out of them to even try to assist or try to search.
You would think, like, I've wondered that myself, Brad, so many times. Like, what is it? People are risking a lot for the shit that they're doing, in my opinion, and it just blows my mind.
For it. So let's look at this. Who are they really helping? Because from where I'm sitting, they've never been here helping Sebastian. You know, and I don't want to knock the good men and women of Sumner County that has worked hard on this case. But at the end of the day, we're here 15 months later with nothing to show.
Y'all, what is happening? Okay, what are we missing? We're missing details. We're on to something. Kim, what are we missing? We are on to something, you guys. What are they up to?
Show for it. So there is that. There's been no communication to the public in over a year from the sheriff. There's been no even constructed communication by way of a press release in over a year. So they've shut the public out. They shut the community out. They shut Sebastian out. Obviously, we have one hot papa for a father. If you guys haven't seen it, let's go ahead and play it. You could have a chest in this far enough that you guys should be able to see it. There it is.
It has been 453 days since now 16-year-old Sebastian Rogers vanished from his home in Hendersonville. His disappearance sparked national headlines, but now his father says the case is losing momentum. With National Missing Children's Day coming up on Sunday, he is raising his voice and demanding urgency. News 2's Caitlin Quisenberry is outside the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, where Sebastian's father made an emotional plea today. Caitlin.
Sebastian's biological father, Seth Rogers, was deeply frustrated when he spoke with me. He fears the case is going cold.
I can't seem to get it right.
For 15 months. And they don't care.
Sebastian disappeared in February last year. He was just 15 years old. Initial search efforts involved local police, the TBI, and the FBI, but those physical searches have since shifted to focus on the investigative side. The last press conference on the case was more than a year ago.
I would love to see them actually conducting more searches. I'd like to have some communication on the tips that have come in just with me, so that I know that when a tip comes in, I'm not following up on what the job they're supposed to do.
Seth says only one detective is actively assigned to the case, and that he is often left to chase down the same leads, also sent to law enforcement.
We need more than just one set of eyes on this case, but it all falls on my shoulders to ask people to help find my son. My son means something to me. These people should be doing their job.
In his push for progress, Seth says he's...
What do we call this face? Anybody? What is this face? What's this face tonight? Why did that sound like a duck? Did you guys hear that?
He's reached out to lawmakers and is even drafting federal legislation aimed at reforming how child protection agencies and the Amber Alert system handle missing children's cases.
It's a federal oversight law on places like CPS, DCS, the Amber Alert, getting it redone, and taking it out of people's hands that don't care about the children.
According to the FBI, an estimated 460,000 children are reported missing in the U.S. every year. Seth says every one of those cases deserves attention, including Sebastian's.
A parent demands answers. We demand answers because our heart is missing. He is my world. I need him. I need him back with me.
I hope that's a name I haven't heard in forever. That almost just took me out. There's ducks walking up and down the sidewalk in front of my neighbor's house. They're probably in and out of their pool.
We reached out to the Sumner County Sheriff's Office for a statement. They assured us this case remains a top priority and said in part, please note that behind the scenes a tremendous amount of work has been done and will continue. Some aspects of the investigation are not visible to the public due to the sensitive nature of the case. Sebastian Stanley continues to ask for the community's help. If you know anything about Sebastian's whereabouts, you're asked to call the Sumner County Sheriff's Office or the TBI. Those numbers.
I can hear a dog occasionally too, but you could hear ducks in the background of me. That was my neighbors.
Found on our website at WKRN.com. Live in Gallatin, Caleb Quisenberry, News 2.
So many are very proud because it seems like he's frustrated. It seems like he's kind of, excuse me, done with the inaction.
Yeah, the duck was on my end, you guys. Sorry. You guys are all trying to hear what you hear in hers. And I'm like, oh no, there's a duck out here.
And let's call it what it is. It's the inaction of Sumner County. And their excuse is always, well, we can't because there's an investigation. There's an investigation. There's an investigation. Well, part of that investigation is also finding him. And we've got no searches while Seth is sitting here watching these Nova Scotia kids get all the stops pulled out for them in Canada. And here he is in America, in Tennessee. And he can't even get people off their butt to go out and do
Okay, it's a different country, first of all, different regulations, different everything.
targeted searches based on the data that they
And they searched a ton. These children just went missing. Sumner County was responding like this in the first few months after Sebastian went missing too.
they've received in from the evidence. So what does that say? They are constantly never wanting to answer the tough questions on where are they at in the case. Are they further along? Are they not further along? Are they getting close to an arrest? Have they identified persons?
Sebastian's been missing for 15 months. These children in Canada just went missing, and it's a different country. There's a lot of things that differ, but again, the urgency was there. The response was incredible by Sumner County, the TBI, all the agencies that they brought in.
Of interest? Have they identified any suspects? Have they gotten forensics from the home? Did they receive their data in? We're not asking them what the information is. We're just asking them, have they received it? And you get crickets. Sumner County has failed Sebastian Rogers and
It is so frustrating to hear them say that because the response from Sumner County was exceptional. And if every missing person, missing child got that response, holy shit, they did everything.
continues to do so every single day that they fail to get out.
I'm sure it's frustrating for the parents that their child isn't home and law enforcement hasn't found him. I'm sure it is. But at some point in time, we have to be realistic too.
Out there and actually search for him and bring him home.
What are they doing?
It's sad this child is missing and he didn't just disappear into thin air.
When I watched that, Autumn, I was literally having reactions. I was like, what the fuck is going on?
Or taken by aliens. Hey, Nola's mom. Nice to see you, love.
Taken by aliens. Shut up, Betty.
I agree 100%. I agree. Hey, Lorraine.
Yeah.
So I'm very proud of Seth, and I think him standing up and speaking up, and
I don't know where it ranks, but I know that people in Tennessee are extremely impressed. Doug Bishop said that 1% of missing children get the response that Sebastian got. Like 1% of missing children get that type of amazing response. That's staggering stats, if true. And they're complaining about
having that authority, and standing up, and it sounds like he's just having that. That's been my problem. Is I felt like Sumner County was blowing smoke up his ass. I was very appreciative and very thankful that they started communicating with him. But to me, it just seems like they were blowing smoke up his butt, because we look at all these other cases. If you don't believe me, go look at other missing cases that turned into homicide cases or turned into child custody abduction cases and go look at those. There were multiple searches for most of everybody. And Sebastian gets 8 days and not one stinking day over that. I'm just having a hard time understanding in 15 months how they don't have cell tower hits. Even if it's not during the time he's missing, just areas that may have been seen or that the parents may have gone to, or maybe somebody on the other side of the family has gone to. Where is those types of searches? Were they ever at a desolate area near a lake to fish? Where was it? Have they searched that area thoroughly as well? I just feel like every time we turn around, Sumner County is hiding. And you know how I feel about people that hide. They've got something to hide.
I forgot I have sound effects on this motherfucker. That's all I hear is a fucking kazoo. Shut up, Betty. Shut up, Betty. Like, this is bullshit.
When you run away
And you know it.
and you don't have the integrity to address the issues, nobody's asking for integrity to the case information. All I think the whole entire world, the world is asking for is just to show
Seth said he had daily interaction with law enforcement. What changed?
some respect to Sebastian to give the community and the world an update on the biggest case in that community's history, especially in light of the fact that we just passed the year
What is going on with these looks, Betty?
milestone, and
What is happening here?
you haven't gotten us any closer
And they gave a statement tonight. Sumner County gave a statement to the news media.
to justice. It's a damn shame. It's a damn shame. Sumner County's an embarrassment. I'm sorry.
They're continuing to investigate. They don't have any information right now. They haven't located Sebastian.
And I know that there's good men and women in the Sumner County law enforcement agencies there. So
There's so many people that go missing that aren't found for years. Alicia Navarro, missing 4 years, walked in. Law enforcement tried everything in that case.
it's not, I'm not painting this
A lot of times it's not because they're not trying.
with a broad brush. The people that are lacking is the leadership. Their leadership is shit. And until the people of Sumner County are tired of paying for garbage, maybe it's time to start voting differently, because that's the only way you're getting change. You're getting royally screwed in that county. And I'm going to say that on my platform.
Chico.
Royally screwed.
Sorry, Chico and Pika. I know this is frustrating because you guys, we've talked about this so often about the response from Sumner County and how incredible it was. And I know it drives you guys nuts. So sorry I popped this on and got you in the chat, Chico.
Royally screwed. You are being failed by every aspect of your government. Every aspect of your government. And I mean every aspect of the government, down to the schools.
Yeah.
Because I saw this one lady's post. Oh my gosh. And she was a counselor for a Sumner County elementary school, counseling our elementary school students.
Crime Time Buzz is an educator.
And having a complete utter meltdown online because Donald Trump is president.
Oh, they found out a counselor at Sumner County is liberal. Oh, imagine that. Now the school is going to have failed him too because she's a liberal.
Now, if that's not screaming mental health problem,
Oh, Lord bless it. I'm telling you guys, now they're going to use politics to try and shame a teacher at the school because the teacher at the school isn't going along with their narrative. Is that correct?
I don't know what is. And then to think that they're counseling our children about proper mental health. So when I say they're being failed
This has nothing to do with what? This has nothing to do. Oh my God.
by the entire government of Sumner County, that's exactly what I mean. Oh, who's this? Oh, Pamela, thank you.
We have no idea. Oh my God. I see what they're doing.
Pamela gifted 5
I see exactly what they're fucking doing. Jesus criminies.
Bullhorn Betty memberships. If you received your Bullhorn Betty membership, don't forget to tell Pamela thank you. And for the
They need a teacher to go along with their story, and this one wouldn't go along with their story, and they can't make a case against them. Oh,
those that received your gifted Bullhorn Betty membership, welcome to this crazy
that's just my assumption, by the way.
family we call the Coffee Club, i.e. the insane asylum. Grab your straight jacket and your padded room. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. I am disabled and I don't get out of my
There's a very specific reason why they're coming out and discrediting a counselor at the school for her political association or likes. That a counselor probably wouldn't go along with something that they needed to make their narrative work, in my assumption. There's a reason they're not just picking this counselor at the school and targeting her 15 months later for no reason and bringing out something to do with politics. They're up to no good. Sorry, calling it like it is.
house. I feel like I know more about this case than they do. I know, and it's hard not to feel that way, especially when they want everybody to believe all these things. Like, we know what we're seeing, you know? So, and then I know that some people got a little upset. Oh, who dat? Oh my gosh, who dat gifted 10 Bullhorn Betty memberships. Well, God bless you, who dat. Thank you so much. And for the 10 that received the Bullhorn Betty memberships, welcome to this crazy family we call the Coffee Club, i.e. the Insane Asylum. Grab your straight jacket in your padded room and welcome aboard. Thank you guys. Oh, that's so sweet. That's so sweet. No, Sebastian. Father demands answers. News lady, not family. Seth is all that Sebastian has ever had. I amen.
This just frustrates me on a level I can't even explain. I'm sure it does you guys too, because we see exactly what is happening. Why do they have to do this? This is so unfair to Sebastian, truly. Sebastian, just like every other missing child, missing person, deserves justice and to be brought home. But they don't deserve their families to go through complete and utter hell based on rumors and speculation when we don't have evidence to back that up. Sebastian deserves better than this, and they have no problem continuing on these games. Why not lie? Why not misinform? Why not intentionally play games? They don't have any attachment to this missing child. This missing child is somebody's loved one, somebody's son. And they've completely gotten way too comfortable smearing the dignity of these missing children's families.
Into that, Jessica. Amen to that.
Ugh.
But it's just so disheartening. You know what I mean? Like, we know that this just isn't right. I feel like this is a total, and I mean total failure for Sebastian. A total failure. I mean, from the time he was here with us and his dad knew where he was before any of us knew who he was or who his dad is or who his mom and stepfather.
Amber, me too. It's heartbreaking to see that what is happening to family after family and know that there's nothing we can do to get ahead of it.
There are, the whole damn system failed him. The Department of Children and Family Services failed him. Law enforcement, in all fairness, there's no way we can say they didn't try searching for him. It's just that there was a lot of, from my understanding, strategical issues that had happened and logistical issues that were happening behind the scene. And that does happen. So I don't want to knock them for this. They have.
Where's the proof of that? They brought in additional agencies. So where's the proof of that? And again, many times, many places are searched over and over again and things are missed. But where's the proof of things falling and not working out, logistically speaking?
There's not one case I've ever seen that has gone perfectly. There's some that go better than others, but I have never seen any case go perfectly. Everything done perfect, no problems, no problems with the investigation, no problems with law enforcement, no problems with the prosecution. You just don't really get that. And so I anticipate that there's problems. But my biggest problem with these kids and these kids' cases, and I understand teenagers run away, but it is not taking the ounce of prevention. The ounce of prevention is what really frustrates me from state to state, because some states do it right and some states just fail all over the place. And what do I mean that? An ounce of prevention. It means getting in there and turning that house into a crime scene, turning your bedroom.
Would you assholes stop talking about cupcakes, because now I want cake. And I already got cookies one night this week. I don't need to be doing this. But these people make me crave sugar.
Or wherever they were last seen. If it was their home, that's what's turned into the crime scene. If it was a parking lot of a store and they're seen on camera, that's turned into the crime. Wherever they were last seen turned into the crime scene. But
it's so nice to see them do something. It really is. It's nice to see that countries recognize the harm that's being done and are attempting to protect their victims. There's stuff in the UK that's pretty good about certain things too. We're so far behind.
At the end of the day, the houses that
and I do believe we will eventually get there. I do believe that the right people will get interested and start realizing what is happening and things will change. I do believe that eventually laws will be passed to change things, but I believe it's going to take us a long time to get there. And unfortunately, that means another family and another family. And it feels like this is one of those things that needed done 15 years ago.
These children were at should have been turned into a crime scene. That means, and that is much different than searching the home. That means that they dust for prints, they look for latent, they use different chemicals. Oh my gosh, who dat gifted another 10 Bullhorn Betty memberships. Well, thank you. Thank you so much for your love and support. God bless you for that. And for those that received your Bullhorn Betty membership, please don't forget to say who dat, tell who dat, thank you. And welcome to this crazy family we call the Coffee Club. I hear the insane asylum. Grab your straight jacket in your padded room. And Deanna, thank you. You guys are showering the whole channel with gifted Bullhorn Betty memberships. We're going to be one big, happy, psychotic family soon. But hey, at least we're working, right? At least we're working. And we're working on these cases and we're bringing attention to the cases that need them the most. So I hope you guys enjoy your gifted Bullhorn Betty memberships. Please, if you know who gave them to you, don't forget to tell them thank you. It's always such a nice surprise. It's always such a nice surprise. And there is some members-only content. I don't think I've done a whole lot members-only for this specific case, but other cases in the past. There's some content back there that you guys might be interested in. So now, I know I want. I keep bouncing the idea around. I want to get out there and I want to search. I've got to be honest with you. I'm absolutely dying to search. This is the one thing we've never done in this case. We were planning on it. We were preparing for it. That's the whole purpose of the June trip, was to get a lay of the land, get an understanding of the area, what happened at night, what happened during the day, get a, do the fact finding trip. And then we were always supposed to go back after the fact finding trip and start preparing groups to start going out and searching certain areas, targeted areas that we've identified from that fact finding trip. And now we went on this whole little detour where Sumner County, in conjunction, in concert with the Proud Feet and the Bower Sox, have used their arms to intimidate people to not search for this boy.
Come again. There has been no threats that have been made. There's been nobody that has had to stop searching.
Oh, you guys are so sweet. Who dat and show
The Serpentine Belt Bandit's still on the loose, but everybody's been fine.
Poodle. Who dat just gifted 10 Bullhorn Betty memberships, and Show Poodles gifted 5 Bullhorn Betty memberships. Have you guys received your Bullhorn Betty memberships? Welcome to this crazy family we call the Coffee Club, i.e. the Insane Asylum. Grab your straight jacket and your padded room. Welcome aboard, guys. Welcome to the family. Welcome to the family.
These fuckers have lost their minds. Straight up lost their fucking minds.
So that's
And mine's going with it.
that's really all I have. We all know the details of the case. If you're new to the case, Sebastian Rogers, let me go through the Reader's Digest version and let me go through what I truly think happened. Now that I am free to speak, and hashtag Chris Proudfoot, hashtag Katie Proudfoot. Just saying. Just saying. And don't worry, that was prepaid. The girl.
The ROs still exist. The ROs are still in place. They opted to not charge her for the 6 violations. That's it.
From earlier, I had already prepaid the cuss jar. Just saying. Okay, so that was prepaid. That was prepaid. I just want to let you all know. Okay, you didn't think I was keeping track. Well, I was. I was keeping track there. I was keeping track. So I just realized I got my vapes. I'm telling you, I'm a crazy one over vapes. Everybody will tell you I got my backup vapes, my refill vapes. I've got vapes out the wazoo. I got vapes out the wazoo. If I need nicotine and I don't have a nicotine vape, oh my goodness, stay out my way. Stay out my way. So Sebastian Rogers disappeared from his home on February 20.
This is truly mind-fucking unbelievable. Unfucking real at this point. Why do these people do this? I can't imagine coming out here and claiming it being advocacy or my job to continue to change the public vision of a case based off of rumors and speculation and know that there's no proof of these things. But you are just, to keep your association with the father of a missing child, you are willing to make up any lie, run with any lie, completely throw common sense out the window. I mean, ugh, these people make me fucking sick.
26, which I believe he disappeared on February 25th, but I do believe he disappeared from his home.
There is a missing child. His dignity has completely been thrown out the fucking window. Nothing about Sebastian. It's so fucking sick.
Allegedly, they got back at the house after being out for a day. They went to BJ's earlier that day. They came home. They stayed at home for a little while. Then they went to Stripes and Spares, which is a local bowling alley. The bowling alley was having tournaments, so they decided to play on the video games there. And then they went over to a steakhouse. They got to the steakhouse a little bit before 6 and left there around 6:22. Pulling out of the driveway at 6:25 at night on February 25th. It's alleged that they arrived at home around 7 a.m. Sebastian took the trash out. Allegedly, he came in. No word of what they did from the time they were in the house to the time he went to bed, but they came into the house.
This is her little script she wrote the other day.
And he was in bed by 9 o'clock. And we don't hear anything from 9 o'clock to 9:43.
We heard her recite this the other day.
But around 9:43, Katie calls Chris. They stay on this telephone call for an extended period of time. Around midnight, she goes to bed. Obviously, Chris would be going to bed at the same time, allegedly, if he was on the phone with her and they both got off at the same time. There's some inconsistent statements here, but they were alone in the house, just Sebastian and his mother, Katie Proudfoot. There were lights out in the
She seems like she's almost annoyed that she has to give details of the case.
common area it appeared coming from the side of the Proudfoot home to a car when it's been enhanced. And we've got hindsight in here. We've got a few people in here that have had their hands at enhancing those videos, and everybody comes up with the same thing, no matter where in the video they're pulling their clip from. It is a blob carrying another large blob out, and it is my.
But it's the upper quadrant of a video, much bigger video that's been a screen recording. So we don't know exactly what was being picked up in said video, truthfully. And Coffindoffer even said that she doesn't believe at this time that Light's video plays a role. Why are you coming out to tell your audience that it's a blob being carried? Nancy Grace wouldn't even continue on with that segment or put out what you guys tried passing off. What are we doing here?
I believe that that large blob being carried out is Sebastian. Now, for what I truly believe happened in this case is I believe that I did not realize this coming into the case.
We just went there. We fully went there. Here she is. She is emboldened.
About overstimulation, how that affects autistic children, but this was a high-functioning autistic child. But he still deals with some of those teenage tendencies, and he's already in his adolescence. He's hitting puberty, so we have to think that he is a little moody, you know, just like normal children. And I don't know if something happened in that house or if it was a planned event, but to me, the way things look to me with the timeline is it appears something that was unintended happened, and that happened around that call to Christopher Proudfoot. I truly believe.
Brad, I can't even imagine how the parents feel. I've been thinking about that so much lately. Once again, 15 months in, I know how exhausting it is to cover these people. I can't imagine having to live through this. These people are doing this to my family and my missing child every day. Not for any reason because you've known them, you've given them a bad impression, because of the need to pick a villain for public content. Not because they know you or know, anything about you, but I can't even imagine. I can't imagine. It just, if this is exhausting for us to hear, imagine living.
Katie lost her stuff.
For all of them. That's why I still even acknowledge, I can't imagine the frustration of having, but when you intentionally align yourself, I got questions. Why? Why would you do that?
On him, or again, may have planned it. I don't know. I know in that optimism, and here's a prime example right here. You see where the light's coming from on my face. You don't see a bruise around my Adam's apple that's yellow or purplish or changing colors. You don't see that.
Oh, that is an excellent point, Janice in accounting. Thank you for the support, but that's an excellent point. Doesn't any of these buffoons consider that if CPKP were the target of an investigation, they would not have so much support of LE in the effort to hold Betty accountable? Big hugs all. Yeah. It wouldn't let you use boobs in your super chat? But that's a great point. Thank you for the support. That's a great point. That's funny that it wouldn't let you use boobs. Titties?
But you do see the line, the shadow from the light coming from over there and the way it's angling on me. And here you got the shadow. So it's almost identical in nature on the opposite side, though. His came from over there as opposed to over here. But this is a great example of that optimism. And so there was a yellowish purple bruise, in my opinion.
Do you see what she's doing with her hand? Watch.
So it's almost identical in nature on the opposite side, though. His came from over there as opposed to over here. But this is a great example of that optimism. And so there was a yellowish purple bruise, in my opinion. It looked like a thumbprint right on his Adam's apple. And I truly believe that may have been another event where she may have choked him.
Is she going to go with dates this time, or is she going to leave that out? Because last time her dates were fucked up in her timeline of things, remember? Because they would have made it land to where Sebastian would have been with Seth.
If Chris hadn't been home since February 2nd, God knows, their marriage was literally falling apart. And I truly think that Katie just snapped.
She staged the color of the bruising last time and gave a time frame.
I don't think that this was something that she had intended to do. But I think over time, she just got so resentful and so resentful and so resentful. And if you do follow the timeline, if she was on the phone with Chris at that time and she stayed on the phone until they hung up and Chris left his place in Mississippi, if you time it from that time all the way to there inside the house 3 to 5.
Oh, you are dumb. You're dumb.
5 minutes and all the way back, he will still have a good 20 or 25 minutes left on his time.
You would think you'd be more careful having ROs.
That he has extra. So if you look at that time,
I'm trying to incite all this shit.
To be there at between 6:30 and 6:45, because we know for a fact that's when he got to that job. There's nobody that's going to convince me.
God, I hate to say it. I hope this family has enough in them at some point to take these people civilly to church. I really do.
Otherwise, because I know for a fact what I heard the people at that job site tell me.
But by the time cases like this wrap up, the families are emotionally exhausted, financially exhausted. The last thing they want to do is take these people to court. And so they continue to get away with it, which I get.
And I absolutely believe Silver's on the scene.
But if there's ever a day that we can support that, I sure as fuck will.
When he went up there and did the same thing and got similar answers. So now you have two content creators independent of one another in the same area asking similar questions to the same types of people and got the same types of answers. That's corroboration to me. Okay. And I don't see why anybody would have any reason to lie to me. You know, I don't see why anybody would have any reason to lie to me. I wasn't asking specifically about Chris. I never asked about Chris the whole time I was there. I just asked about the crane operators, period. Made it all inclusive. I wanted to know about the cranes. I wanted to know about what time.
I don't believe you. I'm sorry. I'm going to back that up. We're going to go like a minute back.
Chris left his place in Mississippi. If you time it from that time all the way to there, inside the house 3 to 5 minutes, and all the way back, he will still have a good 20 or 25 minutes left on.
So how did he get there without being detected? What kind of vehicle did he use? How did he avoid license plate readers? Give us more details. How do you get there? Spaceship? Teleport?
His time that he has extra. So if you
beyond the time, let's say that the time makes it possible. Where's the rest of the details that would have to go in perfect tandem to make that work?
you look at that time to be there at between 6:30 and 6:45, because we know for a fact that's when he got to that job. There's nobody that's going to convince me otherwise, because I know for a fact what I heard the people at that job site tell me, and I absolutely believe Silver's on the scene when he went up there and did the same thing and got similar answers. So now you have two content creators.
Well, yeah, you guys went months later when a whole different phase of the job was being ran. A whole different section of the job, different time of day, different months, everything, different weather conditions. Things are going to change. Time change.
Independent of one another in the same area, asking similar questions to the same types of people and got the same types of answers. That's corroboration to me. Okay. And I don't see why anybody would have any reason to lie to me. You know, I don't see.
Do you understand how construction sites work, especially big construction sites like that? Different crane operators come in for different phases of every job at times. It might not even be the same crew, let alone if they're working on a different phase than whatever phase you approached.
Why anybody would have any reason to lie to me. I wasn't asking specifically about Chris. I never asked about Chris the whole time I was there. I just asked about the crane operators, period. Made it all inclusive. I wanted to know about.
And law enforcement told us back in April that all their stories had been vetted and the parents had been cooperative.
The cranes. I wanted to know about what time the crane operators got there. I wanted to know, is people there at 5:15? Yes, they are there at 5:15, but none of the crane operators are there because they cannot.
They would have, something would have changed, and we've been saying that all along. If his alibi wasn't vetted like they said the parents' stories had been vetted. That obviously means an alibi too. Like they did more to verify these things, and these people are unwilling to look at it. Thank you for being a member for 28 months, Hope. Thank you so much.
Not move those cranes. So it is what it is. That's the information that we were able to confirm.
Yeah.
Boots on the ground confirmed, not a phone call. Like I was there in front of the building. I was there talking to other workers for other subcontractors for the job. So
other subcontractors, that's your problem.
I have to think that they're onto something, you know.
Other subcontractors are gonna. Oh my God, you're an idiot.
I'm convinced that
maybe it's because Kyle's a general contractor, but you're an idiot. There's so many. Oh my God, Betty, shut up.
Sebastian isn't. Yeah. It's kind of hard not to think that because their whole entire family, in my opinion, is dirty as shit. Just dirty. They're dirty. The whole damn family's rotten. And I believe they would come together to cover one another's butts. So that puts second generation.
They had to because it crossed multiple states. Yep.
On the table when I originally thought that there was nobody that would jeopardize their livelihood or their business.
Good.
I seen this family. I'm telling you, when I was there for that court hearing and they were downstairs and Chris was screaming at his mother and then they turned around and started screaming at Terry Lynn. As soon as I saw all of them in their raw environment when they didn't know we were watching, and that was it. I don't think they would have acted like that if they even thought for 1 second our faces were at that window, you know. And they just weren't thinking. They let anger and frustration get the better of them, never caring about who watched them out there. And so it was crazy because we're watching this, but we got to see them and they are nasty.
She's contradicted herself so many times in her own statements here.
When they are angry, they get in your face and they are screaming. And I mean, have these veins popping out of her freaking neck. Like you would see that on the 5th freaking floor.
Well, yeah, after what they put up for 15 months, I would be too. I'd be I'd be over the edge. Sorry, I would. I would be in jail or a straitjacket. I've said that.
Okay? Like it was, I saw those people in their flesh. Okay? I know exactly who I'm dealing with now. That's all I needed. I just needed that little dose of reality and medicine right there. And so I have to think, how many times have they done that to Sebastian? How many times has Sebastian been screamed at like that? How many times has Sebastian been pointed at? You know? And I just keep thinking to myself, who the hell is this MFer right here? No man's worth all that. But Katie has stopped smoking for this man, and Katie has gotten rid of the thorn in the side, in my opinion, for this man.
Stopped smoking for this man?
She
What does that have to do with anything? I need to stop smoking.
allowed this whole entire family to just be toxic to her. And she chose stuff and money over flesh and blood. But, you know, like mother, like daughter. I mean, in reality.
Oh, so now, oh, this is weird. This is weird.
Her mother didn't really care about her either. You know?
Let me guess, Seth is the only one that cared about her.
So what do? I was really surprised that Jennifer C flipped a switch about the lights. In my opinion, I really think he was carried out. Well, I know what I'm seeing.
I'm sorry, I have a really hard time hearing this because I go back to like she's trying to lead up that Chris and his family didn't care about Katie's well-being, about blah, 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 anything. I'm sorry, but Seth did. She was 12. I was 10 years older when we met. And then he ends up marrying her. I'm sorry. What? I'll leave it at that. But you don't tell me that that's having somebody's best interest at heart. Marrying the girl that you met at 12 and you were 10 years older. Whatever capacity your relationship was, what does a 22-year-old want to do with a 12-year-old to begin with? That concerns me. And it concerns me that people are overlooking it and trying to excuse it.
In these videos. And
especially considering we know at some capacity she had a lot of trauma.
trust me, there's been multiple people that have enhanced the videos, has enhanced the lights on the videos, and everybody's coming out with similar results. Okay, that's the part that's hard to miss. Is that
just letting you know right now, if that was one of my girls, I would donate a FIDA. And I am so sick of people saying it was a different time. Our generation was a different time and trying to make excuses for it. No, it wasn't. I didn't start having a physical relationship with Kenzie's dad until I turned 18 because he knew he could go to jail because he was 5 years older than me. We were aware of the laws that could potentially put him in jail if somebody got a wild hair up their ass. Not either one of us. Families, friends, people do stupid shit. But we were aware. Most of us had self-awareness not to get involved in shit like that. Granted, some people dated at younger ages and grew up together, you know, through high school or whatever. And there was an age gap. But stop making excuses for this shit. Just because it was okay back then, that's the reason why it's not okay now. Stop trying to say it was excused then. It was wrong then. It was wrong. Child brides, shit like that happens still fucking today in these cults. It's not okay. We got to stop excusing this shit. And case to case, what is beneficial.
that no matter what the expertise level of the people that are doing these enhancements, they're netting the same results. And these are people that don't even know each other. So that's the problem I have. Yeah, Angel, I agree with you. Poor boy. Poor boy. But I just think
3:27 is the StreamYard time.
you know, for Seth's health and well-being, he needs to know where his son is. At this point, he just wants his son home. He wants to know where his son is and what happened to his son.
Kim, that's what I can't get the fuck over. I can't get over this shit. I can't get over the fact that people make excuses for it. They like, oh, well, it was a different time. No, like seeing Sweetie Pilo and these people make excuses for it just gets under my skin because I'm like, but that's why it's not okay today. Like, it's not okay. Let's stop going back and saying, well, it was. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't.
And he's been robbed that opportunity with all this crap Chris and Katie have put on his front door. You know? So them and they're freaking felons. For CP and KP not to ask Seth if he knew where Sebastian was tells everything.
Wait, come the fuck again? Come again? Come again?
Yeah, Angel, I agree with you. Poor boy. Poor boy. But I just think, you know, for Seth's health and well-being, he needs to know where his son is. At this point, he just wants his son home. He wants to know where his son is and what happened to his son. And he's been robbed that opportunity with all this crap Chris and Katie have put on his front door. You know, so them and they're freaking felons. For CP and KP not to ask Seth if he knew where.
Come again? What? Chris and Katie, from what they've put on this platform, they've robbed him. They've robbed him. Excuse me, what? Chris and Katie? Seth Rogers has came out and stated things in the public repeatedly.
Sebastian tells everything. Yep. And I think we've had that discussion, Nola's mom. You know, I really do. I think we've had that discussion several times. But I'm very proud of Seth, but I'm heartbroken that it has to get to this for him. You know, I always hopeful that.
My mouth just hit the floor on that.
Law enforcement would just.
We had another team member saying that they should Uber eat him some food, a hot meal, and check on him and ask how he was doing. This is mind fucking.
Move. And they just stopped. So I don't know what to do. But if we don't do something, I mean, this case, in my opinion, is as much as we don't want to hear the word, as hard as it is to hear it, as heart breaking as it is to hear this. I believe Sebastian's case is cold, and I think it's Sumner County's fault. I'm sorry, I just do. They lost critical time. The parents should be, the mom and the stepfather should be in jail. If not,
for what? For what? They should be in jail for what?
Nothing more for the neglect.
What neglect? What neglect do we have proof of? What neglect do we have proof of?
Neglect and the abuse. And I do believe it's neglect. How does she not know where her son is? If somebody doesn't know where their child is, that's supposed to know where their child is, to me, that's neglectful, among other things. Yet here they sit, not one cuff around them. I go in there to look for the stepson. They don't like what I say on my own channel, talking to my own audience. They can arrest me, but they can't arrest these people that put this medically needy boy's life in pure hell. His last days here before he just so happens to disappear yet again under their watch. And let me end with this little snippet. Every bad thing that has ever happened to Sebastian, from him being SA'd to all of this, including his incontinence, has happened under their watch, not his father's, them. Every single bad thing that has happened to Sebastian in his entire life has happened under Chris and Katie's watch. Every last one of them. That's what bothers me the most. But you know what? They can make up crap for me. But when it comes to Chris and Katie, you get crickets from Sumner County Sheriff's Department. And that I find highly disturbing. All right, guys, rock it out with your coffee beans out. Don't forget to be fearless. If you see something, say something. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And until next time, please be safe, but more importantly, kind to one another. And thank you guys all for showering me with love and showering our audience with their gifts.
Hold on a minute. I am trying to pick up my jaw off the floor. We're gonna listen to that again. I had to process that. This is the first time I'm watching this tonight. She just said all of that. She said all that. I had to make sure I listened to it all the way through at first, because I wanted to make sure I was hearing the ignorance correctly. We see what they're up to. We now know what they're up to. But I want to know, Betty and friends, what changed? Because last we knew, Seth Rogers was talking to law enforcement on the daily. What happened?
And the abuse.
And again, you have to have proof to charge people with things. So you think you should get off on your violations, but you want them charged for things we don't have proof of.
I just do. They lost critical time. The parents should be, the mom and the stepfather should be in jail. If nothing more for the neglect and the abuse.
Fuck these
and I do
people,
believe
man.
How does she not know where her son is?
To see how this is going to trickle through, we already know. We've been watching it. Fuck these people. Fuck these people, man. This team is fucking... See, this is why sometimes I feel like I'm in my own little world over here, because I stick to reviewing like multiple creators and how they trickle through the misinformation. And it paints such a different story than when you're limited to like just one or two. And I did that in Marvon's case. So for me, this has been so eye-opening when you watch the narratives go through and how they trickle them through different creators that claim that they're Sebastian's army. When you look at like one or two, like they're harmful, but it's such a small scale in comparison to see every day, all day long, one or another is doing something like this, if not all of them, with all different stories. For 15 fucking months, they've been doing this.
If somebody doesn't know where their child is, that's supposed to know where their child is, to me, that's neglectful, among other things. Yet here they sit, not one cuff around them. I go in there to look for
Now we're going to have Betty, BJ, Spanky, Smiley, Lolly. Fuck, maybe the mob will fire back up. Laura Lodge, it wouldn't shock me at this point in time. Coffindorfer already said something yesterday or day before, so they're all freaking out about that. Who's all going to fire up and do content now for them?
the stepson. They don't like what I say on my own channel, talking to my own audience. They can arrest me, but they can't arrest these people that put this medically needy boy's life in pure hell. His last days here before he just so happens to disappear yet again under their watch. And let me end with this little snippet. Every bad thing that has ever happened to Sebastian, from him being SA'd to all of this, including his incontinence, has happened under their watch, not his father's, them. Every single bad thing that has happened to Sebastian in his entire life has happened under Chris and Katie's watch. Every last one of them. That's what bothers me the most. But you know what? They can make up crap for me. But when it comes to Chris and Katie, you get crickets from Sumner County Sheriff's Department. And that I find highly disturbing. All right, guys, rock it out with your coffee beans out. Don't forget to be fearless. If you see something, say something. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And until next time, please be safe, but more importantly, kind to one another. And thank you guys all for showering me with love and showering our audience with their gifted memberships. They should still be able to do forensics. They may have. But again, I don't understand.
I thought you said for months on end they didn't do forensics. That's what your big push was.
How communicating that with the public is going to hurt the case. I'm telling you, Eric Craddock is a fucking bozo, and he needs to be removed from office. I hope people vote him out of office because he's not doing crap for.
Why do you have, well, this, because this guy charged you?
Being tough on crime. I mean, Jesus, he arrested a woman that didn't even break a law while letting people that disappear their child live the great life. What a fucking idiot. Don't worry, all this was prepaid. Don't worry about it. All right, guys, I love you. Take care. Have a great Friday night. We'll see you soon. We'll see you guys tomorrow, 10 a.m. Be there, be square. Sorry, Sonia. I love you. I did wear the tinfoil hat squad. Oh, look, she even said, oh, Mom, you did great. Oh, Mom, you did great. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Delilah. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Did I do good? Yeah, did I do good? Why do I feel like you got into something you weren't supposed to get into? You're awfully happy for it being so late at night. What'd you do? What did you do? Oh, my little snuggle muffin. She's going up my nose. She's trying to see if there's gold up there. Oh, have you been ingestion? How do I get that? How do I get that? How do I get that?
There's definitely not gold up there.
Bye, everybody. Bye. I get to take my mommy and snuggle with her. All right, guys. I'll see you later. Bye.
Oh my God.
Shut.
Okay, Bella's talking now. Sorry, guys. She wants to go to bed. I'm so frustrated right now after hearing that. I don't know about you guys. Bella quit. She wants to go to bed. She's missing her dad, so she sits here and talks every night. I'm so frustrated. I don't even know if I have the proper words to say what I'm thinking. I don't even know what to say to wrap this all up. Like, why? What is the purpose of this? I mean, I ultimately get it. But why? It doesn't make sense. Like, why be willing to hurt Sebastian and his dignity to this degree? It doesn't make any sense to me. It seems a lot deeper than money. And they're just, here's their stories, like just one after another. I don't get it. I don't understand it. Here's one told last night. We're going to listen to this. And then we are going to get out of here. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on just a second. Let me see, because Granny got blamed for something. Here we go. Okay. This right here, I think is part of it.
Cold sweats, right? You wake up in cold sweats. Thank you so much, Purple Dragon. I'm sorry. I'm trying to keep my composure, but I have remained quiet for far too long. This is sickening. I got some.
Remain quiet for far too long. This is the person that I'm freaking having to go to court to try to get the judge to make her stop talking shit about me and lying on us and defaming our name. But she's been quiet for too long, guys.
This is the person you just lost an anti-SLAPP suit, and it was dismissed with prejudice because you didn't provide any evidence of what you claim to the court. That's actually stated by the judge. There was no merit to your claims.
Now listen to what someone in her chat said today. This is the kind of people that Granny's inciting, right? Lily Rose from Granny's chat said, "This might sound really crazy. Has anybody ever thought as much craziness going on right now? Anything possible, but this kid that Craig is talking to online could be Sebastian? Anything's possible, in my opinion." Are you kidding me? Are you freaking kidding me?
Can you run that by me again? What did you just say?
Yeah, you want to hear it again?
Holy crap.
Okay, somebody in your chat, do you want to be held accountable for what your chat says? Really? Somebody in her chat doesn't, you don't want held accountable for shit said in your chat. You always say that. So some random person, not Granny. Again, you want to play fair, right?
Yeah, she's absolutely losing it. Hold on a minute.
She's losing it,
Sure will. I'll read it again. This might sound really crazy. This is a person named Lily Rose from Granny's chat today. This might sound really crazy. Has anybody ever thought as much craziness going on right now? Anything is possible, but this kid that Craig is talking to online, could it be Sebastian? Anything's possible, in my opinion.
You're a lunatic, lady.
The boy that a boy who is wheelchair bound in the hospital, okay, that Craig and I have,
I don't even understand what this story is right here. Besides, supposedly there's a claim that he used to mentor some kid, and that was, yeah, I have no idea where this even came out of or why this came out. So
helped out.
I'm missing something here because I've been watching all this other shit
over the like not just Craig. I have as well. For all you weirdos that says he's a creeper. The boy.
So both of them mentored individual that was sick, I guess.
He can't walk. He's in a wheelchair. He has a bad home life. And every time he goes home, his mom doesn't take care of him and he gets bed sores and he has to go right back to the hospital.
I'm sure he would appreciate you sharing this publicly. What?
Hospital.
Right.
Okay. Craig.
Why are you sharing this about him?
And I, we would Craig would try to play PUBG with him some and talk to him about God and, just, and we bought him
PUBG and God. Okay.
Sent him money and bought things for him because
they sent him money and bought things for him.
He's pitiful.
Yeah.
He's certainly not
great humanitarian service. Okay.
Sebastian. And he's not a little kid either. He's not a freaking he's like 20 now, 19 or 20 now. But at the time he was like 16 or 17. And Craig was
so this is like 4 or 5 years ago. Okay.
There's nothing wrong with what Craig was doing.
Right.
At all. but they got to make it turn it into something nasty.
Of course.
Absolutely disgusting. Get help. Get help.
Well, if he met somebody, I mean, I don't know why. How do people know about that?
All of them
That
need help.
boy, he didn't have anybody.
That was really kind of you and Greg to do that, to be honest.
I mean, if they did that, that's amazing. I don't know how this got brought up though.
Secret Mom, you
Oh,
don't. Nope. I'm with you. I'm gonna do the same. I'm not playing. I don't play games. No.
oh shit! There was threads of these conversations. Okay, somebody found threads of these. Okay. I gotcha. Thank you.
I'm gonna.
It was brought out publicly that he had been communicating with. Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
And I'm gonna act like one, and I will use the law in my benefit to protect me.
No, that's right.
I'm not doing it. I'm with troopers.
Okay, thank you guys.
Chronicles of the Shady says present to the judge. Yep.
I'll be honest, I've caught bits and pieces of this over here and other people, but very little, because you can see what I've been watching is all this crazy insanity with the team, and like going back and finding, like, it's driving me nuts, and it's been changing at such rapid speeds. I want to go back into the complete timeline with Tony and At Night, but there's so much current shit going on. It just blows my mind.
Exactly, Shady. Exactly.
All you have to do is just and let the judge make the decision. You don't go in there saying, "Oh, I wonder what the judge is gonna. I wonder what the judge is gonna think about all this." No. You don't know what the judge is gonna think.
Yeah, he is respectful.
Um,
Sweet Jelly Bean, thank you, guys. Can y'all please click that thumbs up?
We appreciate you all being here.
The judge already made her opinion reality. The judge already made her opinion. All she's ruling on is punitive damages at this point. They already lost the anti-slap.
Yes, absolutely. All right, here goes another one.
It's either they get awarded the standard fees or they get additional ones. But no matter what, they're awarded standard fees.
When I get things like this sent to me, showing just how fraudulent this all was, check out this date, September 25th. Can anybody tell us what happened on September 25th? Never say never. Thank you so much. Does anybody remember what happened on September 25th? Is that the day that Nick took to ask to fucking dox me and my family? Is that the day that Brittany talked to Nick for the first time and threw me in his frivolous litigation?
No.
So here goes Brittany. He said he is going after her. He's hitting her first now because she's local. Thank you for solidifying my punitive damages. When I get things like this sent to me, showing just how fraudulent this all was, check out this date, September 25th. Can anybody tell us what happened on September 25th? Never seen.
Thank you for solidifying my punitive damages. Punitive damages. That's all you care about is money. Money, Granny. Money. So she's reading some comments from a private chat of mine. And all it is my
I'll show you what she's reading. This is from Angela's Clips and Giggles. This is what she's reading. Are you supporting this Nick person? No, not at all. I think she misunderstood me on my stream. I'm taking the approach of sitting back and watching what happens. September 7th, that's good. I've seen Chronicles video about him. But I said that I am enjoying watching all these hall monitors freak out over his ego and condescending attitude, when in all truthfulness, they are the exact same. He is a freaking opportunist nutbag. All these people are in it for the notoriety and money. Fast forward, he said he is going after her. He's hitting her first now because she's local. September 25th. He just sent me this. Wow, he is going hard. He shared this on Twitter. Oh shit. He's not playing, bruh.
Response to when her and Nick were going back and forth with each other. That is it. That is all. It doesn't prove anything. I had a reaction.
She should have never read that if it was private. That's none of her damn business.
Well, it doesn't prove anything. All it is I said he said he's going after her.
I mean, it does prove that he intentionally was baiting her and you knew about it. And you're going to lie further here, so carry on.
That's what he said on his X account.
And that's his
allegedly. I said he's hitting her first now because she's local. Yeah. He was
wrong
sending
with
a
that?
cease and desist to her because he sent the cease and desist to her before barbecue
Well,
because
she
it
would
was
set her
quicker to
trap.
get to her. It's not that he went after her. She's taking that and she's twisting what I said and she's
Right,
trying to
but if
say
she,
they
if she
went
would have
after her. Yeah,
right.
and it's not. That's not what I was saying. What I was
Right.
saying is she was getting the first cease and desist because she was close. She was in the same town as him.
Because
So first of all, she never got a C&D, not once, and you know that. You know that because let's see here. Let me go grab my paper. 1 second. I've got it pulled up here. We're going to go to page 122. So this is the C&D. Let me go here. Okay. You see the date on that? September 16th, 2024. The C&D from Joseph Lesniak. September 16th. Let me go here. Scroll past this. Then you have, that's the one to okay, it might echo. I don't know if you're gonna be able to get it or not. Let's see. Can you? Oh shit, you're gonna have an echo. Am I back? Sorry, it completely booted me. Like, gone. Computer shut down, restarted. I wonder if it got hot. Okay, we're back. Good deal. Let me make sure I'm on the right. Okay, I am. Okay, so then there was the emergency petition that they asked for too, for barbecue, not Granny. And then there was the C&D for Clue, or they claimed it was for Clue. Let me show you that. I have so many tabs open. So C&D, oh shit. C&D. And then there was, hold on. Granny is never in there though, anywhere. And she knows that for a C&D. So the 16th and 17th, Granny's not on the radar. A C&D is drawn up for Clue and for Barbecue Lady. But then as of, let me see if there is addresses right here. Okay, this one's okay. The preservation notice by October 2nd, they are stating openly who they are going to go after, and it's Barbecue and Granny. So she, once again, is lying, but I got more.
She wouldn't shut her pie hole. That's why.
And
She
guess
wouldn't tell
what?
her no.
They were going after her regardless if I was in it or not because of the defamation.
Am I back, or did you guys lose me again? Well, you guys have quite a delay. Sorry, you guys have quite the delay. Let me know if you can hear me well.
Against Seth and
Yes.
others.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Does anybody remember what happened on September 25th? Is that the day that Nick took to X to fucking dox me and my family? Is that the day that Brittany talked to Nick for the first time and threw me in this frivolous litigation? So here goes Brittany. He said he is going after her. He's hitting her first now because she's local. Thank you for solidifying my punitive damages. Thank you for solidifying my punitive damages.
Solidifying what, Granny?
It doesn't
You know what?
solidify
You're
your
really a
punitive
stupid
damages.
broad. She's stupid. You're a stupid broad. You're not going to get
Also-
anything.
Also, that doesn't freaking like what is she trying to prove here? Somebody
She's
make it
nuts.
make sense, please.
She's nuts. Listen to her. Listen to her anger. The
She's like
hatred.
this. Because he showed that freaking something about her father on that had nothing to do with me.
No,
Once
that
again, stop blaming me for the actions of others. If you guys notice, they always do that. It doesn't matter if it's Q, it doesn't, or QB, doesn't matter if it's J, Granny. They all accuse me
Hello?
of the actions of other people, not just my own.
They want to put everything on you. Every little bit of it they want to throw on your back.
I believe it. I absolutely believe it. Sweet Jelly Bean, thank you so much. She says you have to just ignore them. They are doing this to upset you. It is, thank you, Sweet Jelly Bean. It is absolutely insanity. The part that gets me though is they're saying that my kids have been taken from my home, which is so far from true.
We would have no idea what was going on, truly, in my perspective. I don't know. None of my business. I don't know why you're still talking about it if everything's good. If everything's good to go, why are you continuing to talk about it? I don't. Why would it bother you what people say? That doesn't seem to be rational to me. But then again, nothing you do is.
Nick, as we suspected, took to Twitter in an attempt to get a reaction out of me, dox my family, all to get a reaction and throw me in his.
I'm sorry, but she continues to use it. So people are going to continue to talk shit. And she's going to continue. Like, she said it was all good so many times and no big deal, right? And why are you making a big deal?
Frivolous little made-up litigation.
It worked because it did get a reaction out of you, obviously.
Going through something like this, and then you get these type.
It did what? It did what? Reality?
It worked because it did get a reaction out of you, obviously.
Something like that.
But I thought it wasn't for a reaction, even though we know it was, because I'll take you back here a moment in time to January 17th, 2025, Evil CJ's Media and Investigations. The reason why I'm
these are some
here is because CJ is about to show messages between him and BJ from April of 2024.
messages between us, all right? Because I have to show these before you listen to what she says about me, because it's not right. It's not right, okay? Because you're going to hear a lot. You're going to hear some of this stuff be discussed, and then it'll make sense once you see this. See, look at this. People are so nasty on this platform. No, we're good. I had a group of mean girls who go to all creators and many subs trying to turn them against me. I know this game. Da 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 da. She's already warning me that I get attacked like crazy. Da da da. Setting up the heartstring. Oh gosh.
Yeah, and then you feel bad.
Look at this. And then she's like, I think we need to come together. This is right in the very beginning, dude.
Legally. Oh my goodness gracious.
This is right in the very beginning. She's saying threaten to cease. I think we need to come together and go after them legally. Hang on. And I'm just like right? Look at this right here. Thanks for coming on last night. Epic stream. And look, it's still the same. Just earlier in the day. Then, hey, later that afternoon, hey, we pissed Lady Ledoux off big time. She wanted me. She wanted me to stand up for her.
Sorry, guys. Hank is fighting with Luna. He wants to play, and she's like, absolutely freaking not. But she is here in September wanting CJ to go after Granny and mocking me. So in September or in April, she was mentioning to CJ that she wanted to get a group of people, and they're talking about me, Lady Ledoux, and Granny in that. So in April, she had already been reaching out to people wanting to go after. This is why this is a bigger deal than you're trying to make it out to be there, BJ.
Wanted me to do this shit, bro. Look at this. And then I'm like feeling all bad because she's, oh gosh. And I'm like, whoa. So I'm sitting here. I'm like, Eddie, I need to apologize for everything here. I'm like, look, I'm sorry you're getting the hate because of me. I'll stay off the show and chat so it doesn't disrupt your show. Just let me know when it's comfy for you. I apologize. She's like, fuck that. No way. Right? I'm the one like, dude, like, you're like, come on, man. Like, what? I feel bad already. And then, like,
Mama J, this is CJ's crime concept. He was Green Team. He's the one that supposedly had the serpentine belt bandit after him. He claimed he was out there. I can't even do it with a straight face. He claimed he was out there searching, and during one of their searches, he claims his serpentine belt got snatched by the serpentine belt bandit. He drives a really low to the ground red car, and yeah, he claims that somebody climbed under there when they were searching, and they didn't catch it on camera. They saw it. They have cameras rolling on all of them. He also has been chased by drones and heard gunshots on a Sunday afternoon in a pond in Tennessee. He's scared of his own shadow, and he is extremely problematic. I could tell you stories all the time, but him and BJ were buddies in the beginning of this case. He actually got us sent to C&D by Seth, and then he became he comes with the security chat. So he was welcomed back in by Nick and those guys because he helped share Granny's docs. And I'm not laughing about that, but he did. He was welcomed back in with the team by Nick and friends because he was willing to share people's doxes and shit. And then CJ and BJ fell out. So he was exposing BJ's messages. Yeah, he's a fucking ass. Janice in accounting, thank you again for the support so much. You're really the only person that pushes back on all the vultures. No channel that does what you do. Plenty of channels laugh at these piece of shits, but nobody takes it as serious as you. Your work here is valued and people will see. I appreciate you. I think other people see how serious this is, but they have a different way of approaching it, maybe. I think the difference for me is between what I do and so many others is a lot of the other channels dabble in true crime or claim that they dabble in true crime. So they cover cases or details of cases. And I branch out and try to cover other creators that are doing the same, like a pattern of them, not just like the same 3 locales, I think is a little bit different, because we're more interested in the narratives that are being pushed more so than the people themselves. Yes, do we get interested in the characters? Yes, because they become repeats of who we talk about because they're the problematic ones. But we take interest in the narratives and the optics that are being played versus the people that are pushing them. Does that make sense? But we dabble in the fucking drama. And I end up knowing quite a bit about like the ins and outs. But again, if you want the facts of the case, you're going to go to the TBI website, not to any of us, because none of us truly know anything on.
Like, I'm sitting here standing up for you.
And thank you for the support. I really do appreciate it. And I appreciate you guys being here for these conversations and putting up with me. Like, this is interesting to me. This is the stuff I really enjoy doing and watching myself. So the fact that you guys will hang out with me as I do this, I'm going to take us outside actually, means a lot to me, because you guys are willing to sit here and like try to help figure out how we're pulling it back layer by layer, because there's so many of these people. Like, I understand why people cover BJ. She's problematic. And when she starts swinging low at you, she swings fucking low and accuses you of all sorts of shit. I've been there. I did it 14 months ago, 15 months ago. First couple times I reviewed her, she fucking took it low as fuck. I get why people respond though. Trust and fucking believe I do. Especially with what she's allowing. That's the thing though. She does that to every single person. She allows her panel to say the most egregious shit. And then she claims that she had nothing to do with it. It's fucking mind blowing. And it's fucking shit. Because the entire time she's sitting here just fucking lying in people's faces once again about Granny.
Ooh.
And all I wanted was the court to stop
doing
stop her from defaming me. Bitch, you've talked, what the fuck?
shit without your name on it, and then fucking and then I'm sorry. And then I'm sitting here apologizing. I'm sorry. Did Nana get some hate because of me too? Like, I'm sitting there going, oh my God, like all this hate.
I really appreciate you, Janice. I really appreciate other channels. Like, there's some other channels that will branch out and show like different characters. Don't get me wrong. Like, they do. But a lot of them also feel that giving them attention is counterproductive because it gives them views. Yes, it absolutely does. But in order to tell the story accurately and how widespread this problem is becoming, we have to branch out. So it does have a dual-edged sword to it, but it's necessary. I really, Breaking Chains, she was saying something earlier, and I'm assuming she's probably working on the video. Her videos blow my fucking mind every time because she catches it from such a different perspective, and it's so helpful to me.
This and that. No, you come up. Do not let
Michelle After Dark was extremely helpful when she was covering this in depthly and like the dog handler stuff. She was extremely resourceful and helpful to me too. I really enjoyed listening to their perspectives.
these fuckers change our flow. No, Nana has not been getting hate. Or no, she said no. Nana has been getting hate because of me. Even before the comments about Contessa. Whoever Contessa is, I don't know, because
that'd be me. That'd be me.
It was
Anonsense, Lady Ladude, Contessa, Mrs. Doubtfire, the Hulk, Dick Nose, Fraud, everything else you can think of. I've been called.
It was before me. It was before me, okay? It was before me.
Date of that, April 24th, 2024.
Look at this. Hey, this was 4/24. Hey, I made a community post. I just want you to know I stand with you proudly. These fuckers are not there. See, and when you listen to her, you did this.
I appreciate you guys seriously though. When I say that, like, I really genuinely appreciate you guys letting me bounce ideas off of you. Let me like lay this out with you guys, because this is the way my brain is thinking. And I'm like, does this make sense? Does this fucking make sense at all? Are we really seeing this happen? Or are we all like delusional? Are we the delusional ones? Yeah, Sonny, yeah. Fuck yeah. That's why I was like, I'm gonna address a few parts of that live last night.
Right? I'm like, dude, what are you talking about? Listen to this. Listen, these bitches have been coming for.
These motherfuckers just appealed their lawsuit on Granny. You heard the C&D earlier. This is why I fucking support wholly her defending herself. Look at the shit that she's been done. And people justify it because they dislike Granny from 3 years ago because of something with somebody else that they're not even associated with, but because of the weird fucking space we're in. It's so fucking weird.
For me, even before you. Did I not say that?
Damn.
Right, dude? Right? Okay.
No, she's just calling shots at you now.
That's right, Rotaro. I did ride my Dolphin to Tennessee. I probably did not go search like I should have, according to that person. But I probably was snatching serpentine belts. That probably, at this rate, I'm accused of a whole lot more in other spaces that I don't know how I managed to do, but that makes sense too, right? Dolphin.
Because she can. I don't know.
Trust me, it's not your fault. Fuck that. Come to my channel. Don't let them keep you away. Creators are starting drama, whatever. Then she's like, I noticed.
Handcuff me now. My secret is out. I rode my Dolphins to Tennessee and snatched CJ's serpentine belt. I'll be waiting by the front door. Arrest me now.
These people are attacking you and I more than anyone else. And I'm like, what if I did that to her and she never talked shit on me? I get it. I'm sitting here like.
And the other thing is, okay, let me say one more thing about my channel and compared to a lot of others. And please don't take this as any shame. I'm a control freak. When it comes to how I lay out content, I really enjoy when people join me on panel. Like Chico, Pika will say, drop me a link. Granny will do it. If she wants to come up, I'm so proud of her for tapping out, not paying attention to shit. This has got to be just mentally fucking exhausting. I can't even imagine. So I'm super proud of her for like doing other things and, whatever she needs to. But did you get my message, Hope? Yeah, that situation in itself, fuck my world. But I don't open up my panel a lot. And people like to hear other perspectives. So they think I'm condescending because and it's not that at all. I really enjoy when people come on panel with me. I do. I love having conversation and bouncing ideas off people. But I'm a control freak when it comes to how I lay stuff out or bouncing back and forth between clips. And anybody that knows me knows that like I have a flow that I just get into, and it's not because I'm trying to be, I gotta do it. It's just the way my brain processes through this stuff. And I hate cutting people off with, oh, let me show you this clip. Oh, let me do that. So I love having people up here, but I don't have a lot of space for like open panels. So people think I'm better than everybody, condescending because I run it by myself. And people have always thought like I relied on others to do my clips or help me with timestamps, and I don't. Sometimes they do. Trust and believe, there is times that people will come in clutch and provide me shit. But I always try to give credit. There's people that come in with videos that I wasn't able to get and shit like that, timestamps. I'm so thankful for so many people. But I lay shit out in such a way that it gives people this, I think I'm better because I don't rely on a panel like BJ does. It's always been a big problem with her. She's always hated it that I don't have a panel like she does. And so she'll say, nonsense, thinks she's better than everybody. No, I don't claim I'm a true crime discussion channel.
I just want to, whatever we can do, right?
I get on here with like a purpose usually.
And then I'm sitting here asking her, is this person real? Remember her? The fake dog handler? Is this person?
Fuck, when Duchess and Chico and I had fun with Tia up here. I've had fun with Matt. I have a blast when you guys join me. I wish I had more time to do all of this and have people up. I have a blast when you guys join me.
Real? Because she was like having her on and shit and,
I do.
Talking and this and that. And I'm sitting there going, man, this lady's creeping me out, bro. Like creeping me out, bro. And then
it's kind of an OCD. And I've tried to explain that to people so many times. And so people get really let down. Like when I part ways with somebody and they think that person had like a huge influence in my content and my content doesn't change or doesn't waver or anything. They're like, wait a second. I thought, they think I rely on others so often. And this is just how my brain processes. I love it. Like the clip channels do incredible. I get a lot of shit because I don't use a lot of the clip channels, and so they feel that I don't support them. No, that's not it at all. I love what they fucking do. It saves people so much time. It's incredible. And there's times when they're the ones that will send me stuff that I'm missing. They're amazing.
She's like, hey.
There's no way we can all keep up with this. Everybody plays such an important role.
I was like, is this stuff real? Yeah. You okay? A lot of shit. Don't even spell a lot right. It's a space L-O-T.
Yeah.
A lot of shit happening with Granny Chick. You know, dude, there's so many people.
And that's one thing I respect the fuck out of Granny for. Granny allows me to, like, Granny embraces my fucking weirdness, okay? Granny is the only other creator, really, that when I pop up, she knows I'm coming with clips and timestamps, and she embraces it. Some days I'm sure she's like, fuck, here she comes with her timestamps and her weird clip shit. I'm sure it gets annoying, but she embraces that part of me. Everybody else finds it to be weird and like I'm trying to like overstep or something, and you can just feel the energy shift. And that's not what I'm trying to do at all. I'm just trying to be a useful part of the conversation. But that's my way of participating, is by providing clips or being like, oh, here it is, like to add to. That's just who I am. I can't help it, but it comes off to other creators as like pushy or that I'm better than. Does that make sense? You guys probably have noticed that. And it's okay. It's just I don't fit it, and I'm good. I'm good with that, truly.
Well, that freaking go
Drama.
after her, right? So when I'm showing you the message that I show
Terry, they do, but they also, it rubs some people the wrong way. It really does. That like people, yeah, there's some people that feel kind of awkwardly about it. It is what it is. Like, it's okay. I'm going to play more of this now. Okay, now you guys saw, though, she was begging people. Again, I'll just back it up so you guys have that screenshot, though, if you need it. Because people forget about this. She wanted to go legal. Here you go. She wanted to go legal in April.
Because it's not right. It's not right. Okay. Because you're going to hear some of this stuff be discussed. And then
Granny fucking embraces my bullshit. I love that about her, though. And I think it's just because we have a good ebb and flow when the two of us get going. And she's not like, she knows what to expect out of me, I think, most of the time. The other day I was cracking up because she was cracking up because she hadn't seen some of the things we were playing. I played the Duchess Touch It. As soon as I popped down, somebody in the chat asked for it. So I popped back up just with that clip so she could see it.
then it'll make sense once you see this. See, look at this. People are so nasty on this platform. No, we're good. I had a group of mean girls who go to all creators and many subs trying to turn them against me. I know this game. She's already warning me that I get a.
Plus, one other thing I have to say too, people get really sick of how low BJ goes. Like allowing her panel, the things to be said on her panel, it's very problematic. So people want to hear that. Like people are enraged right now, rightfully so.
Attacked like crazy. Setting up the heartstring. Oh gosh.
Yeah, and then you feel bad.
Look at this. And then she's
That was
like,
great.
I think we need to come together. This is right in the very beginning, dude.
Legally. Oh my,
Right in the very beginning, dude.
my goodness gracious.
This is right in the very beginning. She's saying, threaten to cease. I think we need to come together and go after them legally. Hang on. And I'm just like,
So this was way fucking before Nick and those guys entered the scene in September.
This. And then you get these type of messages. Let's go on to say. He just sent me this, which would be my family's docs, right, Brittany? Would that be my family's docs he just sent you?
No.
Wow. He is going hard. He shared this on Twitter. It's the doc.
They
She
went
would've-
after her. Yeah.
Right.
And send assist to her because it was
It
I
was
had a
private.
reaction.
She should have never read that if it was private. That's none of her damn business.
Yeah, well, it doesn't prove anything. All
No,
it is he said he's going after her.
I've been trying to, some of the clip channels have asked me to leave it so they can see the date and the transcript, like the time of the videos in my videos. So I've been trying to make sure I give you guys spots where I do that.
That's what he said on his X account.
And that's
then
his
allegedly, I said he's hitting her first now because she's local. Yeah. He was sending a cease and desist to her because he sent the cease and desist to her before barbecue because it was
and we just saw her encouraging CJ to send C&Ds out
quicker to get to her.
And we know that Granny never got a C&D by Nick, Tony, Seth, anybody. She just finally got a C&D from Tony Mathis on the 13th of May after the anti-slap was ruled on and the same date that the appeal was filed.
It's not that he went after her. She's taking that and she's twisting what I said, and she's trying to say they went after her. Yeah, and it's not. That's not what I was saying. What I was saying is she was.
Terry, it takes a lot of time sometimes looking through these transcripts trying to find something. I was trying to find something the other day, and it's taken me like 4 days to find it.
Getting the first cease and desist because she was close.
I was so annoyed.
In the same town as him.
Because she wouldn't shut her pie hole. That's why.
And
She
guess
wouldn't
what?
Trying to remember 15 months worth of like different pieces and parts. There's things my brain is just checked out on lately.
They were going after her regardless if I was in it or not because of the defamation against Seth and others.
Yet they were unable to directly quote Granny for any single thing said about Seth Rogers throughout the entire filing. So even though you say that they were going after her already for defamation on Seth, there wasn't one quote attached to Granny against Seth in that filing. Not a direct quote in any way, shape, or form. They could not put any of those words on Granny. And every time they did quote her, it was a misquote by you and things that were said on you.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Does anybody remember what happened on September 25th? Is that the day that Nick took to X to fucking dox me and my family?
Man, I'm sorry. I've kept you guys here for 4.5 hours already. I will finish up with this. I'm sorry. This is a longer one, but I think we've gotten a lot of, like, looked at. That's kind of shocking when you see it all put together.
Is that the day that Brittany talked to Nick for the first time and threw me in this frivolous litigation? So here goes Brittany. He said he is going after her. He
just said nope. She said nope. Okay. September 26th, 2024. Let's go here.
Thank you so much for your support and for being here.
This is the day after Nick doxed Granny on Twitter.
He says, "Hey kid, hello Bob, nice to see you. Oh my God."
CJ, the one we just watched expose BJ's messages, re-shared Nick's Twitter posts on YouTube the 25th. Then BJ restreamed CJ's live stream with Granny's information.
Am I hidden? I've said hi to all the mods and nothing. You're not hidden in reality. We see you.
And if you want, there's actually a live stream that I did going through the dates, and Granny actually hops up, I think, during 1 or 2 of the parts of that timeline where we were putting together everything that was going on and happening to her in that time frame. It's actually very intriguing when you hear all the pieces that she was experiencing.
You need to let Dog and Nick, the lawyers, bust this little drama. You know what? Like, I'm seriously gonna talk to Nick. Like, I have nothing to do with what's going on, but maybe I will talk to Nick. Like, honestly, because this is my personal life. This is absolutely my personal life that this person is trying to. And here's the thing. She doesn't even know. Oh my God. She doesn't even know what she's talking about, y'all. That's the crazy part. So let me go ahead and show you what she posted. I'm about to show you. Okay. I logged off because I wanted to come on and do our regular stream, right? We're going to talk about Carly, I can't even remember her last name. I'm so Carly Gray, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys. I don't even remember her last name. I'm so aggravated. She made this post. Okay. Let me read this to you all. Okay. She says, imagine this. Your loved ones.
Imagine this all being here. Imagine knowing that CJ, you go through and play CJ showing Nick's ex posts in this live stream. Imagine you messaging CJ in April asking or telling him to send a C&D and then to go legal. What about October 10th? Let's look at that.
So also, I do want to say this real quick just regarding Betty, because I don't want anybody to think that I forgot about Betty. Betty, I'll just say I'm aware of everything that happened with Betty, but we've got a plan, and I'm going to leave that where it's at, okay? But we, I stand with her, and I appreciate, I'm sorry that for the shit she's going through too. It's horrible.
I think it's hard.
Yeah.
Imagine 8 days later, the filing coming out and Granny being a defendant when she was never even sent to C&D.
But
I'm not saying give someone a slap on the wrist, but it's been a little harsh. I don't
way harsh. Yeah, I think.
Yeah, I see what's going on.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
I
Turn
see
the other
exactly
cheek.
what's
They're
going
just
on.
jealous. Well, let me show y'all some of these comments real quick, and then
I'm so sick of hearing people say all this stuff about jealousy. There is nobody. Maybe that is something within a creator space that I don't belong to. I get that it does exist for some people. But what are we jealous of? This jealousy shit is so weird. If you are pleased with what you're talking about, why would anybody be jealous of your content, your life? You're not even happy with the content you provide on YouTube, let alone your life.
I'm going to show you guys.
And the reason I say that is because she thinks that Granny competes with her like in channel things. And she talks about it all the time. Granny kicks your butt in numbers. Like, why do you keep pointing it out? You just lost a lawsuit to why would Granny be jealous of you? Why would she be in competition with you?
So notice they tagged all these people: Queen Bee, Nonsense, Killshot, Granny.
Oh yeah, fuck. We all want Craig. We all want a fucking Craig in our life. I can't fucking imagine. Woo woo. Send him over. Fuck why would I got a Hank that takes up the couch and doesn't do shit. I don't need a Craig.
And he's watching.
I got a Hank. And he's allergic to bees. I'll take that.
Perplexed. Cute. So they're trying to send it to everybody. Deets, Laura from Perplexed.
Right? Autumn, it doesn't make sense. Let's go here though. I got a question. Did you ever get cameras? October 31st, you supposedly got this threat in your email.
Now, hold on a minute. Let me exit off that. That's to show y'all. Right now, I'm going to read y'all the email. Let me show y'all the actual, let me pull up the other document because I took 2 screenshots. Shit. All right, here we.
I thought you were getting cameras after this incident. You were encouraged by many of us to call the police and report this. Did you ever report this?
We go. Okay.
If this shit was really happening, she should have been reporting this stuff.
Let me come back to y'all.
Yeah, Rotaro. Well, she obviously didn't get cameras by February because she stated her Valentine's Day flowers got stolen out of her driveway. Remember that?
All right, let me share my screen. Thank you for your patience. All right. Here it is.
And the reason I mentioned this is because last night you said, when's the last time I've asked for anything? You asked for cameras. Do you forget that? Again, I hope you got them. You also said you needed to get a P.O. box, so somebody donated for a P.O. box. Did you get that? You also stated that you weren't going to get premium because it drove all of us nuts that reviewed you. People sent you money for that. You never got premium. These are things that you're doing and saying, and then you turn around and say, I didn't do that. I didn't say that. Again, if they want to provide that for you, okay, cool. But stop saying that you haven't been doing this shit and then shaming the rest of us.
Okay. Let me zoom in.
You always say they, them. No, a lot of us don't.
You see up here, once again, October the 30th, 2024, 9:27 p.m. All right. It says, and here's the email that the person sent. This guy was saying some fucked up stuff about you, and he also said that he was going to screw your doors shut on your house and burn it down with you in it. There's so many people pissed off at you, and people online are nuts. I thought you should be aware. I think this guy was pretty serious. He said that he had your address and everything. Someone else said that they made or were making a CPS child report on you, so I'd be on the lookout for that as well. Honestly,
the date of this was October 31st, 2024, for anybody that forgets.
I'm surprised that you haven't been swatted yet. Laugh out loud. Oh, and on top of it, all of that, if your RICO thing doesn't go through, she had grounds to countersue you, and she has already re-raised the $5,000 from the lost GoFundMe. Shit isn't looking very good, Britt. Be safe. So below, okay, I respond, 9:36 p.m. Do you have proof of these comments, or can you tell me where you seen this? I don't.
I understand her asking for proof, but you should have reported this right away to law enforcement. Sorry. These people condoning shit going off this app is ridiculous. I don't condone anybody if they did call CPS. I don't condone that shit. I don't condone threats and shit like this being made. I don't condone making websites about creators because you have problems with them. I don't condone any of the shit going on any angle.
Lie. You couldn't pay me to lie.
Come again? I just caught you in a major lie about the C&D that Granny was never sent. And you wanting to go legal back in April. Carry on.
9:36 p.m. Do you have proof of these comments, or can you tell me where you seen this? I don't lie.
By the way, you guys, not to sound arrogant, and this might come across arrogant, but she is scared shitless of me. I don't say that lightly. Like, she will not let them say my name again because she doesn't want people to come over here and see the clips that we pull out and play. She doesn't want people to, her audience has transitioned so fast. They're moving on. It's a whole new group of people. She don't want people to come over here and see her own words because I don't have to do shit besides just play her shit. And she forgets a lot of us were covering her back then, so we know what she said. What she's done. what she's lying to them about this lawsuit, that she went as real fucking life as possible by getting Granny intentionally targeted to put in it. Fuck you, BJ. Fuck you.
Couldn't pay me.
It takes a really pathetic human being to use a missing child's case and ask other creators to go legal because you have a personal issue and can't stand on your own 2 fucking feet. You had to wait for a pro bono attorney. If shit was that bad, you should have been handling it. You never did. Because, unlike you say, it's never been just Granny, has it? But you put everything on Granny. And then you use a missing child to go legal on her. And then you're still sitting here lying because this audience doesn't realize all the lies you fucking told and all the things you've done. That's why you don't want people to come over here and see. You know it as well as I do. Your mods have told you that. You've told your mods that.
To lie. You couldn't pay me to lie about.
It's about time you wisened up and stopped reviewing me and lying about me, because you never got anywhere and you lost a whole lot of fucking people by doing it over 15 months. A whole lot. I didn't pull them kicking and screaming over here. They're good people and deserve to know the truth and not feel like they've been gaslighted. It's never been personal between me and you. You tried it. You've encouraged a lot of stupid fuckery, but you're just one of a growing trend.
Being threatened. I know that there's people on in this, on this godforsaken earth who, get.
And you're so fucking furious that I'm still supporting Granny and won't back down. And I can find your own words where you're intentionally lying on her. She's taken enough hits from your guys' stupid shit, like appealing and shit like that. It's the least I can do is lay out your own fucking words.
Get down with getting sympathy and is willing to go to links like that to get sympathy or make it about them, but I ain't one of them. I ain't never been like that. I don't even think like that. My mind don't even.
Sorry if I coughed in your ear.
Work that way. I'm not talking about you saying I lied, Jonesin. I'll show you where people are saying that I lied about it. Now let me get to your post so I can tell you or respond to you.
Oh, I forgot in October she was mad at Jonesin.
I would never lie about some shit like that. And let me be clear about who I'm addressing when I say that. Specifically, people in nonsense chat, people in other chats that I've seen today accusing me of making that shit up. I don't roll like that. I didn't even think about anything like that. The thought didn't even cross my mind that I'd be
Notice she didn't say nonsense was accusing me. She said my chat.
Accused of that. Tugs on the heart.
I always said if it was real to report it, she should take it very seriously. I don't find that shit funny and people are crazy out here.
Thank you. I appreciate that. June, thank you. We love you, Brittany. I love you too. All right,
she surrounds herself with some wild fuckers.
Just because and listen, normally Jones and I ignore it. You've made quite a few community posts tagging me. I just ignore it. I ain't never ever responded to you, got mad at you or anything, even with some of the things you've said.
She always tries to play the victim. My gosh. My goodness. I forget how irritating it is. Let's see. What else is here? Yeah, like.
Well, that, and I'm to be honest with you, it scared the fuck out of me. Wouldn't you be afraid?
Yeah. Report it. That's what I would have done.
Wouldn't you be afraid? Somebody tell you they're gonna nail your.
Because if that didn't happen and that person that reached out to you is just making that up, that's concerning too. Why are they trying to incite weird shit like that? That's concerning. You have a family.
A house shut and burn you and your kids down in it.
Good night, kitty coo. Autumn, you know, I don't blame her for not showing proof of her CPS, but she's continued to talk about it. Like, she said everything was good. So then just be good. I don't know. I guess people are poking too. People did that to me too, and I just had to ignore. And she was, yeah, no, I'm not showing proof and just moving on. Like, I'm not using them for content. But then again, she did that before, so.
I appreciate that, inspired by flavor. I don't mind showing receipts. I didn't show them last night because
But I've always said that that was the biggest mistake I ever made. I could have got on here and shown a card. I could have shown the closure. Like, no matter what, I was in a lose-lose, and I was just like, nah, no.
they weren't redacted, and
because if I would have showed a card, they would have been like, she's already had interaction. They reported themselves. There was no win out of that.
I don't want to dox anybody. I don't think that person that reached out to me was a callous person. He was he's an older gentleman, and he probably don't even know how to take screen.
And Kyle and I always got on here and we're like, we have no idea who called. Like, no clue. But we wouldn't call on somebody else. We've called on ourselves.
Shots.
And this is when she makes excuses for TJ. I forgot about this. Fuck.
Oh, my God.
Good night, Duchess. I won't keep you guys much longer. Thank you, mods, for everything. I know a lot of you are East Coasters, so this is really late for you guys. Thank you. And not just the mods. Thank you all for watching.
Brett's been afraid since our house was shown. Hell yeah. And it's my
when Kyle goes away, I'm always up way later than I normally am. So you guys keep me company, and I appreciate that.
Blowing to me that people are more worried about my actions than to actually look at the situation as a whole. Miss Sugar, I don't know who it was.
Terry for this half of the year, and then it switches. I hate that.
I don't know.
Now I'm like, am I on Pacific or Mountain?
Somebody in a chat a person said that it was that they thought that they had saw it either in Kathy P's chat, or I have to look and see. I don't know. I don't want to say because I don't have proof of where it was shown.
So there was never any proof of any comment from anywhere. Kathy P's, nobody, no proof, no nothing, never once. This person said they couldn't remember where they saw it or who it was.
So I don't know. All I know is the fact that it was.
They never provided screenshots.
Said at all. Or if it was said at all. That's enough for me. Exactly. Constantly speaking on people's kids, custody, marriage, parents.
Couldn't get a screenshot. Not tech savvy, but mods for people.
Parenting. I've got. I can show you a damn video from 2 summer. What was it? No, it was a whole year ago. Where my kids and my family's being spoken on. I ain't never done that shit.
Thank you, Ro. Yep.
Yes, I took care of that this morning, Boodlebug. I called him last night, remember? I met him this morning after I took my kids to school.
People forget this. You see why I'm pulling it back out? These are the things that just irritate me now listening to her. I'm glad she's not covering cases. She will be again, though, now that Seth did this interview. But This is her anytime she's addressed. And now to see people just going along with the shit she's doing just because they hate XYZ creators that she's speaking against, it's like, what is happening?
What I don't understand, you know what, I ain't even going to say it. I ain't even going to say it. I showed what I needed to show. My only suggestion is use criticism constructively, bring down the stress by finding even more patience than before. Zoot, look, I'm all for criticism if it's constructive and it's coming from a good place. I absolutely.
No, you're not. I tried being respectful a couple times.
Absolutely.
I tried in the beginning having conversations. I paneled up with you.
PJ, honey.
Didn't I panel up with her 3 times? Once around Mother's Day, once over here, and then one time on hers. I think she clicked the link over here once, and I took it on hers twice.
PJ, I've been meaning to say something anyway. It don't matter. It don't matter my address out there now. She already put it out there, PJ, before the filing.
No, she didn't. She didn't put your address out there before the filing. That's incorrect. Your ditch, yes. Yep, your ditch. Some grass on a road and a ditch. Yep.
I don't understand how people don't understand that.
After you had reshared Nick doxing her on Twitter.
My personal
people will go back and forth whether the article was doxing, all the things. What she has said, her reasons for this lawsuit were this situation. Yet that situation wasn't even made into that big of a deal. Because she knows her information's been out here.
Privacy was invaded that day when that Google Earth was put on and
her privacy was invaded.
That obituary was put out from that boy.
Yep.
That was one of the main triggers for me to go through with the filing. Yeah, of course my address is in there. It was already put out there for the freaking world to see. So I'm not really sure what your argument is there, PJ, how that makes it any less terrible what she did. But, and I quite frankly, with all due respect, PJ, I don't understand why you keep coming back. I saw where you told Granny you were going to give her our personal mod chat. So why are you here? Why are you here? Like, you literally keep coming back to my chat after you're over there telling.
Because she wanted to be.
Her that you want to give her our mod chat. So what are you doing?
Yeah, because you went legal with 9 other people and made some really ridiculous claims. Yes. Blamed her for some things. Yes.
Do you not remember that? Like, or you probably think I'm stupid, right? You think I'm stupid and I don't see these things. Either or, I'm not sure. Maybe you forgot. Did you forget? It was only like a week ago you told her that.
Much respect if she did. You went litigation. And if there was a plan to do this, she deserves honesty. Much respect.
That's another thing. That's a prime example. People stirring drama when you're not going through it. And PJ, shame on you. You know I got kids. You know I got kids. It blows my.
Does that not sound identical to the Mallory? You know I have kids. To the recent claims against creators that she's feuding with?
Mine. People that I thought It's real hard when it's people that you think.
It's so repetitive. It changes every so often. It was Granny, Mal, me, like every person. Jay, Granny is always at fault for everything, though.
You had a real friendship with, and to go and do something like that. Why?
I mean, you can just insert name people and I'm missing a ton because there's a ton of mods that she had some sort of relationship with that were really hurt by her.
So you can get a couple.
She's accused them. She's found ways of bringing in her entire ex-mod groups and like smearing all of them at once.
Pats on the back.
And then I think it was one of them threatened to expose their faces.
It's so messed up. People can't see how messed up this is. Yes. Yes, TF20. Yes.
PJ's really sweet. Really fucking sweet.
Look, I don't even know what the hell's going on in chat. It's chaos.
I don't know what.
Oh my God. Question, how is it different what Kathy accused you of with no receipts? It could be a troll just trying to work you up, let alone. Good on you. Did you watch my live last night? I'm going to assume that you didn't, right? This is 100% different than what Kathy P's doing. Kathy P knows that nobody talked about her kid in my chat. She knows that. And she's too prideful to admit that she was wrong. She's too prideful to admit, to the point that she's willing to continue to perpetuate a lie by saying that she saw it herself in my chat. I am sitting on a shit ton of threats that I don't even bring to y'all. And then
if they were happening, again, if these were happening, wouldn't you be reporting it? It's so weird in this space. Like, some people were so mad that I would make a report and document things that were happening. They would try to shame me for that. And I was like, hell no. People are crazy out here and do crazy shit. Like, if she was getting threats, why wouldn't she have been reporting it? If these were really happening, like she claims they were, if somebody's threatening to nail you report that shit, right? I mean, come on. And then this is how you behave?
Then I got hit with that one last night, good on you. And in my live, I specifically said to everybody, this could be someone trying to rile me up, or this could be a fucking threat. Either way, it ain't nothing that I'm not going to take very seriously. And you
should take it seriously
too, if you were sitting on the things that I am. How am I wrong by putting that out there and asking the question, did anybody else see these comments? This is some real shit, and it's worrisome. I don't know how you would make the comparison of the two and say those are the same things. Would you? I mean, seriously, you would just sit on that comment and let that bother you? Like, you're just going to sit on it and not try to get to the bottom of it?
Report it.
What do you do if you have kids? Would you not?
Just report it.
I did. I absolutely did a police report, Sarah. Would you not, for good measure, do the safe thing and try to make sure? I mean, I could just ignore it, right? And then what? What if it happens? Or I can try to get ahead of it and say,
it's like she can't adult.
You know what? Just like I said today and yesterday, I don't have proof. I tried to get proof. I took it live. I tried to ask any creators if they saw it. Hey, this could be or it could not be. The fact that I got it is enough for me to be concerned. I tell you that much. I'll never take that shit lightly. It don't make me or break me or anybody else for me to file it and put it out there and get it documented.
Did you ever do it though?
How does that hurt anybody? Jason, how come none of y'all said anything when this girl was out there? Like, y'all, I would
to accuse Granny of being the reason why you were getting threats.
Come at me about an injunction, but I didn't.
After you had already become one of 10 plaintiffs, one of 9 additional plaintiffs in a filing. 13 days later, this is what you were doing.
See any of y'all. Y'all just sat by idly while she's trashed me and brought my personal life into this platform, something that should never happen. Please make it make sense.
You expect people to come to your defense.
If y'all don't see,
always have demanded it, in fact. You've demanded it of me over and over again over the last year. Demanded when I come to your defense and defend you on shit. While you've sat there and let people just completely trash me and lie over and over again. You know it. You could correct it, but I have corrected things on your behalf. And I got sick of being demanded to do it. When you are so comfortable being just shit.
See that there's a double standard. I don't know what to say.
Do you get light on some? Yeah. Do people blow shit up out of proportion? Yes. But I've spent time and energy defending you at times. And you are just, nope.
I asked Granny multiple times to take that off of her channel, to take my property off of her channel, to take my personal information off. She refused. She told me no, she won't.
It's still up there. We reviewed it. I see why. It's her ditch.
Stop.
I don't personally have to agree with even that. But again, why lie? But I see why. Like, she was baited. In the beginning, I was like, I don't get it. But I didn't understand the history here. I get it now. Trust and fucking believe. Granny gets blamed for everything.
Well, then if it's between us, why are y'all coming at me about it then? If it's between us, then why is it seemingly like I'm the only one
Amy.
That y'all are coming down on about it?
I get it.
I don't expect nobody to go defend me. But what I am going to ask is, if you're not going to be fair about it, then don't come at me about how I'm wrong. That's all I'm saying.
She expects people to defend her. She's got channels that if you talk about her, they fire up, and that's what they're supposed to do, is defend her. It's so weird when people fall out with her that have channels and they start telling their actual experience. It's mind-blowing.
I'm gonna tell you too, and then this is all I'm gonna say. It's not even close to being equal. Not even close.
It's legit. Same story, insert different name. Same excuses, insert different name. Repetitive. Different group after different group after different group. Different series.
And people will have to see. People are going. Won't stop, can't stop, needs the drama. I don't need the drama. Oh, I see what you're saying. I'm sorry. Britt shared only what needed to be shared. She didn't owe haters anything. Go light up a live stream and talk about it, because that's all y'all know how to do. Instead of minding your own business, you should be ashamed. Look, I just needed to put that out there. That's all. People told me, people sitting there calling me a liar, saying that I made up this crap. I'm not saying any of y'all in chat said it. Not saying anybody in chat said it. I've seen it. I've seen the screenshots. I don't lie.
She didn't say it. I said it.
I would never make up some shit like that.
She said it was in my chat. And Kathy P's.
It is very easy. It is very easy for people to point fingers and tell you what they would do when they're not going through it. That's what I'm going to say. It is so easy to point fingers and say somebody's wrong.
But if she'd seen screenshots, she would know exactly whose chat.
Or a person, you wouldn't do this or you wouldn't do that until you go through it.
None of us saw anything. The mob said they never saw anything.
I don't know, but I really don't even feel like I don't even think that we're going to even get anywhere. I wish that we could talk and find some common ground. I really do, but I feel like this shit's just so tumultuous and toxic at this point.
She doesn't. She didn't.
I'm not using Sebastian for anything, Jonesin. One could also argue that Sebastian's name has been used relentlessly to rip people apart for months.
It's not to rip you guys apart. When you push back on the misinformation, you have a way of spinning it, taking it personal.
4 months. Going live, calling Seth Rogers a predator? accusing him of
I haven't done that.
sexually harassing all of the girls,
Haven't done that.
all of the girls that were helping him search, putting out bold-faced lies that Sebastian mimicked SA onto to others. Bold-faced lies.
You've been corrected on that numerous times, or how that went down.
People have used Sebastian's name to rip people apart for months. I can show you where that's come from.
But no accountability for what you do to these families. None. None.
It's sick.
And I've never taken any of my grievances with you off this app. I've pushed back on the misinformation and the bullshit you spew with plain your own words. And I 100% support Granny defending herself.
Oh my God. Trish, why are you even here? Once again, you didn't watch my live last night. I didn't stand behind her GoFundMe being stopped. I said people don't need to report GoFundMes. It doesn't do anything but make shit worse.
She did.
I'm about to call you, Breezy. I actually need to talk to you. My phone was off. I don't even know why it was off. Look, this is just going to get worse. That's all it's going to do. At the end of the day, there are people who feel a certain way about me. Instead of actually taking the time to get to know me and talk to me, you listen to what other people have said and you form this opinion and this ideology about me.
I formed my opinions of you based on watching what you do and say.
It's fine. It's fine. Like I said, I'm not even, I come here, not call me. I'm driving. Okay. I'm calling you. My phone went dead. All right. I'm getting off here because I needed to say what exactly, Sarah. Exactly. I beg people to not report it. I beg people not to report it. I don't do stuff like that. I don't. Sarah said you actually said that you hope people would stop reporting. You didn't like that happening. No, I don't. I don't do that.
She did.
And I also want to make this clear.
She was in litigation by this point, though.
Too. This is so stupid. I can't even believe that I've got to argue this point. I can't even believe that I got to argue this because it's kind of embarrassing.
No, it wasn't against GoFundMe's terms and services.
But we watch these commercials on my channel called Lint Liquor. It's an Orbit gum commercial. Orbit gum commercial. And she says, you lint liquor. It's something that we watch over here and laugh about. And the other thing that we watch is the Geico commercial where the pothole speaks in a really funny Southern accent. And last night was a heavy live stream. It was really heavy. And the chat requested to watch those two commercials. And Reality Win said the chat wants lint liquors.
She actually was brave enough after litigation was filed to go on and promote every person that Granny had problems with in the past that were going to review content from Granny from 3 years ago to try and justify this one's actions for joining a lawsuit. She went live and shouted them all out and dropped their links and shit. They were all going to start making content against Granny to prove why Brittany needed to be a part of this litigation. It was fucking wild.
Or potholes. And today it's being said that was us making fun of GW's body parts. I can absolutely assure you that I have no interest in talking about another person's private part, okay? I don't. If you look around and you see the only person talking about a private part is her. So I feel it's absolutely, to me, it's oh my goodness. It's really childish that I'm even having to, I can't even believe that I'm even having to argue this, but all you got to.
And then she goes on to talk about her private part after she filed litigation.
Remember, for 5 months, if Brittany is using Sebastian, so are all the other haters talking about her constantly. Think about it. Yeah, 100%. That's what I'm talking about, Ben. They're using his name to bash for cash. Anybody that isn't.
Come again.
Bias can see that. Thank you, Liza. I know, Crystal.
What do you do to the parents? Bash for cash. It's your job, correct?
But I mean, I'm being 100. Like I said, I can't
I would rather bash for cash on you than the parents of a missing child.
even believe that I got to say that, but it's unfortunate. Here I am saying it. Exactly, Angela. Anyway, I'm gonna, it's Halloween. I hope you guys have a good Halloween.
And Angela has been providing some of the screenshots recently. I just wish they would have came sooner when she was in litigation, because I'm sure she thought at times she was going insane. And even though we were like able to lay out timelines and shit, knowing that this is exactly what they were talking about behind the scenes on the date that they were is so frustrating. I cannot imagine for her that this is what it's cost her. She's had to deal with this for, that's got to be frustrating as fuck.
Please think about backing out of the legal stuff. As someone who has been through it, I can tell you it's a nightmare. Miss Sugar, do you know that this is never going to stop? Do you know that? Do you know that if I don't do something?
People were begging her to back out of litigation. Terry, thank you so much. Your hard work is appreciated and essential to making a real change and accountability for responsible, independent reporting. Thank you. Thank you, Terry. Thank you so much for the support. But this is just wild to look back at.
Something. My children are constantly going to be weaponized by this broad. You got this, and thank you. Thank you, Mandy. I love you.
Meanwhile, you put them in your declaration. You brought them into the court case. That was you. Remember? I do. Do you want me to play this?
We can't. It has to be in there.
Well, I mean, you don't need to show it or.
Right. So it says, I am writing this declaration not as a lawyer or someone engaged in a legal dispute, but as a mother and a human being who has endured unimaginable pain, fear, and suffering due to the relentless harassment and defamation.
Amy, thank you. Thank you for listening and hearing. She gets so pissed off at me. And it's been like this because she hates the fact that her own words. Yeah, she took somebody to fucking court.
Perpetrated by.
She deserves people to hear her words and what she's actually said and done.
Granny's watching. Along with her friends and followers and cult-like network. What they have done has torn apart not just my professional life.
This is her declaration for that lawsuit.
But my personal life as a mother, a daughter, and a person who values kindness, honesty, and peace. I have lost count of a number of times that I've woken up in a cold sweat.
Even her bringing up Granny's any private of hers after she was the one to file for litigation was stupid. Just fucking stupid. And she thinks Granny has no counterclaim.
Terrified that someone might follow through on the threats that Granny and her followers have made against me. She didn't just stop at insults or gossip. She looked straight into her camera and told me, I will make you an effing victim. These words haunt me. It's not just fear for myself, but it's the gut-wrenching fear that I may not be able to protect my children.
Then why wouldn't you have reported that threat of nailing your door shut?
How can I explain to my kids that their mother is being targeted by strangers on the internet? People who seem intent on ruining our lives. I try to hold it together for them, but inside I'm broken. The words Granny uses to describe me, a lazy, wasteful piece of shit, aren't just casual insults. They cut to the core of my identity as a mother who works hard to give my children and the love and stability that they deserve. When she says those things publicly in front of thousands of people, I feel the walls of my world closing in. My children have seen me cry because of these things. I try to hide it, but they notice. How can a mother explain? The strangers are attacking her, saying horrible things, calling her names, and trying to destroy the life that she's worked so hard to build. The most painful part of this has been watching my children ask if they are safe. Granny and her associates have implied that I neglect or harm my children, saying things like, quote, "You won't ever catch me driving with my children unbuckled standing up." Those comments go beyond personal.
That's when people offered that reward for information of who called. I noticed they finally stopped demanding that, which was smart because in North Carolina, everybody's a mandated reporter. So anybody could have reported. Who knows what caused. But this could have been just right here in this filing. If your kids are coming to you and saying they don't feel safe, somebody could have, and it could be somebody around you that thinks they're trying to help you out. People do weird ass shit. That's why I've said that I wouldn't be surprised if they were involved. I don't know who the fuck was. Sure as fuck wasn't me.
They attack my ability to be a good mother. I have spent sleepless nights wondering if someone might actually believe those lies and come after me, or worse.
And then when she says she gets threats like that, she doesn't even make reports. It's fucking wild.
My children.
Ma'am, if you're going to do this, protect your family, and you refuse to do it, but then you blame people for not protecting. Like, what the fuck, man?
As a mother, there's no greater terror than the thought of your children being hurt because of the lies and hate spread by strangers.
I am
This
so
can-
sorry, Brett. I am so sorry that they keep doing this to you.
Hold on.
Breaking my heart.
I'm going to fast forward through this meltdown. It's painful. Sorry, guys.
I just wish I could hug you, Brittany. I wish I could hug anybody who's going through this. Every day waking.
Okay, I'm actually a little embarrassed. I don't want to even admit that because I'm fine. Yeah, is reality okay?
I can't do it.
She's gonna connect with us, and if we don't hear from her, if anybody has her number, let me know.
Yes, Josh, exactly. For anybody saying that she needs to step away or relax, let her heal. Absolutely.
Lakota, I will say that some of the comments get way aggressive and out of line at times. I will say I've seen that. It happens all the time on every end of it, though. But I just can't even explain it anymore. She brings them up constantly and puts them in the middle of shit like this and then takes no accountability for what she put them in herself.
Yes. And like I said, I kind of feel bad. I didn't mean to trigger.
He intentionally hides behind him, in my opinion.
Reality. What I was hoping by reading it to y'all. Listen, that's not easy to admit. Okay, I'm actually a little embarrassed. I don't want to even admit that because, like, I'm at that point where it's like that's just not. Nobody wants to admit that this has affected me the way that it has, but it has. And one of the reasons that
but it's not affecting Granny,
have agreed to go along with it is for my kids, for number one, but number two, and obviously for Seth and Sebastian, because it is a
for Seth and Sebastian
pattern. And if people
the fucking audacity
will say that this is not connected, it absolutely is.
To say that this is any way, shape, or form for Sebastian pisses me off.
It's all a collective group of people doing the same crap, case after case after case after case. How many more? You think Sebastian's case is bad? The next case is going to be worse.
Yeah, until you guys stop. Yep. People are going to continue to push back.
we aren't the problem. Us coming on here sharing our thoughts, ideas, and opinions on a case is not the problem.
No, not at all.
The problem is when you have people going live day in and day out trying to rip somebody apart because we have an opinion.
Your opinions
That's not right.
aren't what you're doing.
I mean,
I
where do you
agree.
draw the line, right?
Exactly.
I mean, if this is okay, the next case it'll be worse, and it's just going to keep getting worse. And people from the outsiders are like, "Oh, it's no big deal," because you don't speak up. So you have to speak up, or else the next person's not.
This bitch just said the outsiders.
What?
From the outsiders.
Going to speak up, and it's going to just get worse for the next person and the next person, and God knows what will happen.
They don't even take into consideration what they do to the families. Not at all. It's all about them.
Yeah.
So it takes a lot to admit how much it affects you.
Exactly. And that's another thing. I want to do this to try to prevent the next person, because the next woman may not be as strong as I am, or be as strong as Seth is, or be as strong as chasing crime is. You know what I mean? Like, and I'm not, please don't, I'm not asking anybody to feel sorry for me. Don't. I know, exactly. I know. And that's the problem. Cognizance. I know I've covered many cases, but I have never seen the toxicity at this level on any of the other cases that we've covered. Summer Wells is right there at it, but I think this one tops the cake. It's the topping, it's the icing. But let's go ahead, so I can get to Jason's part 2. All right, it says, the most painful part has been watching my children ask if they are safe. Granny and her associates even implied that I neglect or harm my children, saying things like, "You won't ever catch me driving with my children unbuckled, standing up." By the way, that never happened. That's complete lies. Those comments go beyond personal. They attack my ability to be a good mother. I've spent sleepless nights wondering if someone might actually believe those lies and come after me, or worse, my children. As a mother, there is no greater terror than the thought of your children being hurt because of the lies and the hate spread by strangers. This campaign of hate has also impacted me financially. Before this started, I was proud of the work I did, and I was able to support my family. Now people who once trusted me no longer want to work with me. The lies, the accusations, the threats, they've destroyed the professional relationships that I've worked years to build. And the worst part is, I'm not just losing business. I'm losing the ability to provide for my children. How am I supposed to rebuild my career when my reputation has been torn apart by people who don't even know me? My mental health has been shattered by this. Every day I wake up with a knot in my stomach, wondering what new attack will come. I'm exhausted, not just physically, but emotionally. I feel like I'm constantly walking on eggshells, afraid of one wrong move. Afraid that one wrong move may lead to more lies, more harassment, more attacks. The anxiety doesn't just affect me, it affects my family too. My children have seen me cry more in the past year than I care to admit. I've had to cancel family outings, miss important moments, and withdraw from the people that I love because I'm so consumed by the fear and stress of what might happen next. At times, I've broken down completely. I've sat in my car in the driveway of my own home and just cried because I don't know how to protect myself or my family from this kind of hate. I'm a mother just trying to raise my children and do the best for them. I've had to tell my kids why people are saying horrible things about their mom online. I've tried to shield them, but it's impossible when this campaign of hate is so public and so vicious. Your Honor, as I sit here writing this, I'm asking that you, not as a plaintiff, but as a mother who is desperate to feel safe again. I want to wake up one morning without the fear of what might be said about me, or worse, what might be done to me or my family. I just want to live my life, raise my children, and provide for them without this cloud of fear and hatred hanging over me. I'm asking for justice, not just for me, but for my children who have seen their mother's spirit broken from a relentless cruelty of strangers. I'm not fighting to clear my name, but to protect my family from the very real and ongoing threats that this coordinated campaign of harassment has caused. The psychological, emotional, and financial damage has left scars that will never fully heal. I am pleading with this court to recognize the very real harm that these actions have inflicted on me and my children, and to hold those responsible accountable for the destruction that they have caused. And it says, I, swear to affirm under the penalty of perjury, documents under that the foregoing is true and correct. I understand the false statements herein are made to subject to penalty of perjury and other applicable laws. So there's that. All right, let's see. Do we know?
I love that for her. I love that. I fucking love that for her. Do you guys love that? This is why she doesn't want people to come and view my channel. I fucking love it. Oh, fuck my life.
Paying her first now because she's local. Thank you for solidifying my punitive damages. Thank you for solidifying my punitive damages.
Solidifying what, Granny?
It doesn't solidify your punitive damages.
Broad. She's stupid. You're a stupid broad. You're not going to get
Also-
anything.
Also, that does.
You stupid broad, you. What is this? What is this meltdown here? What is this? Like, this is, I'm embarrassed for you. This is, I don't even know. Like, this is just a failure. Let's see. Let me find.
Welcome to the shit show. Every single day, a new flavor of fuckery. Cause everybody's such, you see, and they're dumber than a bag of.
That's from The Beautiful Duchess, but that sums this up so well.
Isn't freaking like what is she trying to prove here? Somebody make it make sense, please.
She's nuts.
Remember, she doesn't lie.
Nuts. Listen to her. Listen to her anger.
Ma'am, listen to your anger.
The hatred.
The hatred coming from your voice.
Oh, because he showed that freaking something about her father on that had nothing to do with me.
No,
Once again, stop blaming me for that.
I just showed where you reshared, CJ resharing information. And talking about what they were doing to Granny. And you lied. You asked CJ in April to go legal.
Actions of others. They all, if you guys notice, they always do that. It doesn't matter if it's Q, it doesn't, or QB.
I know, Amber.
Doesn't matter if it's J, Granny.
She doesn't get it either.
They all.
But I think she does. And I think pretending that she doesn't works in her benefit. She makes a lot of money off the false victimhood.
Excuse me.
I mean, it's a full-time career. If I relied on this as a career, I would have to pull in, like, I can't imagine supporting an entire household. If Kyle didn't work, like what we would need to survive. Of that. She really has to sell her soul.
actions of other people.
It's really sick, truly. She needs this type of stuff to provide for her family. It's just, ugh. I would think going and working a job would be easier and less emotionally taxing.
People, not just my own.
They want to put everything on you. Every little bit of it they want to throw on you.
I know, like, we joke around about Craig, right? About getting him a mic and shit. Because he would cancel her so fast. Truly, because the guy is just fucking ignorant. But somebody reminded me the other day, they were like, I understand people like joking around about the dude, but he is really out there. And is like, yeah, not a good dude from the sounds of it. And I mean, just as far as look what he's acceptable of, I don't know. It just says a whole lot about him to me, that he is willing to let his significant other do this to provide for their family and him not get it. I don't know.
Your back.
I believe it. I absolutely believe it.
Fuck
Sweet
yeah,
Jelly Bean, thank you so much. She says you have to just ignore them. They are doing this to upset you.
She's the only one that will take her down. That's what I've always said. Some of these people expose themselves better than we will ever be able to do.
It is. Thank you, Sweet Jelly.
It's just great that people are finally paying attention to her, though, because of what she's doing to Granny. I'm glad people are paying attention to how grimy she is.
Jelly Bean is absolutely insanity. The part that gets me though is they're saying that
and not only that, what she's allowing
you know,
her panel
my
to do
kids have
right now, currently, she's allowing people on her panel to do horrible things to other creators. That's what she does. Sarah was the one that came after me, just like Kim's going after Clue. Like, they each serve their purpose, and she tries to keep her hands clean. Same shit. Yvette went from nonsense detail to queen bee detail. Like, it's wild how they maneuver to protect her ass, and she keeps her hands cleaner. Says she does. No, she doesn't.
have been taken from my home, which
No,
is
she
so
fucking-
far from true.
Yeah,
they all are assigned their people to like pay attention to. That's why she keeps 7 different chats and 5 degrees of separation. She keeps all the mods disliking each other mods, because they all are set on different tasks to report back to her so she can keep her hands clean. And I'm not even joking. That is my impression based on the things that we've seen released. She definitely, and people's stories, like people have told the stories of how she maneuvers everybody. But she's doing some crazy shit right now. Like, she always blames every bit of it, though. We'll fall back on Granny. It's all because of Granny.
Infected, took to Twitter in an attempt to get a reaction out of me, dox my family, all to get a reaction and throw me in this frivolous little made-up litigation.
It worked because it did get a reaction out of you.
And their reality is admitting that that was the plan. And she says, it worked. It worked.
Going through something like this, and then you get these type of messages.
Probably should have told her, shut up, BJ.
Let's go on to say. He just sent me this, which would be my family's docs, right, Brittany? Would that be my family's docs he just sent you?
No.
Wow. He is going hard.
Other mods had seen where her father's information was shared in their group chats too.
He shared this on
Mods that have left her.
Twitter. It's the docs of my family.
What are you talking about?
Oh my God, I saw it. Everybody saw what he posted. Am I not allowed to respond to that and react to it?
Everybody saw it.
I said, he just sent me this. Wow. He is going hard. He shared this on Twitter. How is that? But that's my response to what he was doing. I can have a response. That's not me doing it. That's not like, she acts like she's got something big. Like she's presenting this as if like she's got evidence, right?
Why are you stumbling all over your words?
Right, that
This was last night.
She's playing the victim card. Do you guys not see that?
What are you talking about?
Victim card. She's playing y'all for fools.
Yeah, BJ is.
You guys
She's the one who's just lost litigation.
paid for her. Regula.
Yeah, absolutely. People helped her out to defend herself against crazy allegations of RICO. Fuck yeah. I would hope they would do the same if anybody else was accused.
Unreal. Unbelievable.
What's unbelievable is that you would sign your name to something like that.
Yeah, grifting granny. That's exactly it, people.
Yep.
My family,
There is.
my kids, my dogs.
Grifting granny, really.
So you're sharing it in your group chat, proud of it, doxing.
Yeah. It was free, right?
Look at that shit emojis.
Oh my god.
Not once does it say in that group text that I'm proud of a dox. Not once am I sharing anything about being proud of a dox in there. He just sent me this. Wow. He's going hard. He shared this on Twitter.
Again, we saw in April you were asking people to go legal then.
How is that me being proud of a dox?
You have every right to make a comment.
Listen to that. Threatening the vet. Look.
Yeah. Yeah.
Doesn't Bernie sit over there and cry? My family, my kids, my
Yes.
dogs. So you're sharing it in your group chat, proud of it, doxing. Look at your vet with the shit emojis. Your vet, I can't wait till you come to PA. Yes, it was all fun and games when they thought they had the upper hand. He is not
Brett.
playing, bruh. You're 30-something years old. Grow the fuck
Brett,
up. He's not playing,
I
bruh.
can imagine all the
intentionally
shit
tried
they
to
talk
destroy my
about
life.
over there.
Listen to
That
that.
he has a lot of money inside.
Listen to that. Hold on.
You just sat here and lied to your audience.
Hold on a minute. This is bullshit.
No, it is straight up bullshit. It's bullshit that you're lying to people still.
Because I'm gonna clear.
It
I'm
was all
gonna
fun
clear
and games
this
when they
up.
thought they had the upper hand. He is not playing, bruh. You're 30-something years old. Grow the fuck up. He's not playing, bruh. You actively and intentionally try to destroy my life.
All right. You want to know how I actively and intentionally try to destroy her life?
He's a
Come in
liar.
close. Come on in really closely. I want everybody put your ear up to the speaker and listen. Listen very carefully because I'm about to let you in on a secret of how
We can hear you just fine from here.
actively try to destroy Granny's life. You ready?
Mm-hmm.
We wrote to the judge and we asked them, not for money. No money.
Did you hear what her reasonings for declaration?
Not for
what she begged of the judge?
Jail. Not for any type of punishment.
Oh, but there's live streams of you saying people could go to jail for up to 20 years. And this was very serious because Castor was involved. Do I need to pull all those out?
At all. We wrote to the judge and we asked them to tell Granny's Watching and Barbecue to stop defaming people.
Yep.
And to just not speak about me. That's how I tried to destroy her life. All people have to do is go read the court documents.
Yep.
All we ever asked was for her to stop
defaming and slandering.
That's it.
And she couldn't even do that. Boy, does she listen very well? No.
Juggling my home life.
Dehumanized and desensitized, her reasons why. I could do this all night, BJ.
Right? So, in the process, we got a live stream where I was very tired and sleepy. Well, that'll give you a good idea of why. Like we have been, you guys, thank you so much. We have been hitting the ground running, and you can, oh my God, you guys, Jesus. Thank you. Holy moly. Thank you guys. Y'all. We appreciate you being. I hope you stick around and hang out with us. Look at all of this. Wow. Ben gifted 5. Thank you so much, Ben, for gifting 5 memberships. And then we got, let me make sure I catch up. Let me see. And I will try to get all your comments too. The Hatter's Madness. Thank you for becoming a member. Let me see. Ben.
She goes on to thank all of the money she gets rolling in.
What? You can do it better than me. You in trouble.
I'm just kidding.
So how you doing, girl? How you doing?
Oh my God. I don't know. I'm nervous. Cassie Roku, thank you so much. She says love always wins. Thank you,
That's the
Cassie.
truth. That's the truth.
What do you think?
Well,
Help me get started.
I think I think it's just one of those things where, it's how when I'll just bring up Betty, for example, it felt like it was okay to some people when it was Betty.
Yep.
But
He didn't know how to respond.
when the shoe it seems like it's on the other foot.
This was the day the filing dropped.
But it's a mess.
It is. Absolutely.
And I just don't understand. I was saying this on my channel earlier. Like, I don't understand why people just can't live and let people run their channel the way they want to run their channel. And then if you don't like it, then don't watch. Or if you don't like the way someone covers true crime, then do better.
1,000%.
Do better. Do better.
1,000%.
Amber, that oof. And thank God for people like you. That's so needed. So needed.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just the way I feel.
I'm so thankful for medical staff.
Because like the bashing and all of that.
I had a friend, well, my friend's college roommate, her mom was a psychiatric nurse for years at a hospital, and she was incredible. I mean, just such great people, care about people that don't have it so easy.
What does it do? It's if you don't like the way you handle a channel, I handle a channel, Josh handles a channel, Mr. E, whoever.
Okay, I'm sorry. I said an hour ago I'd get off, but you see how easy these roll together?
What does just going and like trying to bash a person do? It doesn't do anything for the case, because that's clearly what the person says they have a problem with.
Yep.
This is why I just keep going. Like, we should have been done an hour ago, but the clips just lay into each other to correct their own bullshit.
And if they have a problem with that, then do better. Right? Do better with it.
Yep.
Why continue? Like, I don't know. I just don't get people to.
I don't even know how to answer this one. Mish.
Amber, you're incredible for that. Truly. Takes a special human.
So, Mish, there are aspects of this filing that, believe it or not, like this, I just want to let anybody know. I don't even know if people have this perception or not, but I think it's greatly, extremely important that people realize that not every aspect of the filing are we a part of, right? So, I have nothing to do with Seth and Tony's.
Can you just start from the beginning about like what happened today? Because I think some people was like, "What are you talking about?"
Yes. Okay.
But they also appealed this decision, but she wasn't a part of all of it. Just one little section.
That's what we should do.
So,
I would love for the appellate court to be able to see this shit
today.
They don't get to, but I would love for it.
There was a request for an injunction filed.
Federal.
A federal injunction. Yeah, go ahead. You do it.
Well, no. I mean, you can probably explain it better than I can, but there's a federal injunction against I guess it would be a YouTuber.
Amber, shit's gotten so fucking wild. I do not understand what's even going on.
And a TikToker. I guess a TikToker. And 50 John and Jane Does that are not. I don't.
That smirk right there. That smirk says it all.
A TikToker. I guess a TikToker. And 50 John and Jane Does that are not. I don't know if they're publicly mentioned on that or not, but.
Oh, Amber, I know I've had family members that have needed you guys, so I appreciate you guys beyond.
They're just they line it out about from A to Z. It starts with literally the day Sebastian goes missing, and it leads up to, for instance, people being harassed since. So these groups coming in trying to find Sebastian, pulling out group after group, pulling out.
Where?
Since Sebastian went missing, because they're being followed, harassed, tired.
Yet there's no proof of any of that.
Slash.
No proof of any of that.
All of that.
And Terry Lynn says one tire was punctured, not tires were slashed.
And so, and then, it leads up into things, Betty's had going on, and just it's really gotten off the track about, this is just my opinion, by the way, of it's no longer about Sebastian anymore. It's been more, at least in my opinion, about trashing the parents. And, like I was saying today, Brittany, when it comes to take Seth, for instance. Seth, let's make this crystal clear. None of the parents have been named a suspect or even a person of interest. So we have that. But then,
yeah, no shit.
Take, for instance, Seth, who has not been named.
They can't answer the question of why she joined this filing. This is Justin's explanation, though.
Person of interest or anything.
This all makes sense why she joined the filing, right? Yeah.
He's actually even went farther.
Oh, it's called fucking word salad, so you forget what the question was that they even asked. And by the time of it, you're just agreeing, yep, sure, that makes sense, because you forgot what was even fucking asked.
Than that. And showed his timesheet. And that he could not have been anywhere. Then he takes a lie detector test on national television to prove to, a lot of the naysayers that he has, nothing to do with it, even on top of, authorities saying that there's no suspects or anything.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing is, you can talk about the case. Talking about the case and having an opinion is one thing, but then once you,
there was, yep.
For instance, Seth was at work. We know that. We've seen his timesheet, took a lie detector test. Once that happens,
law enforcement said all parent stories were vetted. I got to go with that.
It's out. He had nothing to do with that night. So why does people keep dragging this father who's done everything he can?
Why do they keep dragging Chris
publicly to prove to the world
he doesn't owe it to the world
that he has nothing to do with this? Why is he being dragged through the mud? I mean, just really, really awful things.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then, and then it's just been people who have, who try to, who want to come out and speak out. They won't any longer because of the hate that they get. Take Bobby, for instance.
Well, yeah, there's stories, and BHP seems mad at Bobby now.
That's right. When she went on JLRs, I mean, it was nothing but hate.
Right.
Once she came out, and the neighbor said, "Oh God, sorry, I'm not doing it any longer."
Nothing to do with it.
Yep.
And then Betty's the I forget her name. Who was the lady that was associated with?
Oh yeah.
This is why I was like, I got to play this one before we end, because this just fell perfectly into that. Lab.
Yeah. She was in my chat earlier, and she says,
yeah.
I mean, she's gotten a lot of things, and it's just been,
Y'all had to delete her Facebook page the next day. Very next day.
He said nothing. He had said absolutely nothing of substance in that entire ramble. And right now he's just, She says, yada, and he's, He has no fucking clue what he's even talking about, but this is her reason why for joining the filing.
It seems like everyone who's, if you stand a certain way and you want to search or you want to help, it's like, it feels.
If you stand a certain way, like downwind, upwind, what do you mean? Stand a certain way?
Like, it's this campaign of hate.
It's like, or it is.
Times, and
at times or all the time.
I just don't understand why. I have literally supported anyone who searches, no matter, if we believe the same thing or not. I've always, I've tried to keep it consistent in that.
Okay. You're not a plaintiff.
Yeah.
So.
Yep. Here, let me catch this one real quick. I know she did, Nicole. I've got everything documented. R. Taylor, my throat's been doing this weird crap all day. I think I'm trying to get sick.
I've been sick all week.
I was trying to talk to Justin earlier and I barely even had a voice. R. Taylor says, thank you so much, by the way. She says, find Sebastian Rogers, bring Sebastian Rogers home. Yes. And here's the thing though, because when this first was brought to my attention, what was...
Oh, here we go. Here's her reason why. We heard Justin's. If you can if anybody can translate what Justin was saying, please let me know. If anybody understood what he said and gave a reason why, please let me know.
Going to happen.
I need a Justin translator.
That was my question. I was like, how would me or any of some of these other people, because I see some of the comments. Somebody had asked, how, why am I taking part in a filing and how does that have anything to do with Sebastian Rogers? I'd like to explain that, because even though my situation has been taking place a lot longer, this all kind of comes in together, because you have a separate situation, which is my situation, which all y'all know about. And then we have Sebastian Rogers' case, who all of us have been covering. And we have a group of people who have taken this case and used it as a way to bash others on YouTube. And so we have this situation where I'd already had issues with Granny's Watching, right? And then since Sebastian's case has started taking front street, it's become a major talking point and basically used as a weapon to come against, and not just against myself, but many others who support Seth Rogers, to the point where all of the creators that support him can't talk about Sebastian or the case without having a live stream done about us the very next day. Our live stream,
because the narratives you're pushing
are recorded
willfully.
Our anything that we post, whether it be a community post, is looked at.
She said the other day she thought if she went back to true crime, people wouldn't cover her anymore. Ma'am, your true crime is the problem. That's why I started covering
our
you.
Words are critiqued. Our chats are critiqued. The subscribers have been attacked. And it's a situation to where I told you guys this the other day. Just think about it. As soon as Seth and Tony announced that there's going to be a vigil, what happens? You have all these people.
Yeah, I agree. But what does that have to do with you? It doesn't have anything to do with you.
Start looking up everybody who's going to take part in the vigil. They pull up all their names.
You're not a part of any of that. So again, tell me how this impacts you.
They try to go, find out what organizations they affiliate with. Are they legitimate? Where's this money going? And to the point where a private vigil for a 15-year-old boy has become a circus show
that you had nothing to do with.
And you have multiple live streams on the day that Sebastian's vigil is taking place. And it's no longer about Sebastian and bringing awareness, something beautiful, a vigil where a lot of people.
Well, you and your buddies just took attention off this for a lawsuit for months on end.
People are coming together. They have this awesome bike.
And now people are afraid to cover it out of fear for getting sued.
Right. Even down to the shirts, Justin, were made fun of that day.
What do you mean?
When they did the vigil for Sebastian, there was nothing that wasn't mocked or critiqued about that day.
That's people being petty.
People showing up. But that's the thing is, you have people that are literally going to the actual vigil that weren't welcome and recording it. My whole point of saying all this is it's a problem. It's an app.
But again, how does that impact you? Where's the reason why?
It's become an absolute problem.
Right.
And so what do you do? What do you do? And if people say that this doesn't, block or get in the way of the goal to try to find him, it absolutely does. It causes a big issue. And then you got to remember, not only is the people that are inciting hate against Seth, but you have their followers who believe every single thing that these creators are saying.
Oh my God.
And so then they go and perpetuate the hate and the drama,
the hypocrisy,
even more. People are allowed to review, and that won't change. No, people are allowed to review. People are even allowed to. Well, let me read it off. To be fair, people are allowed to review. That won't change. It's public posting. You're talking about commentary. Sorry, it won't.
Autumn, thank you so much for being a member for 24 months. Proof of my comment.
Public actions are allowed to be spoken on. Conflating these.
It's fucking insane.
Things to your issues. Nope. No, and I'm going to tell you why. Because it is a part of the bullying and harassment. It's been perpetuated, and don't blame me for tying these things together. The people that are tying these things together are the ones that are actively coming against creators like myself who are supporting Seth.
Come again?
But to say that it's merely commentary, that's not true at all. You're not allowed to sit there and call somebody a predator. You can't sit there and tell people that Seth Rogers, how do I even say this? Engaged in, relations with a child.
The judge made her ruling.
Those things are being spoken.
That was said.
They
Oh,
accused
oh,
him
I
of
got you.
sleeping with
Okay.
Katie.
I
Yeah.
got you. I got you. No, that's
And
a lot. Yeah.
and then let's not forget Sebastian has been labeled
But they didn't quote that to Granny.
as someone who is essaying
Right.
other
Yeah.
people.
So again, how is this your part?
That's not commentary. I don't know if y'all have read like Mr. and shout out to Mr. and Mr. E. They
Good
did
night,
an incredible
Teresa.
job reading those documents. And if you guys were listening or you've read them yourself, it stated in one part of that
good night.
You know, the things that are being said have very real consequences. If one of those prisoners were to have caught wind of what one of these creators were saying in regards to Seth, that could get him unalived. And it's blatantly false.
Well, and there are
I forgot how long-winded this
also special laws when it comes to the police force. He is part of the police force, and
Then why didn't they go that route?
how you and what you say about someone who is an officer and what you do, just that can change things as well.
Can what, Justin?
There's that, you know,
There's that.
like
Stick that in your pipe and smoke it.
so.
No, and as far as I'm concerned, so I don't even know how I say this. First, I need to clear.
Sonny, isn't it wild listening to this shit again?
Clarify this because this is a comment that I've seen several comments enough to where it concerns me, and I want to put this to rest. While I appreciate everything that Nick and his team are doing, I am absolutely not a partner to Nick and At Night Media. That's not true. Taking a break from stream to say, hey, Miss E, thank you for all you guys are doing.
Miss E.
Love you so much. Mr. E is gonna have to gargle with some warm salt water tonight.
Oh my God, I know. I got a headache from reading it earlier, and I just was like, guys, I gotta go. I did the live earlier
She thanked Mr. and Mrs. E for reading the filing on their behalf.
it all week for the Sebastian Rogers, not Scott, Sebastian Rogers, Quentin Simon case. Pardon me.
Mm-hmm.
But they're not a coordinated team.
Thank you, a true psychic. Thank you, sweetheart, for becoming a member. You are beautiful. And Miss E also wants to clarify that neither are they. Okay, none of us are. None of us are. Not that I think that's a bad thing. I don't want it to come off that way either. But none of us are legally or we're not aligned with At Night Media or Nick in any way more than a friendship. There's no transactions, nothing.
And I think that should be put to bed as well, because after you've stated this, that's it. There is no payroll either.
No.
That's ridiculous.
What's ridiculous is how much I could go on and on and on. I'm calling it quits for the night. We can pick up if you guys want to tomorrow and finish these out. We can play a few of these clips out because there's a few more that lay into that very well too that people might have forgotten are out there. We could do that tomorrow. Tomorrow evening, Cold Case Crystal is doing her YouTuber house. I got to catch up on that too. But I'm going to bed before I fall asleep. I didn't get a nap today, so I'm going to take my happy ass to bed and get Hank up there before his Benadryl kicks in. So good night, you guys. Thank you all for hanging out with me, and I will see you guys probably tomorrow. Bye, y'all.